It had already been several days since our boy Alan was transferred into this fantasy world, yet he did not even bother trying to figure out which world he had landed in. Every day he simply enjoyed luxurious meals, and afterward the maids would prepare his bath and attend to him. Life felt like absolute heaven. His maid then informed him that his elder brothers Leo and Tonio would arrive tomorrow. Hearing those names sounded strangely familiar to him. In that instant, Alan realized something shocking. He had been transported into the world of the game Psychedelia. Psychedelia was a turn-based RPG that Alan used to play in his previous life. No matter which route the player chose in the game, when the five great sins wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession appeared, everything collapsed. The kingdom, the nobles, the cities, everything eventually fell into ruin. Among the many noble houses in the story, the Palladio family was the very first to be destroyed by the five great sins. Unfortunately for Alan, that was exactly the family he had now been born into. Realizing this truth made him want to return to his miserable 78-hour-per-week wage slave life, because even that sounded better than living luxuriously, only to die at the beginning of the story. However, suddenly an idea appeared in his mind. Since he already knew what would happen in the future, this was actually a perfect opportunity. If he could eliminate the causes that led to the world's destruction, he could secure a peaceful and comfortable noble life for himself. With that thought, Alan decided that he would reform the five great sins before they could become monsters, since at this point they were still just children. 2 months passed. His loyal knight Evan reported that he had successfully rescued a group of orphans from a human experimentation facility in the eastern region, leaving their care and management to a girl named Utia. Alan complimented Evan for his work. However, Evan could not tell whether his master was truly praising him, because Alan's face carried a strangely creepy smile. In the past, Alan had always been very expressive and easy to read, but lately it felt like he was forcing his expressions. Nevertheless, Evan thanked him. Evan then explained that he now understood why Achan had ordered him to rescue the girl named Utia. After observing her, Evan realized she was no ordinary child. Even as someone who had fought on battlefields for many years, he could tell she was extremely powerful. He even wondered why someone like her would quietly submit to being locked up in the first place. Evan then asked Achan why he did not bring the girl to the mansion, since keeping her there seemed pointless. But Achan had a different plan. Leaving her there would look like he was simply neglecting her, but in truth it was part of his strategy. Alan knew something that no one else in this world did. Utumbludia was not human. She would eventually form a contract with an otherworldly entity and become the embodiment of wrath, one of the five great sins who would slaughter hundreds of thousands of people. Thinking about this, Alan felt satisfied. If Utia could grow up peacefully, instead of being consumed by hatred, she would never become the wrath that destroyed the world. Alan then explained to Evan that the reason he left her there was because the timing was not right yet. He ordered Evan to make sure the matter remained secret, and to continue supporting the orphanage with sufficient funds. Alan then handed him a letter and told him to give it to Utia. The letter is meant to reassure her, since she has gone through so much. But after Evan leaves, Alan quietly admits to himself that the letter probably won't comfort her at all. The real purpose of the letter was to include a specific quote he had heard many times while playing the game. In the original story, there was an archbishop who tried to calm the enraged Utumbludia using a special spell. As the archbishop chanted the spell, Utia simply killed him. By that time it had already been too late to control her, and every attempt to calm her failed as the battle continued. But now it was different. It was not too late yet. After dealing with Utia, he planned to move on to the next target among the five great sins. Even so, he still found the situation ridiculous. The idea that he might become friends with a monster simply because of some religious quote sounded absurd. Still, since they worshipped some kind of god and acted like fanatics, maybe it would actually work. The scene then shifted to Utia. She was quietly reading the letter Alan had sent. The amount of mana Evan sensed from her was unbelievable. Despite being just a child, her power was terrifying. She showed almost no emotions at all. Then suddenly her expression changed. She asked Evan if Alan was the one who had sent the letter, and she demanded to know why he did not want her by his side. Evan was shocked. He could not even form a proper response. The level of mana she was releasing could only be compared to someone in the Master Realm. Then he suddenly remembered Alan's words. Panicking, Evan repeated those same words to her with a trembling voice, explaining that her master said it was not yet time. Immediately, Utia calmed down. She gently placed the letter against her chest and smiled softly. This was a message only her master could have known. The future Bloody Queen Utia finally understood what her master was trying to say. The following day, our MC finds himself buried deep inside the mansion library, where stacks of books keep tumbling down on his head as he searches for any clues about the third sin. While he's busy digging through dusty records, Evan arrives with a report, announcing that they successfully rescued the second child, all thanks to Alan's precise information about where to find him. Alan calmly asks if they treated the child with extra care, and Evan confirms that after saving him from an illegal slave market, they handled everything as gently as possible. However, before Evan can finish his explanation, the library doors suddenly burst open with a loud kick. The person responsible for this chaos is none other than Tonio, the second son of the Palatio family. He immediately starts mocking Alan, wondering how someone as illiterate as him could even pretend to read a book, but Alan simply stares back with an almost bored expression, completely unbothered by the insults. As Tonio continues to pressure him for answers, Alan quietly thinks to himself that this guy is nothing but a massive nuisance. For a moment he even wonders how the original Alan from the game would have reacted in this situation. Realistically, he would love to fight back, but that sounds like way too much effort, so Alan decides to keep things low profile. He politely tells Tonio that since it looks like he wants to use the library, he'll simply leave. Feeling victorious, Tonio smirks and steps on Alan's head as if he's asserting dominance. But suddenly a sharp knife slices through the air and slams into the wall beside them. The one who threw it is Leo, the eldest son of the Palacio family, who casually walks in and tells them they're being far too loud. As Leo and Tonio immediately start arguing with each other, Alan doesn't waste the opportunity and quietly crawls away from the scene. While escaping, he remembers that in the game Palatio County disappeared soon after the first side quest, but he never realized just how powerful and influential the family actually was. In reality, these two brothers are constantly fighting over who will become the next head of the family. Leo controls a massive underworld network and is known as the Prostitute King, while Tonio operates a large drug empire that earned him the nickname Drug King. Watching the two idiots clash from afar, Alan realizes that getting involved with either of them would only ruin his peaceful, noble lifestyle. Without hesitation, he literally crawls away while his brothers continue fighting, and Evan calmly follows behind him like this is the most normal situation in the world. As Evan fixes Alan's messy hair, Alan silently promises himself that he will live happily as a weak and useless bastard child. For him, pretending to be incompetent is the perfect strategy to survive inside such a dangerous family. A little later, Evan mentions that the second child they rescued didn't seem like an ordinary kid either. Looking at his lazy master lying around, Evan can't help but wonder how someone like Alan managed to discover the locations of illegal slave markets and secret human experiments happening across the kingdom. The more he thinks about it, the more it feels like his entire understanding of reality is falling apart. Yet when he looks at Achan acting like a carefree fool, he instead assumes his master must be struggling internally while dealing with his terrible brothers. Evan then asks again why Alan chose to send the second child to the orphanage, but Alan already knows that this child is far from normal. Within the United Kingdom, which consists of several nations, the central power is the Kalian Kingdom, and the boy rescued from the illegal slave market there. That child is none other than Deus Macalian, who in the game becomes the second boss of Psychedelia. After being sold into slavery and brutally mistreated, Deus eventually awakens as the embodiment of one of the 5 great sins, the sin of sloth. Once he awakened his power, he unleashed terrifying destruction across the kingdom, shocking many players with how dark the story of Psychedelia truly was. Even now, Alan still shivers when he remembers the insane visuals from Deus's boss fights. Trying to maintain an air of mystery, Alan simply tells Evan that he sent the boy to the orphanage because the time isn't right yet. Evan nods as if he expected that answer all along. Evan then asks whether the letter Alan previously sent to Utia was related to the second child. Alan confirms it, but when we actually see the contents of the letter, the truth is far less dramatic. Alan is mostly complaining to Utia about how his older brothers keep bullying him. Still, he does include one instruction, asking Utia to look after the second child since he's not feeling well. And technically speaking, he isn't wrong, because Deus definitely needs time to recover and calm down. Deus keeps to himself while hiding the wounds that cover his body. Utia approaches him and quietly asks if he's broken. She suspects that the Black Goat organization might be responsible for his injuries, and just hearing that name makes Deus react immediately. Switching into her slightly terrifying mode, Utia explains that even if he's damaged, he has still been chosen. She congratulates him for being selected by the Blue Moon, the name they use when referring to Alan. It seems that Utia is secretly building an organization with Alan at the very top. She promises Deus that if he stays loyal and follows their orders, he will eventually get his chance for revenge. Hearing those words causes something deep inside Deus to stir, and his mysterious power, perhaps the authority of sloth itself, begins to awaken. Satisfied with this development, Utia decides to write her first reply to Alan's letter. For some reason, she seems extremely excited about sending it. Back at the Palladio estate, Alan is once again buried in the library searching for clues about the third child. Suddenly, Evan bursts through the door with urgent news, announcing that something terrible has happened. He reports that Tonio, the second young master of the Palladio family, has died. Even though Alan already expected something like this to happen eventually, he's still surprised by how quickly events unfolded. Tonio's funeral takes place almost immediately, But what shocks everyone the most is the complete lack of sadness from the family. Their father even arrives accompanied by 2 prostitutes as if it were some casual gathering. Seeing drugs and women at his own son's funeral leaves Alan completely stunned. He always knew this family was messed up, but this behavior crosses every possible line. At that moment, Alan can only sigh and think to himself that psychedelia truly is a dark fantasy world. Still, something about Tonio's death feels different from what Alan remembers in the game. In the original story, Leo had broken down crying after killing his brother, shouting that he had finally become the sole heir of the Palladio family. But now, instead of guilt, Leo is simply standing there with a faint smirk on his face. Watching him act so casually in front of his brother's corpse, Alan can't help but think that Leo could at least try to pretend to feel something. In the end, though, Alan decides this isn't really his problem. Right now, his only priority is dealing with the 5 great sins. A year later, the succession conflict within the Palladio family finally settled down, with Leo absorbing Tonio's drug network and tightening his control over the county. With the power struggle out of the way, the territory surprisingly became much more stable. During that same time, Yudia and Alan started exchanging letters regularly, slowly turning into pen pals. Alan believed keeping contact with her would definitely be useful in the future, especially since she constantly reported how the children at the orphanage were doing. Reading her updates made him smirk, because according to her, all of them were growing up surprisingly well. Along with those reports, Yutia also sent a list of their monthly sponsorship expenses, and Alan immediately noticed the numbers were increasing quite a bit. Curious about the sudden growth, he wondered what exactly was happening there. Evan, who was casually devouring food nearby, shrugged and said that even if it looked unusual, it was still a positive sign. Then Evan finally delivered the news Alan had been waiting for. The Information Guild had located the ancient book connected to the 3rd child, and they had even sent word directly to them about it. Hearing that instantly lifted Alan's mood, because it meant he could finally deal with another potential disaster before it exploded. For him, discovering the secrets behind that ancient book felt like successfully disarming a hidden landmine. Everything seemed to be going perfectly, and Alan was able to enjoy a calm evening without worries. Meanwhile, far away in a drug distribution base known as Margot, several of Leo's subordinates were busy bragging about how generous the eldest son of the Palacio family was. According to them, Leo constantly rewarded his followers with huge payouts, which helped their criminal network expand to several hundred members. But what they didn't realize was that their organization was about to shrink dramatically. Suddenly, chaos broke out among the group as many of the members started attacking themselves in sheer panic. They screamed that they couldn't control their own bodies, moving as if invisible strings were forcing them to act. One after another, they ended their own lives like puppets being manipulated from afar. Behind this horrifying scene were none other than Alan's children, Yudia and Deus. Using his terrifying thread magic, Deus effortlessly wiped out the entire group almost by himself. After finishing the massacre, he turned to Yudia and calmly asked whether there was even any reason to kill people like this. Yudia looked at him and questioned whether he felt any sympathy for them. Deus quickly clarified that he felt absolutely none, especially considering these criminals had been exploiting human lives just to manufacture drugs. To him, their deaths had nothing to do with his personal revenge. However, Yudia unleashed her magic and explained that this mission wasn't about revenge at all. According to her, this was necessary preparation for their master's future. They were simply cleaning up the filth within the county, so that when Alan eventually stepped forward as the heir, the land would already be purified for him. Deus responded that he understood her reasoning, although it was unclear how much he truly grasped. With a graceful wave of her magic, Yudia carved a symbol into the ground before they both departed dramatically. As they disappeared into the night sky, she declared that everything would unfold exactly according to his will. A massive surge of mana erupted from the mark they left behind, forming the shape of a crescent moon. Yudia proudly announced that they were the Blue Moon, destined to become the sword that would serve their master. 2 years had now passed since Alan and Yudia began exchanging letters. During that time, Evan had been working tirelessly to locate the remaining future sins. Looking completely exhausted from his constant investigations, he eventually collapsed on the grass beside Alan. With relief in his voice, Evan finally shared the news that they had found the 5th child and safely transferred them to the orphanage. Hearing that news filled Alan with quiet satisfaction. Even though his face didn't show much emotion, he knew that over the past 2 years he had successfully rescued all 5 future sins before their tragedies could shape them into monsters. To celebrate Evan's efforts, Alan rewarded him with cake and various sweets. He also mentioned that locating the 3rd child, the sin of greed, had been particularly difficult. Thanks to Alan's knowledge from the game and Evan's relentless work, everything eventually worked out. With the mission finally completed, Alan believed he could finally relax a little. Evan asked if that meant their work related to the orphanage was finished, and Alan confirmed that it was. Evan let out a huge sigh of relief, but then noticed something strange. Despite their success, Alan didn't look happy at all. Alan insisted he was smiling, but when the camera zoomed in on his face, it became obvious that he wasn't smiling even slightly. Evan, already used to his master's expressionless face, simply ignored it and continued the conversation. Meanwhile, Alan reflected on how surprisingly smoothly everything had gone. In the original game, the bosses of Psychedelia became the 5 great sins because of the horrific tragedies they experienced. Saving them before those events happened should have been nearly impossible. He had always worried that by the time he reached them, they might already be too broken to save. Curious about their current condition, Alan asked Evan how things were going at the orphanage. Evan handed him a letter from Utia, explaining that everything was running smoothly. According to her report, the children who once looked like lifeless dolls had begun to brighten up significantly. Hearing this, Alan commented that if things were truly going that well, they probably didn't even need to hire an additional caretaker anymore. Even he had to admit that Utia was doing an impressive job managing the place. Thinking back to the game, Alan wondered if Utia's personal connection to the orphanage might be the reason she was handling it so well. In her own strange way, she was actually quite kind. Evan quickly reminded him to keep reading the letter for the rest of the updates. In it, Utia explained how all the children were growing steadily, and assured him that there was no need to worry about them. Even Deus, who had always been a special case. Those words caused a rare, gentle smile to appear on Alan's face. He quietly admitted that he was simply glad the children were growing up properly. Deep down, he began to suspect that the environment of the orphanage was the key reason they were changing for the better. Watching them thrive made him feel like maybe he had truly altered the future. Evan then asked the obvious question, when did Alan plan to finally meet them? Alan always responded by saying the time would come eventually, but privately he had no intention of meeting them anytime soon. Of course it would be nice to get closer to them, but remembering their personalities from the game still made him uneasy. Considering how brutally they had acted as the 5 great sins, his hesitation was completely understandable. Even though he had rescued them before their tragedies occurred, the thought of their future selves still sent a chill down his spine. Eventually he told Evan that maybe he would meet them in about 5 years. For now, Alan believed what he truly needed was the ability to protect himself in this brutal dark fantasy world. The answer to that problem was obvious: magic. As he practiced his spells, he felt fortunate that this body possessed at least some magical talent. Just then, Evan suddenly asked if Alan had ever heard of an organization called the Blue Moon. Alan admitted he had never heard that name before. Evan explained that Blue Moon was a mysterious group that had recently started hunting down various criminal organizations across the region. Alan thought that if they were cleaning up criminals, then it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, he couldn't help wondering why he had never encountered this group in the original game. Evan then jokingly added that Alan should actually be afraid of them because rumors said Blue Moon was also targeting corrupt nobles. Hearing that instantly sent a chill down Alan's spine. With a slightly panicked expression, he told Evan that just to be safe, Evan should start sleeping outside his room from now on. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, Utia is holding the weekly Blue Moon report meeting with the other children. First to report is the Sin of Pride, Sol Rang, who proudly explains that she eliminated every slave trader in her assigned area by cutting off their heads. While casually performing acrobatics in the air, she mocks how those idiots never even realized who they were dealing with. According to her, she even gave them a chance to survive, telling them she would spare them if they could guess the color of her eyes. Unfortunately for them, none of those weaklings guessed correctly. Next comes the Sin of Greed, Rinne, who despite her title appears calm and refined. She reports that all the corpses have been completely dissolved, leaving absolutely no evidence behind. After her, the Sin of Misophobia, Radan, explains that he finished dealing with the illegal human experimentation facilities in the south. He also made sure the troublesome members of the Avalon organization were turned into nothing more than minced meat. Standing above them all, Utia, the most frightening of the group, calmly praises everyone for completing their tasks perfectly. She reminds them that everything they do must follow the will of their master. According to her, their entire existence is dedicated to serving the Great Moon. To these children, Alan isn't just a leader, he's practically a god. However, Daichan suddenly reports that a serious problem has appeared, which makes Utia question how anything could possibly go wrong when everything is supposedly under their master's control. Daichanis explains that while cleaning up the southern region, he discovered a dangerous written order. It turns out that the head of the Avalon organization is none other than Leo, the eldest son of the Palacio family, where their master resides. The document revealed Leo's plan to secretly poison Alan after first eliminating their father. The moment Utia hears this, her terrifying killing intent explodes outward, making the other children tremble in fear. She absolutely cannot tolerate anyone plotting against their master. Just the thought of someone targeting Alan fills her with overwhelming rage. 2 years later, Count Palacio, Alan's father, suddenly passes away. Just like with Tonio, the funeral takes place almost immediately. Although the official cause of death is announced as heart failure, Alan quietly concludes that the man clearly died from a drug overdose. Meanwhile, during the funeral ceremony, Leo suddenly receives news that another one of his facilities has been destroyed by the mysterious Blue Moon organization. He repeatedly asks his subordinates whether every single person at the facility was wiped out again. Alan, who who is casually listening nearby, realizes that his brother is becoming increasingly wary of the blue moon. After the funeral ends without a single tear shed by anyone, Alan decides he has no intention of getting involved in this mess, and quietly slips away while Leo sends him a suspicious glare. When Evan asks what their next move is, considering that Leo will likely become the new count, Alan calmly reveals that he has already prepared everything. His bags are packed, and he tells Evan to pack his things as well. The plan is simple: they're leaving this chaotic household. Evan is surprised and asks if Alan truly intends to run away, but Alan clarifies that they aren't escaping completely, they're simply relocating for a while. Their destination is a small southern town called Rodmill. Alan explains that he has been keeping an eye on Rodmill for quite some time, and its remote location makes it the perfect place to lie low. Considering the strange looks Leo has been giving him lately, the timing couldn't be better. Soon after arriving in Rodmill, Alan begins enjoying a surprisingly peaceful life. He even spends his mornings making toast while Evan continues following him around like everything happening is perfectly normal. But only 3 days later, Alan receives news that forces him to return to the mansion for Leo's funeral. Completely confused, Alan can't believe what he's hearing. According to the original story of Psychedelia, Leo wasn't supposed to die yet. Even more shocking is the cause of death. Leo was stabbed directly through the heart. Trying to understand what happened, Alan asks one of the servants for details. Instead of answering normally, the servant suddenly screams in terror as if he's about to be executed. It isn't just one servant either. All of them start behaving strangely, apologizing excessively, and treating Alan with an almost fearful level of respect. Watching their reactions, Alan begins to wonder why everyone is suddenly acting like he's some kind of mafia boss. As he walks through the mansion trying to figure things out, Evan catches up with him. Alan asks whether he managed to discover why the servants are behaving so strangely. Evan casually reveals that he did find the reason. Then he jokingly asks whether Alan himself was responsible for making the entire Avalon drug organization disappear overnight. It turns out that Leo had secretly been the leader of that organization. And now that Leo is dead, the entire group has vanished without a trace. The story then flashes back to the day Alan originally left for Rodmill. While riding in the carriage, Evan had asked why Alan would choose such a small town instead of a large city. Alan explained that a city would never work for his plans. Rodmill was actually his final destination, the place where everything in his strategy would eventually lead. His goal was simple: save the 5 great sins before their tragic fates destroy the world. Since Rodmill never appeared in the original story and even has a quiet villa, it makes the perfect place for a lazy noble like him to live peacefully while doing absolutely nothing. When Evan questioned him further, Alan insisted that every decision he makes always has a deeper purpose. However, Evan quickly called him out, saying he always gives the same mysterious answers whenever he wants to avoid explaining something. Hearing this, Alan becomes slightly flustered after realizing Evan has started seeing through his excuses. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Leo watches Alan's carriage leave through the gates. He quietly wonders whether he should kill Alan or simply let him go. In truth, Leo had already been planning to poison him eventually, but now that Alan is voluntarily leaving the estate, Leo begins to question whether eliminating him is even necessary anymore. Despite that, an inexplicable feeling still pushes him toward wanting Alan dead, so he orders one of his most trusted subordinates, Alman, to follow the carriage. Surprisingly, Alman asks a strange question: does that mean he should kill Alan? The question catches Leo completely off guard. Alman has never questioned an order before, always obeying silently no matter what. Leo reminds him that his job is simply to follow commands. But before he can finish speaking, Alman suddenly lunges forward and drives a blade straight through Leo's heart. Shocked and bleeding, but Alman calmly replies that he simply enjoys the thrill of war. The truth is revealed. Alman is actually a member of the Blue Moon, and his real identity is hidden. He explains that members of Blue Moon follow a sacred creed. Since they are the sword of their master, they must always act according to his will. However, if anyone ever threatens the Great Blue Moon, they are allowed to act on their own judgment and eliminate the danger. Hidden admits he had been waiting for Leo to give the order to kill their master. To his surprise, it took nearly 2 years for Leo to finally reveal his intentions. As Leo struggles to stay alive, he warns that his organization will hunt Hidden down. But Hidden calmly explains that with Leo dead, the entire organization will soon disappear from the continent anyway. Looking down at Leo's lifeless body, Hidden sighs slightly and remarks how unfortunate the situation is. If Leo had never tried to harm their master, he might have lived for several more months, maybe even years. Meanwhile, Alan was finally enjoying the peaceful life he always dreamed about in the quiet town of Rodmill. He wakes up whenever he wants, shares delicious meals with Evan, and spends his days relaxing like a proper carefree noble. For a moment, it truly feels like he has escaped all the chaos of the Palacio family. Unfortunately, fate doesn't seem interested in letting him enjoy that happiness for long. One morning, a letter suddenly arrives that completely destroys his peaceful routine. The message informs him that he must immediately return and take the position of the next head of the Palladio family. Just like that, his dream life ends only 4 days after it began. With no other choice, Alan reluctantly heads back to the Palladio estate. But the moment he arrives, something feels very strange. The maids and servants behave oddly around him, constantly bowing and acting overly cautious as if they're afraid of him. Confused by their strange attitude, Alan begins wondering what exactly happened while he was gone. That's when Evan jokingly asks him when he secretly became the shadow ruler of the county. The comment leaves Alan completely baffled. Slowly he realizes that the strange rumors surrounding Leo's death have created a bizarre situation. Many people now believe Alan himself was the mastermind behind everything. In his usual dramatic fashion, Alan starts complaining loudly, and even bursts into tears, begging Evan to explain why he suddenly looks like the villain of the story. Evan calmly explains the obvious reason. From an outsider's perspective, Alan gained the most from Leo's death. Right after Alan conveniently left the estate, Leo was murdered, leaving Alan with the perfect alibi while becoming the next Count Palacio. Hearing this explanation makes Achan realize that his plan to avoid trouble completely backfired. Instead of escaping the power struggle, it now looks like he secretly orchestrated the entire thing. Seeing his master panic, Evan tries to lighten the mood by pointing out something positive. With the Avalon drug organization gone and Leo out of the picture, there shouldn't be anyone left who could threaten him anymore. Evan jokingly summarizes the situation by calling Alan the new hidden king of the county, someone who supposedly arranged the assassination of a powerful swordmaster. Despite Leo's questionable reputation, he was still considered an extremely skilled swordsman. Hearing that only makes Alan more confused. He starts wondering where he should even begin investigating, since eliminating someone like Leo would require a very powerful organization. He then asks Evan about the mysterious group he once heard about that had been destroying criminal organizations. Evan immediately guesses that he's talking about the Blue Moon. Alan briefly considers the possibility that Blue Moon might be responsible for Leo's death and Avalon's destruction. However, Evan quickly shuts that idea down. According to information from the Information Guild, Blue Moon doesn't leave behind bodies the way Avalon's enemies were killed. Instead, they usually leave a symbolic crescent moon mark at the scene. In the case of Avalon, however, every victim was killed with a blade stabbed directly through the heart. Evan jokingly tells Alan that if rumors keep spreading like this, people might start believing he opened the road to hell himself. Setting the jokes aside, Alan starts thinking carefully, using his knowledge from the game Psychedelia. In the original story, there was never any organization called Blue Moon at all, which means that group shouldn't even exist in the first place. If Blue Moon didn't cause this chaos, then someone else must be responsible. The story then shifts to the orphanage, where Utia is currently holding a meeting with the other future great sins. She calmly asks whether everything went according to plan. Rinmi, the sin of greed, reports that she erased all the evidence and left no trace of their actions behind. Sail Rang, the sin of pride, confidently adds that no enemies survived on her side either. Deus proudly announces that he personally wiped out 486 soldiers from Avalon. His thread magic moves like a graceful butterfly caught inside a deadly spider web. Radon, the sin of misophobia, also confirms that he cut down every remaining enemy in his area. Hearing these reports, Utia praises all of them for completing their mission perfectly. Despite being just a child, Utia gives off an incredibly intimidating presence. Regardless, thanks to their coordinated attack, Avalon, the most infamous drug organization responsible for destroying the Asteria Kingdom, was completely erased in just 5 days. However, Radon suddenly points out that the cleanup might not have been perfect. When Utia asks what he means, he explains that he discovered several suspicious documents linked to nobles who secretly supported Avalon. One particular name stood out among them, the Altia Dukedom, which apparently had deep connections with the organization. The moment she hears that, Utia's magic begins flaring violently. Without hesitation, she declares that everyone already knows what must happen next. Anyone connected to Avalon must be erased completely. Radon calmly accepts the task and promises to deal with the matter quietly. After that, Utia asks another important question, whether the Information Guild might have hidden ties to Avalon. Rinne reassures her that the guild is being investigated separately and does not appear to be connected to their enemies. Meanwhile, Deus comments that most guilds behave similarly anyway, describing them as tools forged by powerful swordsmen. Rinne then asks if they should keep monitoring Alan's movements closely. Utia immediately agrees and warns everyone that none of their recent actions must ever reach that person's ears. When she says that person, she is referring to Alan himself. Deus points out that the Pelagio family targeted them first, meaning the order to eliminate Leo wasn't something Alan personally commanded. Hearing this makes Utia visibly anxious. In her mind, every action they take must always come directly from Alan's will. She reminds the others that they are merely swords, and a sword should never think for itself. From now on, every member of the Blue Moon must act only when given direct orders. The other sins feel slightly uneasy hearing this strict declaration, but Utia firmly insists that they must never disappoint their master. Internally, Daechan finds this situation difficult to understand. For someone as powerful as Utia to feel nervous simply because she might be discovered by Alan seems excessive to him. Even so, he quietly agrees with her decision. The meeting ends with all of them chanting that everything is for the Great Moon, their unseen master. Meanwhile, back at the Palacio estate, Alan is drowning in paperwork as the newly appointed Count Palacio. Ever since Leo's funeral, he has spent an entire month handling endless administrative duties. Completely exhausted, he starts complaining, and even tearing up, saying all he ever wanted was to relax and do absolutely nothing. According to him, that's what being a noble should really mean. However, deep down, Alan can't stop thinking about how strange everything has become. In the original story, Leo wasn't supposed to die for another 6 years, but with all his brothers dying under mysterious circumstances, the entire timeline has changed. And now, instead of living peacefully in Rodmill, Alan has been forced to carry the full responsibility of the Palladio family as its sole heir. Just as Alan was drowning in paperwork, several ministers from the county suddenly walked into his office carrying even more documents for him to review. Seeing the mountain of work piling up, he closed his eyes and wondered why everyone in the county had suddenly become so hard-working. Back when his father was still the count, these same officials treated their duties like a rainy school day and barely did anything. With a tired wave of his hand, Alan signaled for them to simply leave the papers on his desk. But from the minister's perspective, his silent gesture looked terrifying. To them, Alan appeared to be radiating a cold and deadly aura. Some of the officials immediately began panicking, wondering if they had somehow offended their new lord. Meanwhile, Alan himself was silently suffering, completely overwhelmed by the workload. Having once lived as a workhorse in his previous life, this endless pressure was giving him painful flashbacks. He began wondering if there was some clever way to make the ministers handle most of the work for him instead. Later that night, Evan was surprised to discover that Achan had actually reached the second tier of magic after only 2 years of self-study in poisoncraft. That level normally requires at least 4 or 5 years of formal training and a decent amount of natural talent. Alan didn't deny that his magical aptitude was fairly good, and he happily demonstrated his spells all around the mansion like an excited kid. But deep down, the reason he trained so hard wasn't because magic was fun. He had been practicing non-stop for self-defense. Something about the current situation felt wrong to him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that danger was approaching. To properly use magic for protection, one needs perfect control over their mana, and Achan had managed to achieve that level of control. Still, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with his abilities. Even though he had experimented with almost every type of magic available in this fantasy world, something still felt incomplete. At first, learning magic had been exciting because he thought mastering it would make him fearless. But now the reality was different. Instead of becoming powerful, he felt like he was desperately learning magic just to survive. That's when he finally confronted the harsh truth about his body. His mana capacity was extremely small. Without a large mana pool, even the most skilled mage couldn't use powerful spells. In this world, natural mana capacity was like an athlete's natural weight class. Some people were born with overwhelming magical potential, while others had limits they could never surpass. Unfortunately for Alan, he belonged to the latter group. No matter how hard he trained, his mana pool would always remain tiny. Still, he refused to give up hope completely. There might still be a way to overcome this weakness if he could find the right method. Just as he was thinking about possible solutions, Evan suddenly interrupted him with surprising news. An invitation to a grand noble ball had finally arrived. A few days later, Alan appeared at the grand ball dressed in an extremely elegant outfit. His appearance was impressive, but being the introverted person he was, he already felt exhausted the moment he arrived. The event was a typical aristocratic gathering held in the southern region of the Asteria Kingdom. Nobles from all over the region gathered here to socialize and build connections. Since Achan was about to officially inherit the title of Count Palacio, he was practically required to attend. At first, he tried to approach the event seriously, thinking this would be the perfect opportunity to build alliances with other nobles. After all, networking was important if he wanted to secure a peaceful future. But things quickly went in a very different direction. The moment he approached people, they immediately started running away from him in fear. Some nobles even fled the moment he waved at them. Evan tried to cheer him up, but Achan insisted that he wasn't upset at all, even though his expression clearly suggested otherwise. In reality, Alan misunderstood the situation completely. He assumed the other nobles were looking down on him because the Palacio family had a terrible reputation thanks to his 2 older brothers. And while that was partially true, the real reason was much worse. Many nobles believed he had secretly orchestrated his brothers' deaths and seized power. Determined not to give up, Alan grabbed a glass of wine and convinced himself that he had not come to the ball without preparation. He decided to test the conversation skills he had been quietly practicing. Trying to start a discussion, he commented on the wine's unique aroma. Unfortunately, due to his inability to show emotions properly, his expression ended up looking extremely sinister. When he attempted to smile at a nearby noblewoman and mentioned that he would like a few bottles of the wine at home, she nearly fainted from fear. To her, Alan looked less like a noble and more like a demon king demanding tribute. Panicking, she immediately promised to tell her father to send the bottles to his mansion. To the surrounding nobles, the scene looked like Alan had just extorted a rare regional wine from a terrified noblewoman. Evan tried to comfort him afterward, while Alan insisted that the woman was probably just shy. Unfortunately, the situation only got worse from there. Every time Achan tried to speak with someone else, they assumed he was threatening them. One noble handed him rare citrus tea, another offered expensive gifts, and soon the list of items being sent to his estate kept growing. Watching this unfold, Achan began realizing just how infamous the Palladio name had become. With rumors spreading that he murdered both of his brothers, the entire noble society now saw him as a terrifying figure. Feeling completely defeated, Alan told Evan he needed some fresh air and stepped outside the ballroom. Outside, we see a young chick was keeping an eye on our boy, as she was holding something. As he stood there thinking about where everything had gone wrong, a gentle voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Confused, Alan turned around but couldn't see anyone at first. Only when he looked down did he notice a small brown-haired girl standing there. She introduced herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altia. The moment Achan heard the name Altia, something clicked in his mind. In the game Psychedelia, the Altia dukedom was one of the three major factions known as the Northern Troublemakers. Realizing this made him feel slightly disappointed, since he had hoped a normal person had finally approached him. Even stranger, he couldn't remember ever seeing this girl in the game's storyline. But Loria quickly got straight to the point. She asked Alan to lend her his strength because she believed someone would soon attempt to assassinate her. She explained that she had been living under the protection of her father's mistress. However, now that Duke Altia's health was failing, she feared that her older sisters might try to eliminate her to secure their inheritance. Hearing this reminded Alan of his own past struggles with his brothers. As he looked at the girl more carefully, a troubling realization struck him. The reason he didn't remember Loria from the game might be because she died before ever appearing in the story. Loria pleaded sincerely for his help, believing that someone as powerful as him could protect her. But Achan firmly refused her request. Even when she offered half of the Altia family fortune as a reward, he still shook his head. Deep down, he knew the truth about himself. Despite all the rumors surrounding him, he could barely handle his own magic. Although he felt sympathy for the girl, he didn't want to give her false hope. Turning away, Alan quietly wished her good luck before walking back into the ballroom. But as he left, he couldn't shake the image of Loria's sad expression lingering in his mind. Meanwhile, high above the ballroom, Deus and Rina were quietly watching the situation unfold, and now they were unsure what to do next, after a member of the Altia family suddenly approached him. Deus wondered if they should report this to the Red Moon, their codename for Utia, but Rini calmly reassured him that there was no reason to panic. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Loria was the only member of the Altia household who had no ties to Avalon. That meant she wasn't considered a threat to their master. Rinner explained that the rest of the Altia family was already being taken care of by Radan, who had gone to eliminate those connected to Avalon. Their decision had already been made under Utia's orders. The entire Altia household, except for Loria, would be wiped out completely. For now, their main priority was making sure their master never learned anything about the Avalon incident. Meanwhile, the completely clueless Alan was still trying to figure out why everyone kept avoiding him at the ball. He couldn't help wondering if some invisible barrier was scaring people away from him. Just then, the red-haired woman he noticed earlier approached him again. For the first time that evening, he actually felt a little happy inside. Even though his face barely showed it, he was thrilled that someone had finally decided to talk to him. However, the moment he turned around and saw her clearly, his mood instantly changed. This woman wasn't just any noble lady. She was another shadow player from the game. Looking at her face carefully, Alan immediately recognized her. He greeted her politely and addressed her as Lady Zenonia, which completely surprised her. She asked how he could possibly know her name. Alan explained that she was quite famous in the Asteria kingdom. In the game Psychedelia, there were three powerful families secretly manipulating events behind the scenes, known as the Northern Troublemakers. The Altia family dominated the north, the Padio family controlled the east, and the Zenonia family ruled the west. Standing in front of him now was Kalia, the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. She asked him if she was truly that famous, clearly amused by his knowledge. Alan casually explained that while the Padio family ran an open gang network, the Zenonia family operated more like a sophisticated criminal syndicate. Just thinking about their influence made him uneasy. Deep down, Alan knew exactly what he wanted from this event. He needed connections with powerful nobles if he wanted to secure his peaceful future. But at the same time, he also knew that getting involved with someone like Kalia Zenonia would only bring trouble. For the sake of the lazy noble life he dreamed of, he decided it was best to keep his distance from her. So after politely complimenting her beauty, he bowed as if preparing to leave the conversation entirely. However, she quickly stopped him, saying she wanted to discuss something important with him. Alan replied that he would love to talk, but there were too many people watching them right now. In reality, he was desperately hoping she would simply leave him alone. Kalaya only smiled at his response. She told him that he truly was just like the rumors described him. Then she added that she was looking forward to meeting him again before walking away gracefully. Alan stood there completely confused, wondering if her words were some kind of hidden code, but eventually he decided it was probably nothing and shrugged it off. Not far away, Rini and Deus watched the entire exchange from a distance. They were pleased that their plan to keep their master ignorant about the Avalon situation was working perfectly. However, Deus suddenly noticed something troubling. Through the window, he spotted someone who had been secretly following Alan for quite some time. Realizing there might be danger, the two immediately rushed out to deal with the potential threat. The next day, Alan and Evan found themselves standing inside a forest canyon. Evan asked if this was really the place Alan had been searching for. Even though it was midday and the sun was shining brightly outside, the inside of the canyon looked strangely dark. Alan, however, was far too excited to care about any of that. For him, this place was the true objective he had been pursuing all along. As they walked deeper inside, he jokingly said that if the place turned out to be empty like the other ruins they visited, he might actually start crying. But the moment he saw the strange symbols carved into the walls, his eyes lit up with excitement. This was the real thing. Alan explained that in the game, discovering this location had been incredibly easy. The only reason he traveled all the way to the southern region under the excuse of attending the Noble Ball was to find this dungeon. The place was known as the Labyrinth of Whispers. Inside the labyrinth were 8 chambers filled with riddles. Anyone who successfully solved all of them would obtain a powerful artifact as a reward, and that artifact was exactly what Achan had come here to obtain. Since he had played the game countless times, he had already memorized every puzzle and pathway inside the labyrinth. Eventually, they reached a massive stone door at the entrance. Looking at it in person left Alan completely amazed. Seeing the dungeon in reality felt far more impressive than it ever did in the game. Evan, however, looked confused and asked how Alan even knew a place like this existed. Without thinking, Alan casually replied that he had been here many times before. That answer immediately confused Evan even more. Realizing he had accidentally slipped up, Alan quickly laughed and said he was just joking before suggesting they head inside. Once inside the labyrinth, they encountered several dangerous monsters along with massive stone golem hands capable of crushing them instantly. Evan wondered if these creatures were connected to the riddles guarding the chambers. If Alan answered incorrectly, those giant hands would probably attack without hesitation. But Achan remained completely calm. He began solving the riddles one after another without even hesitating. Watching this, Evan couldn't help but question how his master could stay so relaxed in such a life-threatening situation. They had already been together for 4 years, yet Evan still couldn't understand him at all. From rescuing orphans to repaying strange debts and freeing slaves, Alan always did the most unexpected things. In Evan's eyes, his master was an absolute mystery. Still, he couldn't deny the results. Every strange decision Alan made somehow led to a good outcome. That was the main reason Evan continued following him so loyally. Eventually they reached the final chamber, a luxurious room filled with piles of treasure and gold, but Achan wasn't interested in any of it. His attention immediately locked onto a hand-shaped statue covered in rings. Among those rings was the one he had come for, a simple black ring. Alan quickly told Evan that their target was the black ring, and they should grab it and leave immediately. Meanwhile, Evan was busy stuffing gold into his pockets and couldn't understand why Alan cared about the least valuable ring there. What Evan didn't know was that the black ring was actually an artifact called the Oath of Restraint. Alan felt satisfied knowing he had successfully obtained it thanks to his knowledge from the game. However, as they began leaving the labyrinth, Evan suddenly sensed something was wrong. The piles of rocks they had passed earlier were not ordinary stones. They were golems, and now they were starting to move. Evan immediately prepared for battle, realizing they might be facing an impossible fight. He even thought that if necessary, he would sacrifice himself to help Aang escape. But before he could act, Aang stepped forward and calmly told him to stand down. As the massive golems prepared to attack, Evan warned him that even second-tier magic wouldn't be enough to stop them. Yet Achan remained completely confident. Raising his hand, he activated the black ring and quietly invoked its power. Oath of Restraint. Suddenly he finds himself standing inside a strange cosmic space. A mysterious voice echoes through the darkness, introducing itself as a fragment that carries the great will of Nyakla. The voice calmly tells him that he must now declare the 2 restraints he wishes to place upon himself. Alan instantly realizes that he has entered the activation phase of the Oath of Restraint. In the game, this moment appeared as a simple choice window, but experiencing it in reality while staring at a gigantic face floating in an endless void is far more intimidating. The Oath of Restraint is known as an absorption-type artifact, allowing its user to impose limitations on themselves in exchange for greater power. Even though Alan already knows how the system works from the game, the overwhelming presence of the voice makes him tremble slightly. The entity urges him to declare his first restraint. Taking a deep breath, Alan forms a hand sign and announces that from now on he will always perform the hand signs of Babylonia whenever he casts magic. The voice then asks what he desires in return for this restriction. Without hesitation, Alan replies that he wants the ability to bend the laws of the world a little more than before. The mysterious entity immediately accepts the condition and grants him that power. Next, it asks him to declare his second restraint. Alan boldly states that whenever he uses magic, he will strictly chant the ancient incantations of Babylonia. The voice once again asks what he hopes to gain from imposing such a rule. Alan answers confidently that he wants even greater power to challenge the laws of the world itself. For a moment, the cosmic entity falls silent, as if surprised by his request. That brief pause makes Alan panic internally, worrying that he might have made a mistake. After all, he simply copied the exact combination he remembered from the game. By selecting both the hand sign restriction and the incantation restriction, he believed he could achieve the highest possible magical output. Thanks to all the hours he spent playing Psychedelia, he had memorized every possible combination used in the game's mechanics. In theory, this should give him the strongest possible magic amplification. Finally, the voice speaks again and confirms that both restraints have been accepted. The entity expresses its gratitude to the human who remembered the forgotten gestures and mysteries of the ancient god. Alan is confused by that statement, but before he can ask anything, he notices the ring beginning to dissolve into his body. This means the restraints have been successfully engraved into his power. The entity ends by telling him that it will continue watching over him as the one destined to inherit its will. Alan has no idea what that actually means, but before he can question it further, the world suddenly snaps back to normal. Time begins moving again at the exact moment the golems launch their attack. Achan rushes forward to protect him, but Achan calmly raises his hand and begins casting his spell. He even chuckles slightly, remembering how dramatic this spell looked in the game. Now that he's casting it in reality, however, the magic gathering in his hand looks surprisingly small due to his limited mana. No matter how hard he tries, his tiny mana pool will always limit his power. Still, this was the perfect chance to test his newly activated restraints. As he begins the spell, he chants the first word, refraction. Instantly the magic starts taking shape. Then he adds the next incantation, repulsion, causing the energy sphere to expand and glow with a brilliant blue lightning aura. The power continues building as he performs the proper Babylonia hand signs and adds another command for direction. Finally, he releases the spell with a dramatic gesture. The blast of lightning erupts forward with overwhelming force, instantly obliterating the massive golems and turning them into dust. The entire canyon shakes as the attack tears through everything in its path. Achan stands there completely stunned. In all his 15 years as a mercenary, he has never seen anything like that. He asks Alan if he has been secretly hiding his true power this whole time. Alan immediately denies it, even though he himself is just as confused about what happened. In the game Psychedelia, magic worked on a turn-based system where spells could be strengthened each turn by adding hand signs or incantations. This time, Alan used 4 incantations and 1 sequence of hand signs, effectively boosting the spell 5 times. In other words, he simply stacked enhancements on a lightning spell the same way players would during combat. However, because of the Oath of Restraint, he is now forced to use both gestures and incantations every time he casts magic. That means his spells automatically receive continuous enhancement. Even so, the power he just unleashed felt far beyond what second-tier magic should be capable of. While Achan is still processing what happened, Evan simply sighs in relief that they survived. Sitting down on the ground, he comments that watching the fight was far more exhausting than actually fighting himself. Curious, he asks Alan who could have possibly created such a dangerous canyon in the first place. After thinking for a moment, Alan suddenly remembers something. In the game's community guides, the Labyrinth of Whispers had another name, the Maze of Palin. According to the lore posted online, the place was created by someone known as Palin the Great. Evan is far too exhausted to care about the history lesson, but Alan excitedly grabs him and says they need to return home immediately. For the first time in a while, the usually lazy Alan is suddenly motivated. Evan can't help asking why he's so energized today. Alan explains that whenever the correct hand sign matches the attribute of the spell, its power increases dramatically, and if the correct Babylonia incantation is added, the magic gains even stronger properties. In the game, these combinations only increased the numbers behind the scenes while the visual effects stayed the same. But in the real world, every incantation actually changes the form and behavior of the spell itself. That discovery makes Achan wonder if this system works only for him or for anyone capable of controlling mana as precisely as he can. For now though, he decides to test it later after his mana recovers. As the two prepare to leave the canyon on horseback, someone else quietly arrives at the scene. Rinne has been secretly following Alan the entire time. When she enters the canyon, she immediately notices the ancient runes carved into the walls. To her surprise, she can actually read them. According to her translation, These symbols belong to the language of the Aleph Empire, describing events from the age of the forgotten outer gods. As she examines the inscriptions further, she finds another hidden message in the corner. It reads, "For my friend who shall remain alone, from the coward Palon." Rin smiles as she continues deciphering the story recorded in the glyphs. The text tells of the legendary Emperor Palon the Great, the hero who stopped the invasion of dark creatures and defeated the monstrous Alakolaka, which devoured the hearts of the citizens. Rinne knows these historical details because she inherited vast knowledge at birth through the ancient library passed down to her. But once again, she completely misunderstands the situation. Hearing Alan casually mention that Palon created this canyon convinces her that he must somehow be connected to the legendary emperor. After all, someone as terrifying as Utia, the future Bloody Queen, follows him as if he were her master. In Rinne's mind, this only confirms that Alan must be an extraordinary figure. She even realizes that the ancient phrase he used while casting magic does not exist anywhere in the ancient library. That discovery makes her blush slightly, as she admits that Utia was right about him all along. Just then, Dachis arrives beside her. Rinne immediately asks whether he managed to gather information from the suspicious man who had been following their master earlier. Dachis casually replies that the man is already dead. Interestingly, he didn't even kill the man himself. The spy's head suddenly twisted in midair and snapped on its own. Realizing something strange might be happening behind the scenes, Rinne insists they report this to Utia immediately. Dais agrees without hesitation, and the two quietly disappear into the night to deliver their report. Meanwhile, in Zenonia County, Lady Kalia calmly sipped her tea while thinking about her strange encounter with Alan at the ball. The rumors about him were clearly not exaggerated. His cold, emotionless face and those abyss-like eyes were exactly as people described. But what bothered her most was that he called her famous, even though she rarely appeared in social gatherings. Count Zenonia was well known, of course, but Kalia herself staying hidden from public attention made Alan's words suspicious. The truth is that Kalia is the real mastermind of the Zenonia family. Using forbidden black magic, she secretly controls her own father like a puppet, making herself the true ruler behind the scenes. Because of that, Alan calling her famous instantly made her nervous. It made her wonder if he somehow knew her secret, since absolutely no one was supposed to know. She also remembered Alan saying that there were too many eyes watching them. In her mind, that sounded like a warning. She immediately assumed that he had already discovered the spy she had sent to follow him. In reality, it was just another massive misunderstanding. But to Kalia, it sounded like the words of a genius mastermind who had seen through everything. At that moment, one of her servants rushed in and reported that something was wrong. Kalia calmly asked what the problem was, but the servant insisted that she needed to see it herself. When she entered her room, she found the body of the man she had sent to spy on Alan. The servant explained that the sealing magic on the body never activated, meaning the spy never revealed any information before dying. But Kalia quickly noticed something strange. The body had been deliberately brought back and placed in her room. That meant the killer knew exactly who had sent the spy. Frustrated, she began wondering how Alan could have figured out that she was responsible for following him. And just like that, our poor protagonist was misunderstood once again. Later that night at the Altia estate, Loria was quietly sitting alone, deep in thought. She couldn't stop thinking about Achan. The moment she met him, she could tell he was not someone to underestimate. His cold eyes reminded her of her own father's gaze. It made sense why people called him the distinguished one of the underworld. For Loria, making an enemy of someone like him would be a terrible mistake. Yet at the same time, he had been her last hope for survival. When he refused her request at the party, she assumed it meant he simply wasn't interested in a deal that offered him nothing in return. After all, she had already lost most of her power and influence to her siblings. Her siblings included the eldest son Timalian, the eldest daughter Marian, the second daughter Perrin, and the second son Keeg. Being the youngest and weakest among them, Loria had always been powerless in comparison. The only reason she managed to survive this long was because of her father's affection. But now that her father's health was failing, she felt completely abandoned. As she walked into the estate, lost in thought, servants suddenly rushed toward her in panic. They breathlessly reported that something unbelievable had happened. All of her siblings had taken their own lives. Loria stood there in shock. She knew her siblings better than anyone. Those people would stab each other in the back without hesitation, but they would never willingly kill themselves. The situation made absolutely no sense. When she demanded to know what happened to Timalian and Marianne, the servants explained that they died the same way. In fact, some of them had literally stabbed each other. As Loria struggled to process everything, we briefly see Radon calmly walking away from the Altia castle, declaring that the mission had been completed. While he disappeared into the darkness, Loria remained frozen in disbelief. In her mind, one person instantly came to mind. She remembered Alan reassuring her earlier that things would work out, and that she shouldn't worry. Just like everyone else, she completely misunderstood the situation. To her, it looked like Alan had secretly eliminated her siblings while pretending to reject her request at the party. From her perspective, it looked like an incredibly calculated plan. By refusing her publicly, he avoided suspicion. Meanwhile, her siblings mysteriously died, leaving her as the only surviving heir. Overnight, she became the sole successor of the Altia family. Terrified by the situation, Loria started wondering what kind of terrifying figure she had just allied herself with. 2 months later, back at the Palacio estate, Alan received several gifts from the Altia family. When Evan opened one of the boxes, he was shocked to see a bottle of Cernant's wine, a luxury drink worth several thousand gold coins. Even holding it felt unbelievable. Curious, Alan read the letter that came with it. The note simply said, "With respect from Loria Altia." That surprised him even more. The gift wasn't sent by her father, but by Loria herself. Confused, Alan wondered why she would send something like this to him. Then the messenger explained something shocking. The gift was personally prepared by Duke Loria herself. That was when Alan finally realized the truth. During the past 2 months, Loria had officially become the Duke of the Altia family, after her father's death. Meanwhile, Loria was sitting in her office reflecting on everything that had happened. After her father's funeral, she inherited the position of Duke of the Altia Dukedom during the succession ceremony. Looking around the office she once wasn't even allowed to enter, she couldn't help but feel emotional. Her siblings' deaths had happened so suddenly that no one suspected her involvement. She had a perfect alibi since she was attending the ball that night. Back then she felt completely powerless, especially after her siblings destroyed her secret organization. But now everything had changed. In her mind, Alan must have secretly eliminated her siblings and even given her the perfect alibi. That level of planning made her believe he possessed an incredibly high intellect. To her, Alan rejecting her request earlier was just part of his strategy to keep up appearances. She became convinced that he had been working behind the scenes the entire time. In her imagination, Alan looked like a mastermind manipulating events from the shadows. She even wondered how far ahead he was planning. For now, she decided not to trouble him further. She assumed that someone as powerful as Count Palacio would contact her when the time was right. In the meantime, she focused on strengthening the Altia Dukedom and uniting its subordinate organizations. But even then, she knew her power could never compare to the hidden influence Alan possessed. In her mind, there was only one explanation. He must need something from the Altia Dukedom for his grand plan. Blushing slightly, Loria wondered whether he appreciated the expensive wine she sent him. Back at the Palazzo estate, Alan feels confused about everything that had just happened. Just a short while ago, Loria was a girl whose life was in danger, and now she had suddenly become the Duke of the Altia family. Alan himself felt that something about the whole situation was off, but he couldn't quite explain why. A few months passed, placing the timeline about 5 years before the original story of Psychedelia begins. During that time, Alan matured quite a bit while acting as the temporary head of the family. One day, Evan casually asked if he should start calling him Count from now on. Alan quickly waved the idea away and told him he could keep calling him whatever he wanted since the official succession ceremony hadn't even happened yet. Still, Alan couldn't deny that he had been managing the territory like a real count for nearly a year. The ceremony itself barely mattered anymore. Just then, Evan handed him a letter that had arrived from Utia. While walking back inside, Alan asked if the Information Guild had discovered anything about the assassin who killed his brother Leo. Evan admitted that they still hadn't found any useful leads yet. However, he encouraged Alan to be patient since the guild was still investigating the matter. Evan then asked what Alan planned to do if they eventually found the killer. Alan replied that he wasn't looking for revenge. Instead, he suspected that the small changes happening in the world were probably butterfly effects caused by his interference with the story. He simply wanted to be prepared in case more unexpected changes appeared in the future. Evan laughed and said he sounded exactly like a responsible count when he talked like that. Alan could only sigh before finally opening Utia's letter. Inside, she wrote about the peaceful life at the orphanage, and how everyone had been developing their own hobbies. According to her report, Daechan has become extremely skilled at puppet manipulation. His control over strings was already reaching a professional level. Seolmrong had developed a strong interest in playing games with her friends. Meanwhile, Rin still spent most of her time reading books, although she recently discovered that she also enjoyed building sandcastles. As for Radon, he had started taking great care of a garden and found genuine happiness in growing plants. Hearing these updates brought a gentle smile to Alan's face. The monthly letters he exchanged with Utia had quietly become one of the most comforting parts of his routine. Even though he had never actually met these children in person, knowing they were living happily filled him with relief. However, something suddenly crossed his mind. He realized that he didn't actually know their ages anymore. Curious, he asked Evan about it. Evan casually mentioned that the 5 had already grown old enough to leave the orphanage and begin living independently. That news surprised Alan more than he expected. In his mind, he still imagined them as small children. The thought that they were already ready to enter the world made him feel strangely emotional. For a moment, he even imagined them coming back one day as successful adults to thank him for helping them. After thinking about it for a while, Alan decided that it was finally time to let them go. When Evan asked if he was sure, Alan explained that he originally brought them to the orphanage because they were deeply wounded people. Now they had grown strong enough to stand on their own. If they could find their own paths in life, then they would never become the 5 great sins from the game. Evan agreed with that reasoning. Since all of them were healthy and capable, it made sense to allow them to leave the orphanage. Alan then remembered the descriptions from the game's boss introductions. Each of the future sins had a special talent that defined their role. Utia possessed the gift of faith. Deus carried the power of the sword. Rina had unmatched talent for study and knowledge. Sol Rang was a natural-born fighter, and Radan had the talent of an apostle. If those abilities were used in positive ways, their futures could be completely different from the tragedy he saw in the game. With that in mind, Alan decided to write a personal letter to each of them. While writing, he even praised himself internally for coming up with such a brilliant idea. He also prepared a special gift for each of them to help them start their new lives. Imagining how happy the kids would be when they received his gifts made him feel satisfied. After spending the entire day writing the letters, he finally finished them all. Meanwhile, Evan, who was supposed to keep him company, had quietly fallen asleep nearby. The moment Evan woke up, he grabbed the letters and rushed off to deliver them, before Alan could even react. Alan watched him leave, and wondered if those little landmines might one day repay him once they made names for themselves in the world. He ended his letters with encouraging words, hoping they would read them and bravely step out into the wider world. However, things didn't turn out the way he expected at all. When the children received their letters, they treated them like absolute commands from their master. With a serious expression, Utia gathered everyone and announced that their lord had finally sent them orders. She explained that he had even prepared special gifts for each of them. The others had grown a lot during the time skip. Diaz was now much taller and calmer than before. Seal Rang jumped around excitedly. Rino quietly held hers while blushing slightly. Meanwhile, Utia looked confused but still deeply respectful of the message. Before discussing the new letters, Utia told them they should first reread the earlier messages Alan had sent over the years. According to her, understanding their master's intentions required careful interpretation. When Sail Rang heard that they were finally allowed to read those letters, he became extremely excited since only Utia had seen them before. Utia explained that since their master had now given each of them individual instructions, it was time for everyone to understand the bigger picture. However, when they finally read the old letters, they were completely speechless. The messages were nothing more than ordinary casual conversations. But Utia immediately reassured them. She confidently explained that Alan always hid his true commands inside normal conversation. To prove her point, she showed them the very first letter he sent her years ago. It was simply a greeting where he complained about being bullied by his brothers. In Utia's interpretation, however, that letter was actually a coded assassination order, asking them to eliminate the targets and report back every month. The other sins accepted this explanation without question. To them it made perfect sense that their master would hide his strategies so carefully. Deus added that their master probably did this to prevent information leaks. Utia agreed and explained that it was their duty to learn how to decipher his hidden commands. That way they could carry out his will without exposing his plans. Daichan then wondered if it wouldn't be safer to meet Alan in person or communicate through magic instead of letters. Radan agreed that written messages were risky if someone intercepted them. With a cold, commanding gaze, Utia reminded everyone that they must never question the will of their great master. Their only duty was to follow his orders without hesitation. Even Deus felt slightly intimidated by her tone, and quickly reassured her that he had not forgotten their principles. Meanwhile, Sail Rang, on the other hand, was simply thrilled that she had received a letter from their master. Her excitement spread through the room as she encouraged the others to open their letters as well. As each of them read their messages, they began interpreting the instructions in their own ways. Deus calmly announced that his order was to travel to Caliburn, the famous nation of knights. Sail Rang revealed that she had been instructed to head toward the colony, a harsh settlement located deep within the desert. Run stated that her destination was Raxus, the entertainment capital known for its endless festivals and nightlife. Meanwhile, Ron quietly said that his mission would take him to Larthania, the mysterious city built around an enormous labyrinth. Finally, Utia, displaying her usual intense devotion, declared that she herself would be traveling to the Rosario Kingdom. Her expression looked almost frightening as she spoke about carrying out their master's will. Utia asked if they all understood what they needed to do once they arrived. Without hesitation, the others nodded in agreement. Even though Deus admitted he didn't fully understand the deeper meaning of the order, he knew that his mission was to become a knight. Sail Rang added that their master had also assured them not to worry about their living conditions, since his financial support would continue. Rin mentioned that the letters also revealed the locations of the gifts their master prepared for them. Ridden simply stated that whatever those gifts were, they would discover them when they arrived at their destinations. Before ending the meeting, Utia reminded them of one final rule. Unless their master himself revealed it first, they must never mention the name Blue Moon to anyone. In other words, Under no circumstances could they reveal their master's identity. With that final reminder, the 5 future sins left the orphanage behind and set off to begin their respective missions in the wider world. 3 months later, back at the Palacio estate, Alan was sitting at his desk researching the mysteries of magic. As he reviewed various records and books, he realized something disappointing. The strange changes he had observed in magic weren't documented anywhere. That meant he would have to figure out the new mechanics entirely on his own. While thinking about it, he glanced over at Evan and asked if there had been any progress in identifying the person who killed his brother Leo. Evan shook his head and explained that the Information Guild still hadn't discovered anything useful. That news left Alan deep in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that the butterfly effects caused by his actions were spreading further than he expected. After all, he had already changed the fate of the 5 great sins, and even Loria, who should have died long ago, was now alive and ruling as the Duke of the Altia Dukedom. To Alan, the entire situation felt unsettling. From his perspective, Loria's rapid rise and influence within the underworld looked extremely suspicious. Ironically, he had no idea that most of that influence was actually being built for his sake. After thinking about it for a while, Alan suddenly told Evan to stop the investigation into Leo's killer. Evan looked surprised and asked if he was certain about that decision. Alan calmly explained that sometimes it was better not to know the truth. In the world of the game, the Information Guild could uncover almost anything. So if even they couldn't find the culprit, then whatever organization was behind Leo's death was clearly extremely dangerous. Digging deeper might only lead to unnecessary trouble or pointless deaths. Alan concluded that as long as he didn't interfere with them, they would have no reason to target him. Therefore, there was no point continuing the investigation. Evan nodded and agreed to inform the Information Guild that the search was officially over. Then he casually brought up another piece of news. According to recent reports, Deus had officially been appointed as a knight in Caliburn. Alan, who already expected something like that, simply shrugged and said that it suited him. Another 3 months passed, and Evan returned with more updates. Apparently, Deus had already formed an entire knight order of his own. Alan reacted with the same calm attitude as before, only commenting that Deus had always been talented with the sword. Curious, he asked whether that meant Deus had already reached the level of a sword expert, or possibly something even higher. In this world, swordsmanship was divided into 3 main levels: sword user, sword expert, and sword master. Alan figured that since Deus had only recently been knighted, reaching those higher levels so quickly would be unlikely. But Evan explained that rumors were spreading rapidly throughout the knight community. Some people were even claiming that within the next 10 years the world might witness the birth of a new master knight. When Alan heard that title, he asked if Evan meant someone who had reached the legendary rank of Sword Caliburn. Evan confirmed that this was exactly what the rumors suggested. 6 months later, nearly a full year had passed since the 5 great sins left the orphanage, and by now Alan had become fairly comfortable handling his duties as the acting count. One day, Evan suddenly approached him with some shocking news. According to recent reports, Deus had officially become a Sword Caliburn, which meant he had already been recognized as the 5th Master Knight in the kingdom. Hearing that made Alan freeze in disbelief. He quickly reminded Evan that only sword masters could truly earn the title of Master Knight. In the world of psychedelia, a sword master was considered a superhuman warrior who had surpassed the level of an aura blade and awakened a unique ability known as derivation. Alan immediately asked again if Evan was absolutely certain about the information. Evan clarified that technically, Deus hadn't fully awakened his derivation yet. However, he had already reached the level where the kingdom considered him worthy of the title. On top of that, Daichan had recently won a duel against the famous 4th sword of the kingdom. Evan also mentioned that the 4th sword later died while fighting against the northern barbarians, which surprised Alan slightly. The northern tribes were supposed to be locked in a war that lasted more than a decade. Daichan continued explaining that mastering mana and controlling it within one's body usually required about 15 years of training, and developing a personal derivation ability often took several decades. The current First Sword Reinhardt had become the youngest Master Knight in history at the age of 32. Even with his incredible natural talent, it took him more than 20 years to reach that level. Yet here was Deus, a boy who once had absolutely no knowledge of swordsmanship, already standing at the threshold of becoming a swordmaster. Alan realized that if Deus only needed to awaken his derivation, then he had essentially surpassed Reinhardt's growth speed. For a brief moment, Alan even wondered if he should try to reconnect with him sooner than planned, but he immediately dismissed that thought. After all, the entire point of saving those children was to allow them to live freely. Trying to tie them to himself again would only contradict that goal. Even so, Alan couldn't help feeling a little lonely. Over the past year, the only letters he had received were from Utaya. Even while traveling through the Rosario Kingdom, she continued sending him updates about the other sins, but the others never wrote to him themselves. Deep down, Alan felt a bit disappointed. Those kids had never even seen his face, yet he had prepared gifts and opportunities that helped shape their futures. At the very least, he thought they might send a simple thank you message. Feeling slightly guilty for expecting something in return, he lightly slapped his own cheeks to refocus. He reminded himself that the only thing that truly mattered was that none of them had awakened their deadly sin powers and destroyed the kingdom. As long as they were living peaceful lives, that was enough for him. Evan, however, clearly didn't seem convinced by that explanation. Meanwhile, far away in the nation of Caliburn, inside the bustling capital district of Kirtham, stood the grand headquarters of the Solar Eclipse Knights. This elite knight order was famous throughout the kingdom. Watching over the training grounds from a high balcony was their captain, the youngest master knight in the nation, Deus himself. Then he spotted a girl standing aside. She waved at him, calling him brother, and Deus gave her a gentle smile. It was hard to believe that an entire year had already passed since he left the orphanage. Looking back on those days still made him feel slightly embarrassed. When he lost everything to the mysterious black organization, he had also been separated from his beloved little sister. At the time, he believed she was gone forever. That despair filled him with uncontrollable rage and hatred. When Alan first saved him, simply being rescued wasn't enough to earn his loyalty. But when Utia promised him a chance to avenge himself, he decided to follow the orders of the Blue Moon. That decision pushed him into countless dangerous missions and relentless training. During those years, Deus barely cared about his own life. All he focused on was carrying out missions that would eventually help them fight the shadowy enemies lurking behind the scenes. Eventually, however, he received his first personal order directly from Alan. At the time, he was honestly skeptical about it. The letter simply told him to visit a small inn located in southern Caliburn where a gift had been prepared for him. Dae-chan didn't expect much from it, but the moment he stepped inside that inn, his entire world changed. Waiting for him there was someone he never expected to see again, his little sister Siley. The moment he embraced her, he realized that this gift was more valuable than anything else in the world. To him it was proof that his master had somehow saved the only family he had left. As they finally sat down and talked, Siley explained everything she had experienced. After being separated from him, she was captured by the dark creatures and trapped in a place of endless darkness. Many others were imprisoned there as well, all waiting for a terrible fate. But when her moment came, she discovered that the creatures were nothing more than shadow-like beings that feared light. Using the faintest glimmer of light, she managed to escape. Years later, however, she was captured again and almost sold into slavery. That was when Evan appeared and rescued her. Afterward, she received medicine, support, and regular letters from a mysterious sponsor. When she showed Deus one of those letters, he immediately recognized the handwriting. The letter promised to keep sending her medicine and protection under the name Palacio. It even reassured her not to worry about her brother. That revelation left Deus completely stunned. He had never told anyone about his sister, not even Utia, yet somehow, their master had found her and protected her for years. In that moment, all the pieces finally came together in his mind. He remembered how Utia always insisted that their master knew everything. At the time, he thought she was simply being a fanatic, but now he realized that she had been right all along. Every strange action, every order, every mysterious decision suddenly made sense. What he once thought were coincidences now felt like part of a grand design. Even the moment when Alan told Loria that good things would come suddenly seemed like a deliberate hint. When Siley noticed her brother spacing out, she gently asked if he was okay. Deus simply smiled and reassured her that he was fine. But deep inside he remembered Utia's warning that a sword should never think for itself. He realized that by doubting his master earlier, he had acted on his own thoughts. Yet despite that, their master still showed him incredible mercy. Saving his sister was a gift beyond anything he could repay. Memories of Utia's unwavering devotion flashed through his mind. She once told them that one day they would all understand why she followed that man so faithfully. Back then Deus believed she was exaggerating. Now, however, he finally understood. The plans, the unseen guidance, it was never blind faith. It was trust built on results. With renewed determination, Deus swore that he would repay his master no matter what. To do that, he would rise to the very pinnacle of Caliburn and become the greatest master knight the world had ever seen. He even vowed to create a personal knight order devoted entirely to serving his master. In the present, one of his knights informed him that it was finally time. Deus prepared to depart with his elite unit. This expedition would become their very first true proving ground. With a composed yet imposing presence, Deus declared that no matter what hardships awaited them, he would overcome them all. His ultimate goal was clear: to one day stand before their great master and offer both gratitude and a reward worthy of him. For now, however, he would prove his strength under the name of the Great Moon. The mission he was referring to was none other than the legendary war against the northern barbarians. Meanwhile, far away from the battlefield, Alan was enjoying a peaceful breeze outside his estate while continuing his research on magic. His days had become surprisingly calm, and he wondered if it was because all the little landmines he once worried about had finally grown up and gone their separate ways. Just then, a sudden gust of wind scattered his papers everywhere. As he awkwardly rushed around trying to catch them, It was honestly hard to believe this same man was secretly being worshipped as a mastermind by half the world. After collecting his notes, Alan returned to his research and began organizing everything he had learned about magic so far. He had been focusing entirely on studying the phases of magic. According to the game mechanics he remembered, each phrase used during casting altered the spell in a different way. For example, using the phrase refraction reinforced imperfections within a spell, allowing its range to spread outward and distort its form. In simple terms, it destabilized the magic and changed how the projectile traveled. The next phrase, repulsion, further distorted the structure of the spell and affected the way the projectile moved through space. The blue light that appeared during repulsion also strengthened parallel magic attributes, such as the electrical magic he had used previously. If followed by diffraction, the spell would transform into a piercing attack capable of producing something similar to a critical hit. In other words, Alan was basically experimenting to figure out which phrase combinations worked best with specific types of magic. However, there were strict rules when using these phrases. If even one rule was broken, the spell would fail instantly. The first rule was that mismatched phrases could not be combined together. The second rule was that the same phrase could never be repeated within a single spell. And finally, a spell could only contain 4 phrases at most. Because of his extremely small mana pool, Alan could only cast one large spell per day, which meant gathering all this data had taken him months of experimentation. Another major problem was that the Babylonia hand signs and incantations had long been forgotten in this world. There were no records, no books, and no teachers who knew anything about them. That meant Achan had been forced to rediscover everything entirely on his own. Ironically, even though he originally started learning magic just to survive in this dangerous world, he ended up finding the research surprisingly enjoyable. After reviewing his notes, he decided it was finally time to test the results of 2 months of experiments. He began forming an electrical spell in his palm and performed one of the Babylonia hand signs, instantly altering the shape of the mana sphere. By removing the focal balance of the mana structure, the spell destabilized and began producing sparks of lightning. Looking at the weak flickering energy, Alan sighed and muttered that it still looked pretty useless. Then he chanted the phrase fixation, causing the lightning to stabilize and expand in size. Immediately afterward, he followed it with compression, which condensed the growing lightning sphere into a small, dense ball of electrical energy. Next came the phrase breakdown, which began reshaping the magic to serve a specific destructive purpose. Finally, he completed the sequence with fleeting bloom, while performing another Babylonia hand sign. The result was spectacular. The compressed mana exploded upward into the sky and expanded into a massive tree-shaped storm of lightning, its branches spreading like a blooming thunder tree. Watching the spell, Alan realized that the order of the phrases mattered greatly. Earlier attempts had failed simply because he used breakdown too early in the sequence. Just as he was admiring the results of his experiment, he suddenly felt someone watching him. When he turned around, he froze in shock. Standing nearby were Lady Kalia and her attendant, both staring at the scene with stunned expressions. Kalia immediately recognized the nature of the spell. With a serious expression, she declared that what Alan had just used was origin magic. Alan himself was completely confused, wondering why this woman had suddenly appeared on his property in the first place. Her butler calmly stepped forward and explained the implication. Anyone capable of using origin magic was considered to have reached the level of a 7th circle mage. Hearing those words nearly made Alan collapse on the spot. He already knew exactly where this misunderstanding was heading. And just like that, a brand new misunderstanding had been born. A little while later, Lady Kalia and her butler Viankel sat quietly in the reception room of the Palace estate. On the outside, she maintained her usual noble composure, but internally she was practically screaming. She had only come here for 2 reasons in the first place. The first was to figure out what kind of plans this unpredictable count had for the underworld, since his influence alone could shake Zenonia County to its core. The second reason was to measure the strength of the mysterious organization she believed was secretly protecting him. From her perspective, Alan must have an entire hidden society backing him, one powerful enough to control the Palacio underworld from the shadows. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying the situation became. Instead of finding answers, she had only discovered something far more frightening. What truly unsettled her was the fact that her normally arrogant butler looked visibly shaken. She had never seen Viankel show fear before, and that alone made her even more uneasy. Viankel was a 5th circle mage who had once been expelled from the magic tower for conducting cruel and unethical experiments. Despite that reputation, he was still a terrifyingly powerful mage capable of wiping out an entire unit of soldiers with ease. Yet now the same man was trembling like a leaf. Even while he tried to maintain his calm demeanor around Kalia, the fear in his eyes was obvious. Both of them were silently wondering if the spell they had witnessed earlier was truly the legendary origin magic. Just then, Alan finally entered the room. Because of his unfortunate condition that prevented him from expressing emotions properly, his neutral face looked like that of a cold villain plotting something sinister. Without realizing it, He radiated an intimidating aura as he calmly asked Lady Kalia what had brought her to his county. Kalia immediately apologized for visiting without prior notice, and explained that she had wanted to meet him for quite some time. Before she could continue, however, Alan cut straight to the point. With his expressionless face making him look even more menacing, he insisted on clarifying one important thing. The magic they saw earlier was not origin magic. In fact, he explained that he was merely a second circle mage, who had been experimenting with some harmless spell combinations. Inside his head, Alan was panicking. He genuinely believed the spell he had cast earlier was completely useless in both offense and defense. He had simply been playing around with magical phrases while testing his research. But from Kalia and Viankel's perspective, his calm explanation sounded more like a quiet threat telling them to keep their mouths shut. Viankel quickly nodded in agreement while stammering nervously, claiming that he must have misunderstood what he saw. Even Kalia was surprised by how respectful her normally arrogant butler had suddenly become. Meanwhile, Alan assumed everything had been cleared up perfectly. Satisfied that the misunderstanding was resolved, he told Kalia they should move on to the real reason for her visit. Kalia explained that she had originally planned to stop by once she finished some business in the county. Hearing that, Alan simply asked whether she had any specific purpose for coming here. When she admitted that she did not, he bluntly told her that he was too busy to entertain casual visits. It sounded almost as if he had just told a powerful noblewoman to leave. Without arguing, Kalia calmly stood up and thanked him for his time before preparing to depart. But just before she left, Alan casually offered a suggestion. If she needed someone to talk to, he recommended that she visit Duchess Loria of the Altia Dukedom, mentioning that the two of them might get along surprisingly well. Kalia was caught completely off guard by this unexpected advice. Still, she nodded and agreed that if he recommended it, she would consider visiting Duchess Loria. With that, she and Viankel quickly left the estate. Once they were gone, Evan asked Alan why a noble from a declining family like Kalia would travel all the way to Palatio just to meet him. Alan shrugged and admitted he had absolutely no idea. Deep down, he suspected this entire situation might lead to unnecessary trouble. If rumors started spreading that he could use origin magic, then every battle-hungry warrior in the kingdom would come looking for him. In a dark fantasy world like Psychedelia, that kind of attention was the last thing he wanted. Meanwhile, inside their carriage, Kalia turned to Viankel and quietly asked whether the magic Alan used earlier had truly been origin magic. Viankel immediately shook his head. According to him, origin magic followed its own set of rules within the fundamental framework of magic. It was a legendary power that only the most accomplished mages could ever hope to reach. What Achan used was something completely different. Through his observation magic, Viankel had seen something impossible. Instead of simply manipulating magic, Achan had actually torn at the very canvas of reality itself. He had bent the unchanging laws of magic, as if they were nothing more than flexible threads. Viankel explained that Achan had twisted lightning, shattered the natural laws governing it, and then forced the spell to exist anyway. To him, it was like watching someone casually break the laws of physics. What frightened him even more was recognizing the presence of the forgotten gods within that power. In his conclusion, Alan had clearly formed a binding vow with the oath of restraint, allowing him to manipulate the world's laws themselves. Realizing the danger of even thinking about it, Viankel clutched his head and insisted he should stop analyzing the situation any further. As someone who had once studied the magic of the forgotten gods, he understood just how terrifying that truth was. He then warned Kalia with deadly seriousness. Under no circumstances should she ever oppose Count Alan of Palateo. Hearing that, Kalia came to a chilling realization. Trying to understand Alan's motives was pointless for someone like her. She remembered his suggestion about visiting Duchess Loria, and mistakenly interpreted it as a deliberate command. In her mind, she had unknowingly become another pawn in his grand scheme. 5 months later, nearly 2 years after the 5 great sins left the orphanage, one day Alan casually asked Evan if there was any new information. He secretly hoped it would be news about the children. Unfortunately, the update Evan had was about something else entirely. According to recent reports, Zenonia County and the Altia Dukedom had formed an alliance. Hearing that nearly made Alan choke on his drink. Those two territories were the biggest players in the underworld. If they joined forces, the balance of power across the Asteria Kingdom could easily collapse. Evan tried to reassure him that it might only be a temporary arrangement, but the information came from reliable sources. Alan immediately began to panic internally. Just when he thought he had prevented the disaster caused by the 5 great sins, now 2 powerful underworld masterminds had formed a dangerous partnership. Then a terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if Kalia actually followed his advice and went to visit Duchess Loria? Realizing that he might have accidentally caused this situation, Alan hurriedly wrote a letter of apology to Kalia. In the letter, he explained that he sometimes sounded rude simply because he struggled with social communication. After finishing the letter, Alan handed it to Evan, asking him to send it through the mercenary guild. Evan nodded and promised to deliver it, while also keeping an ear out for any news about the children. Alan then stared at the last letter he received from Yadaya, wondering how Radin and Seol Rang were doing. Ever since Yadaya confirmed they had safely reached their destinations, there had been complete silence. That alone made him uneasy, especially when it came to Seol Rang. Out of all the children, she had always been the most reckless and unpredictable. Alan couldn't help imagining the worst-case scenario, like her lying unconscious in some alley somewhere. Still, he reminded himself that if Seol Rang had found the gift he left for her, she should be more than capable of surviving. The item he had pointed her toward was the legendary essence of the Golden Mane tribe. In the game Psychedelia, if she obtained that item before falling into corruption, she would transform into the ultimate warrior known as Baba Yaga. Alan had originally planned to retrieve that hidden treasure himself as emergency funds, but in the end he decided to give the opportunity to Seol Rang instead. He even directed her to the colony, a brutal desert settlement where strength alone determined status and survival. If anyone could thrive in a place like that, it was her. With her natural combat instincts, she should be able to rise to the top without too much trouble. Deep within a desert cave filled with ancient trials, Seol Rang finally stood victorious. After clearing every challenge hidden within the dungeon, she proudly claimed the prize waiting at the end. In her hands now rested the legendary essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Looking at the artifact with sparkling eyes, she couldn't help thanking the Great Moon, the one she believed had guided her here. For years she had heard bedtime stories about this mythical treasure from the elders of her tribe. The tales claimed that the Wolfkin descended from the ancient Golden Mane tribe, rulers among the Beastkin. Possessing the essence meant inheriting their authority and strength. To Seol Rang, the fact that she had survived the trials and obtained such a relic felt like proof of her master's divine guidance. She remembered how that same master had saved her from dying during the cruel bioexperiments in the past. Not only had he saved her life, but he had also given her the chance to pursue revenge against the black dragon that destroyed her family. Holding the glowing essence, Seol Rang promised herself that she would repay him one day. In her mind, his true intention must be for her to become the greatest warrior in the world. With that belief, she made a vow. She would rise to become the strongest gladiator alive, reunite the scattered members of her clan, and restore the lost glory of the Golden Mane tribe. And one day she would slay the black dragon that stole her parents from her. As she stepped out of the cave, a powerful aura surged around her. Everything she did from this moment onward would be for the man she called the Great Moon. The Golden Mane tribe would rise again under his banner. Without even realizing it, Alan had just gained the loyalty of another powerful faction. Back at the Palacio estate, Alan was casually flipping through paperwork while chatting with Evan. Evan suddenly mentioned that the Information Guild had recently uncovered some updates about the children. Apparently he had meant to share the information earlier, but had completely forgotten about it. Evan explained that Seol Rang was doing incredibly well in the colony. In fact, she had already earned herself a reputation and a nickname, the Golden Flash. Hearing that name made Alan pause for a moment, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before. Even though he couldn't quite place it, he felt relieved knowing she was alive and thriving. Evan added that the colony was a place where anyone could rise in status purely through strength. It was a harsh environment, but also a place full of opportunity for someone talented like her. Alan nodded, satisfied with the update. Then he asked about Radon, the sin of misophobia, who had been sent to Raxus, the entertainment city. Achan said the guild had gathered some information about him, but they were still verifying its accuracy. Alan immediately questioned why Evan seemed so relaxed about it. Evan looked confused, thinking he had already done everything he was supposed to do. But Alan reminded him there was something much more important they needed to prepare for. They were about to leave for the Magic Tower, and the journey would take at least a month. Evan stared at him in shock, insisting that Achan had never mentioned such a trip before. Achan blinked, wondering if he had really forgotten to say it. Evan simply sighed, already used to these sudden decisions. Evan pointed out that reaching the Green Magic Tower would only take about a week, but Alan corrected him, explaining that they were actually heading to the Blue Magic Tower near the Labyrinth City, which was much farther away. Realizing the scale of the trip, Evan reluctantly agreed to start preparing immediately. Left alone, Alan grumbled about his own terrible luck. Just thinking about sitting in a carriage for an entire month already exhausted him. But he didn't have much choice. The item he needed to fix his painfully small mana pool could only be found there. Thinking back to his gaming days, he smiled slightly while remembering the Labyrinth City. In the game, that place was the ultimate grinding location where players spent countless hours leveling up. The labyrinth beneath the city contained endless floors filled with rare relics and artifacts. Even after years, no player had ever reached the final level. Developers kept adding new floors, making the dungeon deeper and deeper without explanation. Some players even used cheat codes to reach floor 150, only to discover the labyrinth continued beyond that. It drove the entire community insane. Because labyrinths constantly produced rare artifacts, a new profession had become incredibly valuable in this world. Magic appraisers. Anyone skilled enough to identify relics could earn a fortune. and one particular person perfectly suited for that job was Rinna, the embodiment of the sin of greed. Thinking about it now, Alan began to wonder if the gift he left for her had been a little underwhelming compared to the others. He even considered whether he should send her some additional support later. Then scene shifted to the Larthania, a city designed like a living labyrinth. There's no single ruler governing the place, making it a haven for explorers, mercenaries, and opportunists looking to strike it rich. Hidden among the busy markets in the southern district sits a small appraisal shop called Murdigan. Despite being tucked away in a quiet corner, the shop has gained quite a reputation among nobles and high-rank explorers. One of its regular customers is even the Lord of Larthania, a noble known for his rather peculiar beard. Running the shop behind a mask is none other than Rinne, the embodiment of greed. At the moment she has just finished examining a magical relic for the Lord of Larthania. The item is a small artifact capable of producing flames through mana consumption. After studying it for a moment, Rinne calmly explains that the relic can be imprinted, which immediately grabs the noble's attention. When he asks what that means, she clarifies that once imprinted with mana, the flames can burn continuously for an entire hour. The noble is delighted by the improvement. After the customers leave, Rinne quietly removes her mask and picks up a strange device resting on her desk. With a small smile, she notes that this item can also be imprinted. In truth, the secret behind her shop's sudden fame lies entirely in this mysterious artifact. While Alan believed it was nothing more than a tool that could appraise relics, the artifact held a hidden ability, known as the Eye of Stalker. It could not only analyze magical items, but also enhance them through imprinting. To Rindai, this discovery felt like proof of her master's foresight. She remembered how confused she had been when Alan first suggested she become a magic appraiser in Larthania. At the time, she couldn't understand how working in a merchant city would help them fight the dark forces that threaten the world. But the moment she unlocked the Eye of Stalker's true ability, everything suddenly made sense in her mind. Clearly, their great master had planned all of this from the beginning. Rin had been born with access to the ancient library, a mysterious inheritance that granted her knowledge of countless forgotten relics. Yet even within that vast archive, there was no record of an item like the Eye of Stalker. When she finally broke its seal, its true function revealed itself. The artifact could accept sacrifices from other relics and convert them into imprinting power. To fully awaken the Eye of Stalker, it required 500 unique relic sacrifices. Only high-tier artifacts would be accepted, making the process extremely difficult. If she tried offering a low-quality item, all her progress would reset instantly. Because of that strict requirement, Rin had to carefully appraise each relic before deciding whether to sacrifice it. So far she had already offered 248 relics. With a mischievous grin, she whispered that only 252 more were needed to unlock the artifact's full potential. Hugging the Eye of Stalker against her chest, she proudly declared that their master must have chosen her for this mission because she alone possessed the knowledge of the ancient library. In her mind, everything she was doing was part of the Great Moon's grand design. It was clear that Utia might not be the only devoted follower anymore. Rin was quickly becoming just as obsessive. 3 weeks later, Alan finally arrived at the towering structure known as the Blue Magic Tower. The massive building was an impressive sight, radiating authority and magical power. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the tower's vice master. Without any formal greeting, she bluntly told him to either state his business or leave immediately. Her rude attitude caught Alan completely off guard. As he looked at her more closely, however, he suddenly realized why she seemed familiar. Fenia Chrysin was a key character from the original Psychedelia storyline. At this point in time, she was still the Vice Tower Master, but in the future she would become the Tower's Master after reaching the legendary 8th Circle of Magic by the age of 20. Magic towers in this world were far more than academic institutions. They controlled the production of essential magical goods and resources, giving them influence comparable to that of noble families. Even so, Alan felt her attitude was unnecessarily harsh. Trying to remain polite, he introduced himself as the Count of Palatio and explained that he had come regarding a phenomenon known as the Time Gate. Unfortunately, Fania showed zero interest. Using her observation magic, she instantly examined his mana and scoffed at him. From her perspective, someone with such weak magical talent had no business dealing with a time gate. With clear irritation, she told him to leave and stop wasting her time. Alan stood there in disbelief while Evan quietly watched the entire exchange unfold. Despite being brushed off repeatedly, Alan insisted he was serious and asked her to simply show him where the time gate was located. Fenia crossed her arms and coldly replied that countless people had already come claiming they could solve the problem. Every single one of them had failed. She then added that she understood why someone like Alan might want to perform a heroic act. After all, rumors were spreading that he had only become Count because his siblings conveniently died. Suddenly her mana surged through the room, as she warned him not to act so arrogantly inside a magic tower. Alan stood there completely stunned, wondering who on earth had been spreading those rumors about him. What surprised him even more was how well-informed Fenia Chrysin seemed to be about events outside the Blue Magic Tower. For someone who looked like a strict workaholic mage, her awareness of political gossip was honestly a bit intimidating. Achan admitted that he had been slightly irritated with her earlier, but after witnessing the power of her magic, that irritation vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Evan leaned over and whispered that picking a fight with someone like her would end badly, so it was best to stay careful. Desperate to prove he wasn't bluffing, Alan stepped forward and boldly declared that if he failed to eliminate the time gate, he would hand over all his property to the magic tower. Fenia assumed he was joking at first, but when he insisted on swearing an oath, her curiosity was finally sparked. Soon after, Fenia guided them to the location of the time gate. Before stepping aside, she reminded him that if he failed, every piece of wealth he owned would belong to the tower. Alan confidently replied that there was no way that would happen. From Fenia's perspective, this was the perfect chance to test whether the rumors about him had any truth behind them. After examining his mana with observation magic, she concluded that his talent was honestly underwhelming. His mana capacity was tiny, barely qualifying him as a second circle mage, and his energy perception was only slightly above average. Despite the strange aura surrounding him, there was nothing particularly impressive about his magical ability. Fenia couldn't understand why someone so weak was acting so confident. Meanwhile, Alan calmly explained that there was actually nothing complicated about the time gate at all. According to his knowledge from the game, the gate would disappear on its own after about 3 months once it released the relic inside. However, since no mage had managed to close it for over 2 years, the tower had been suffering constant damage from the unstable space distortion. As Alan raised his hand and formed a Babylonia hand sign, Fenia immediately mocked him again. She pointed out that even beginner mages relied on staffs these days, while hand signs were something straight out of ancient fairy tales. But the moment Alan began casting, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Everything became eerily silent. Fenia's observation magic activated automatically, trying to analyze the strange phenomenon. What she saw next made her entire body freeze. Looming above Alan was a massive, sinister eye watching everything from the darkness. This terrifying presence was the fragment of the entity that had once granted Alan the power to bend the laws of the world through the Oath of Restraint. Whenever he used magic that interfered with reality itself, the entity appeared to observe him. Whether it existed to monitor his restrictions or simply watch his actions was unclear, but the pressure it emitted was overwhelming. Through her observation magic, Fenia felt an intense wave of dread. It was as if she had stumbled upon a forbidden truth that her mind wasn't meant to witness. Even without words, the message was clear. Enlightenment could become poison if she looked too deeply. Suddenly, a massive hand appeared within the vision, declaring an absolute silent zone and warning her not to move. Sweat poured down Fenia's face as she realized she was seconds away from provoking something far beyond human understanding. The moment Alan finished his spell, the horrifying presence vanished instantly. Turning around casually, completely unaware of the cosmic nightmare she had just witnessed, Alan simply told her that he had finished sealing the time gate. Inside his head, Alan was feeling quite pleased with himself. Closing the gate had been easy thanks to a technique he remembered from the game. Afterward, he approached the center of the rift and retrieved the relic that had emerged from it. A black bracelet almost identical in color to his ring of restraint. Looking at Fenia's shocked expression, Alan began to panic slightly. He worried that she might have realized he used some kind of weird trick or glitch to close the gate. But Fenia, who was still recovering from witnessing a cosmic entity, quickly promised that she would never tell anyone about what she saw. Alan immediately assumed she meant the time gate incident. Thinking his bluff had worked perfectly, he thanked her and asked her to keep quiet about it. Fenia nodded rapidly, believing she was protecting the secret identity of a terrifying being who could bend reality itself. The misunderstanding between them was absolutely perfect. Before Alan could leave, Fenia nervously offered him several mana potions as compensation for her earlier rudeness. When he realized that a single potion crafted by the Vice Tower Master was worth nearly the same as his entire mansion, he froze in shock. Fenia misread his reaction completely and assumed he was angry with her. Panicking again, she insisted on forming a mana oath to prove she would keep his secret forever. Without waiting for his response, she performed the ritual herself. Chains of mana wrapped around both of them, forming a binding contract that would cost her life if she ever broke the oath. Alan was too confused to even protest. Deciding it was too troublesome to correct the misunderstanding, he simply accepted the situation. Just like that, he walked away with the relic he wanted, 5 extremely expensive mana potions, and a life-binding oath from the Vice Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Later, while riding back in the carriage, Evan asked about the bracelet Alan had taken from the time gate. To Evan it looked rather rough and unimpressive considering the effort required to obtain it. Alan admitted he wasn't completely sure about its value, but he knew it was extremely useful. The relic was called the Mark of the Corrupted, a bracelet capable of absorbing mana from the surrounding air and storing it within its gemstones. Although it couldn't hold enormous amounts of mana, it still stored far more energy than Alan's tiny mana pool could produce. Realizing that a support item had more mana than he did, instantly ruined his good mood. Still, he tried to cheer himself up by reminding himself that the bracelet was meant for exploration and self-defense, not direct combat. As Evan watched him muttering to himself, he couldn't help wondering what exactly was going on in his master's head. Meanwhile, Alan continued thinking about Fania's strange reaction. She had suddenly become extremely polite and even escorted him out personally. He had tried explaining that he was only a second circle mage, but she simply responded as if she already knew. Remembering how Lady Kalia and Viankle had reacted the same way before, Alan began to feel slightly uneasy. He had no idea why powerful mages behaved so strangely around him. Eventually, he decided not to worry about it. After all, the chances of meeting those people again were probably low. Looking outside at the peaceful weather, Alan stretched comfortably in the carriage and decided to simply enjoy the quiet day ahead. The scene then shifts to the Altia estate, where our girl Loria looks as elegant as ever. She was enjoying tea with Lady Kalia, who also appears unusually cheerful today. Kalia mentions how happy she is to see Loria, and it becomes clear that over the years these two have grown surprisingly close. Loria admits that she feels comfortable around Kalia because when they're together, they don't have to worry about status, rank, or political power. Hearing that, Kalia quietly thanks Alan Palaya, saying his insight continues to amaze her even now. Kalia starts reminiscing about the day Alan suggested she visit the Duchess of Altia, and she begins praising his foresight. According to her, the moment she followed that advice and met Loria, everything suddenly became clear. Both women realized they had already been influenced by Achan's actions long before they even met each other. So naturally, they concluded that forming an alliance between the Zenonia County and the Altia Dukedom must have been part of his grand design. They convinced themselves that competing with each other would be pointless in the presence of someone as powerful as Alan. Because of that logic, the Zenonia and Altia families quickly became allies rather than rivals. Returning to the present, Loria asks why Kalia suddenly came to visit when their usual meeting isn't until next month. Kalia explains that she recently received a letter from Alan, and the way it was delivered so discreetly only proved how secretive the message must be. As Loria reads it carefully, it's obvious that the letter is nothing more than a simple apology for his awkward behavior. In the letter, Alan casually mentions that he doesn't have many noble friends, but Kalia twists those words into something entirely different. She insists that such a simple sentence must be a hidden signal. Loria, instead of questioning it, nods seriously as if the logic makes perfect sense. Kalia explains that she came to Loria specifically so they could decode Alan's true intention together. They begin analyzing the current political landscape, starting with Baron Kania, who supports the aristocratic faction. Then there's Marquis Malentino, a major figure among the royalists. Viscount Valanda is also aligned with the royal faction, while Duke Paldeon stands as one of the strongest figures supporting the aristocrats. Looking back at the nobles Alan actually spoke with during the ball, they notice none of those major political players were involved. From that observation, they draw a dramatic conclusion. Alan must dislike both the aristocratic faction and the royalist faction entirely. In other words, they believe Alan's letter is hinting at removing the current noble powers altogether. Loria insists that when interpreting Alan's orders, they must apply common sense, and Kalia agrees, only for both of them to completely abandon common sense immediately afterward. After some extremely confident speculation, the two women conclude that Alan intends to purge the current nobility and rebuild a completely new political order. To them, this must be the reason he placed Loria in the position of Duchess of Altia in the first place. They become convinced that their alliance is meant to prepare the groundwork for this massive operation. And just like that, Alan unknowingly starts what might become a full noble purge, all because of a simple apology letter. Meanwhile, the man responsible for all this chaos is completely unaware of what's happening. Alan is casually camping outside with Evan, happily eating a roasted sweet potato. As Evan hands him some water, Alan starts complaining that he just wants to go back home already. In his mind, nothing particularly dramatic has happened recently. The only thing he's thinking about now is whether Utia has received the letter he sent her. And just like that, the story finally shifts back to Utia again, after what feels like forever, since we last saw her. Honestly, it seems even the artist knew it had been too long, because her reappearance looks absolutely stunning, like a perfect surprise gift for the audience. Meanwhile, back at the Blue Magic Tower, the Tower Master Salim Macardo finally notices something strange. The time gate that had been causing chaos in the tower has completely vanished. Turning toward Fenia Kryzin, who looks unusually exhausted, he asks if something happened while he was away. Fenia calmly replies that she has completed all the tasks he assigned before leaving. Her unusually quiet attitude immediately catches Salim off guard. Normally Fenia would be complaining or teasing him non-stop, so seeing her this drained is unsettling. As Salim thinks back, he remembers how she became the Vice Tower Master at such a young age thanks to her incredible magical talent. But along with that talent came a sky-high arrogance and a carefree personality that constantly bullied her peers. Compared to other mages her age, she was basically a genius. There was even a time she made a rookie mage cry 77 times in a row, which honestly crossed the line from teasing into straight bullying. Salim admits to himself that he never really tried to fix her twisted personality. Her magical ability was simply too valuable to discipline harshly. He believed that once she eventually reached the seventh circle, she would realize how small her achievements were in the grand scale of magic, and naturally become more humble. But seeing her like this now makes him uneasy. Someone powerful enough to crush Fania's arrogance must be an extraordinary mage. Trying to ease the tension, Salim casually mentions that his trip to the north felt longer than expected. He asks again if anything unusual happened while he was gone. Fania stares at him with a defeated expression before finally answering. She reveals that Count Palapsiu was the one who sealed the time gate. However, because of the mana oath she made with him, she cannot explain exactly how he did it. She simply states that the job is done, and there is nothing more to say. Even with such little information, Salim quickly starts connecting the dots. If Fania was humbled like this, then the magic involved must have been something beyond ordinary spells. The only explanation that comes to his mind is origin magic. Seeing Fania trembling, Salim gently runs his fingers through her hair in an attempt to comfort her. Normally she would smack his hand away immediately, but this time she doesn't even react. That alone proves how shaken she truly is. To Salim, this whole situation has suddenly become extremely interesting. He quietly decides that he will definitely need to pay a visit to Count Alan Palacio soon. Meanwhile, our completely clueless protagonist is living his peaceful life as usual. About a month has passed since he returned from the Blue Magic Tower, meaning nearly 2 months have gone by since the entire incident. Achan is currently practicing magic outside his estate. Ever since obtaining the Mark of the Corrupted, he has been taking his magic research far more seriously. Now that he can use magic multiple times per day instead of just once, his experiments have accelerated dramatically. Through constant practice, he has discovered several important rules about magic phrases. Watching all this, Evan comments that Alan's magic seems to be getting stronger every day. Alan simply sighs in response. Evan continues, explaining that even before this, his master's spells already looked far stronger than normal second circle magic. Now they seem even more powerful. After all, Alan just created a massive crater in the garden using gravity magic. Even Alan himself admits that ordinary gravity spells shouldn't be capable of creating something like that. Normally, second circle gravity magic wouldn't even be strong enough to crush a person. Yet Alan's version looks powerful enough to wipe out an entire army. Feeling slightly smug, Alan starts thinking that maybe he really is getting stronger. Evan happily agrees and compliments how impressive his magic looks. However, Alan quickly denies that idea. He explains that improvements in magic usually come from better precision and control, not sudden bursts of raw power. According to him, the phrases are simply trigger words that alter the attributes of a spell. After months of testing the phrase patterns for gravity magic, he eventually found a stable combination that works best. In reality, the power only increases slowly as the arrangement becomes more refined. So he jokingly tells Evan that he must be imagining things if he thinks the power suddenly increased. Maybe Alan is just feeling healthier these days. Evan simply nods, already used to this kind of conversation. Just then, Evan casually mentions that a new letter has arrived from Utia. Alan immediately blushes slightly and says he'll go read it in his room. It's almost like he's secretly excited whenever her letters arrive. When Evan asks about it, Alan quickly makes an excuse. He claims he has already used his 3 daily magic casts and should call it a day anyway. As he walks back inside, however, Evan's earlier comment keeps echoing in his mind. Could his magic really be getting stronger? Logically, there are only 2 explanations. Either it's the result of his constant training, or it could be some kind of curse. In the eastern regions, curses are rituals where someone sacrifices themselves to impose a powerful effect. The victim loses something but gains something else in return. Alan quickly dismisses the idea since he doesn't know anyone in the East who would curse him. He briefly considers whether it could be related to faith, but that also seems impossible. After all, he's just the count of a small territory that the world barely pays attention to. In the end, Alan decides not to worry about it. As long as nothing dangerous happens, he's perfectly happy continuing his peaceful life. The scene then shifts to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, specifically to its capital city Rional, known as the Pure White City. The people here worship Chironia, the goddess of the moon and peace. Inside the East Prayer House, Utia is quietly praying when someone interrupts her. As she turns around, she greets the man politely by name. His name is Lok, a holy knight. Even though Utia is technically just a nun with a lower rank than a paladin, Lok can't help feeling an overwhelming urge to bow before her. Her presence alone commands respect. Lok reports that thanks to her guidance, their team managed to rescue 8 children and 25 villagers from a small settlement caught between the eastern and western territories. Utia gently corrects him, saying the credit belongs to Lok and the team who carried out the mission. But Lok insists that everything he knows was taught by her. To him, Utia is the one who enlightened an ignorant knight like himself. And for that reason, he will always remain grateful to her. He then begins explaining something personal. For nearly 20 years he lived in despair because he couldn't feel even the slightest trace of divine power. As a knight of the Rosario Holy Kingdom, that kind of failure slowly crushed his spirit. Just when he was ready to give up completely, Utia appeared and spoke to him in her usual mysterious way. She simply told him that if he truly wanted power, he should try placing his faith in the moon. At first Lok had no idea what she meant, but Utia calmly insisted that once he took the leap of faith, he would understand everything. In his desperation, Lok decided he had nothing to lose. So for several days, he followed her advice and prayed to the moon. To his absolute shock, something incredible happened. For the first time in his life, he was able to feel divine power flowing through him. Lok was overwhelmed with joy, but that joy quickly turned into confusion. He realized that the power he gained seemed to come from the moon rather than directly from the goddess Sharonia. Naturally, he began worrying that he had unknowingly committed heresy. Yet when he used sacred artifacts blessed in Sharonia's name, his divine power still worked perfectly. That confirmed that what he possessed was genuine divine power. Unable to understand what was happening, he went straight back to Utia and asked why she had told him to believe in the moon instead of the goddess. Utia's explanation sounded simple, but it was incredibly manipulative. She told him that faith begins as an invisible belief, and such beliefs take time to manifest. Because of that, it's easier for people to focus their faith on something they can see every night. The moon, being a constant presence in the sky, was the perfect object for that belief. Of course, what Utia really meant by the moon wasn't the celestial body at all. She was secretly referring to Alan Palatio, their mysterious master. Since she couldn't openly use his name or create a symbol representing him, she cleverly used the moon as a substitute. Loken completely accepted this explanation. He even convinced himself that there was no contradiction. After all, the goddess Sharonia is known as the goddess of the moon and peace. If Sharonia governs the moon, then praying to the moon shouldn't be considered heresy. With that reasoning, Lok promised he would continue placing his faith in the moon with all his heart. With a deep bow, he sincerely thanked Utia for guiding him. Returning to the present moment, Utia smiles gently and suggests that if he truly wishes to express gratitude, they should pray together. Lok eagerly agrees without hesitation. According to him, he's willing to pray as many times as necessary. Utia then mentions that his timing is perfect because many believers have already gathered for prayer today. That's when the full picture becomes clear. Utia has quietly gathered an entire congregation around her teachings. Moving gracefully to the center, she raises her hands and invites everyone to begin praying to the great moon. At this moment she is formally introduced again as Sister Utia of the Rosario Holy Kingdom. Yet in reality she is slowly building something far more dangerous. She is creating an entirely new faith centered around Alan Palatio, without him even realizing it. Back at the Palato estate, Alan spends another peaceful day sitting at his desk. He's going through the pile of letters that Evan brought earlier. After reading them, he sighs slightly. Once again, Utia's letter mostly talks about everyday life. The good news is that all the other children, the 5 great sins, seem to be doing well. But strangely, Alan still feels a bit disappointed. Even though he helped raise them, the only one who consistently writes to him is Utia. From his perspective, it feels like the others have completely forgotten about him. Trying to comfort himself, Alan reminds himself that his original goal was accomplished. The 5 great sins are walking better paths instead of destroying the world like in the game. That alone should be enough to make him satisfied. Still, a small part of him feels strangely lonely. Just as he's lost in thought, Evan suddenly speaks up and asks if he's busy. Alan jumps in surprise, not even realizing Evan was still in the room. Evan then explains that he just received new information from the Information Guild about the children, and the biggest update is about Radan. According to the report, Radan has apparently become a pirate. The moment Alan hears that, he freezes in shock. His mind instantly starts imagining all kinds of ridiculous scenarios. Seeing his reaction, Evan quickly clarifies that the children attracting the most rumors right now are actually Sail Rong and Days. Sail Rong has already achieved an impressive 32-win streak in the arena. In the brutal world of the colony, that's a huge accomplishment. It means she's getting closer to earning the legendary title of Baba Yaga, the ultimate champion of the arena. Achan is honestly surprised to hear that. Curious, he asks Evan, who currently holds the longest winning streak in the arena. Evan answers immediately. The strongest fighter right now is known as the Lion King, who holds a streak of 41 consecutive victories. Alan instantly recognizes the name from the Psychedelia game. In the game, the Lion King was an incredibly powerful character who briefly joined the player's party. The colony itself survives by relying on powerful warriors like him to maintain its military strength. But now Sibolrang is rapidly approaching that level. If her streak continues, she might soon surpass even the strongest fighters in the arena. Evan then shifts the conversation to Diaz. He reports that Diaz and the Solar Eclipse Knights recently defeated one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfield. These chiefs are far from ordinary warriors, because through ancient rituals they can transform into monstrous forms that greatly increase their strength. Alan immediately remembers them from the Psychedelia game. Back in the game, he had personally fought against the Northern Barbarians during one of the major story arcs. The conflict eventually led to a battle against their god, Ultulrus. Just remembering those fights makes Achan uneasy. However, he quickly reassures himself that the situation is different now. In the original story, Ultulrus only appears after the 5 great sins awaken and unite, which Alan has already prevented. Feeling reassured, Alan concludes that Dachan is doing perfectly fine on his own. In fact, he proudly tells Evan that he probably doesn't need to worry about Dachan anymore. Evan agrees and adds another impressive detail. With this latest victory, Diaz is now being compared to Reinhardt, the legendary first sword of the kingdom. Hearing that name surprises Alan a little. Alan can't help feeling a bit regretful. Part of him wonders if he should have gone to meet DS after all. Next, Evan gives an update about Rinna, the sin of greed. According to the reports, her appraisal shop is doing extremely well. She has even started creating something called black engravings, which can enhance the abilities of magical artifacts. Alan simply nods and comments that it's interesting such techniques exist. Alan quickly returns to the topic that's bothering him the most. He asks again whether the report about Radan becoming a pirate is really true. Evan confirms it and begins explaining the situation. Off the coast of Rexus lies a dangerous sea region known as the 7 Archipelagos of Rexus. These islands are famous for being controlled entirely by pirate factions. Each archipelago has its own powerful captain who rules over the surrounding waters. According to the latest information, Radan has somehow become the captain of the first archipelago, which is the largest and most powerful pirate territory. Instead of being impressed, Alan immediately panics. Becoming a pirate sounds like the worst possible outcome to him. In his mind, pirates are basically criminals who live outside the law. Alan remembers a story from the Psychedelia game community. A player once complained that despite spending years supporting a character, that character eventually became a pirate in the game's storyline. Holding his head in frustration, he insists that he never sent Radan to Rexus to become a pirate. His plan had been completely different. Radan is one of the rare sea godkin, meaning he has exceptional abilities in the ocean. He can sense enemies underwater and move through the sea with incredible speed. Because of those talents, Alan originally wanted him to become a treasure hunter. The ocean near Rexus is famous for hiding ancient relics and forgotten treasures from older eras. Evan tries to cheer Alan up with his usual teasing tone. He points out that Radan didn't just become any pirate. He became the leader of a legendary pirate crew, and now rules the largest island among the archipelagos. In other words, Radan has essentially become the lord of a pirate kingdom. When Alan hears it explained like that, he reluctantly admits that it doesn't sound quite as bad. Even so, he still finds the situation confusing. According to the game's lore, the captains of the archipelagos were all powerful superhumans who had never lost a naval battle. It shouldn't have been possible for someone like Radan to defeat one of them so easily. Maybe Radan discovered some powerful ancient relics hidden in the sea. When Alan used to play the game, he spent countless hours exploring mini-games like treasure hunting just to find valuable relics. If Radan managed to obtain something similar, it might explain how he gained enough power to defeat the previous captain. Still, Alan can't help feeling slightly depressed about the situation. No matter how carefully he plans things, the world doesn't always follow the path he expects. With a tired sigh, he jokingly mutters that this must be what it feels like to have a pirate son. The story then shifts to the vibrant principality of Kortia, located within the massive maritime city of Raxus. Just beyond the beautiful coastline lies the infamous territory known as the 7 Archipelagos. Among them, the first archipelago stands as the largest and most powerful. Long ago, this place was ruled by the legendary pirate Alcride the Red Slayer, a man rumored to have received blessings from the sea god Clead himself because of the immense wealth he had gathered. But that era had already ended. Now the one sitting on the captain's throne of the first archipelago was none other than Radan, the white-haired adopted son of Alan. With a calm and majestic aura surrounding him, Radan quietly sits on his chair while staring at the ocean. As he watches the waves, Radan begins thinking about everything that has happened until now. He admits that even to this day he still cannot fully understand who Achan truly is, confesses that he never really cared about the Blue Moon organization in the beginning. Unlike Yucha, he never worshipped Alan or believed in the so-called Great Moon. At first, Achan was simply someone Radan felt grateful to. After all, Alan was the one who saved his life. However, even during those days, Radan admits that it often felt like he was following Utia's lead, not Alan's. That was why the moment he received a direct order from Alan, he was completely confused. In the letter Alan sent him, he was ordered to travel to the city of Raxus and become a treasure hunter. At that time, Radan could not understand the meaning behind this order at all. In fact, it disgusted him, because becoming a treasure hunter had nothing to do with the revenge he desperately wanted. Radan's clan had once lived peacefully on a hidden island beneath the sea. a place known only to their people. But one day everything changed. Suddenly mysterious monsters known as the Black Things appeared out of nowhere. They attacked the village and slaughtered everyone. As his parents barely escaped to other continent, the damn hunter killed his exhausted parents. Radan remembers watching helplessly as his parents were brutally killed before his eyes. That was the day Radan lost everything. Afterward he was captured and sold into slavery. Because of that tragic past, Radan initially believed Alan's order to go to Rexus had nothing to do with his revenge. It simply felt like a waste of time. Back then he even considered pretending to follow the order just so he wouldn't anger Utia. But the moment he glanced toward the sea, everything changed. Because the very hunters who had destroyed his parents were living there openly. They were the captains ruling the 7 archipelagos. And even worse, they were using the magic of Radan's own clan. Seeing the damn bastards responsible for killing his parents proudly wielding that power filled Radan with uncontrollable rage. Those pirates even bragged about how they possessed the protection of the sea god Clead. But the truth behind their power was horrifying. The magic they used could only be obtained through a sacred ritual involving the bodies of the sea godkin, members of Radan's clan who were blessed by Clead. In other words, these pirates had gained power by killing Radan's people and using their bodies in the ritual. Realizing that all 7 archipelago captains were using his clan's magic, Radan came to a horrifying conclusion. Those monsters must have torn his parents' bodies into 7 pieces to complete the ritual. Just thinking about it drove him into a violent rage. But before charging recklessly into battle, Radan forced himself to calm down. Because right now, he was far too weak to defeat the 7 archipelago captains. Even if their magic was stolen, they still possessed the power of Clead, and they had countless pirates serving under them. Then Radan began thinking about Alan again. He started wondering how Alan even knew about his past. During his entire time in the orphanage, Radan had never told anyone about his clan, yet somehow Alan had sent him directly to the place where his enemies lived. Because of this, Radan misunderstood the situation. He started believing that Alan had orchestrated everything and intentionally created the perfect opportunity for him to take revenge. It was the same promise Utia once mentioned, that Achan would help them settle their scores. Clenching his fists, Radan remembers the gift Alan gave him. A strange compass-shaped necklace. At first he didn't understand its purpose, but now he was convinced that this gift was the key to his revenge. A few days later, Radan stands on the beautiful beaches of Raxus. As he dives into the ocean, the necklace suddenly activates. Water swirls around his face and forms a pair of magical water goggles. Radan realizes the artifact's true name. It is called the Spectacles of Amrita. This magical relic allows its user to detect and locate ancient treasures hidden deep beneath the sea. With this power, Radan can collect relics and treasures that will help him grow stronger despite his current lack of combat ability. As the sun begins to set and the ocean turns golden, Radan emerges from the water. He finally realizes something. Feeling merely grateful to Alan was far too naive, because Achan had not only shown him the targets of his revenge, but had also given him the power needed to achieve it. Once again, Radan completely misunderstands Alan's intentions. But for him, everything now makes perfect sense. Radan believes Achan wants him to kill the captains of the 7 archipelagos, take revenge for his clan, and eventually dominate the pirate world. Then he remembers Utia's words. She always says that everything they do is for the great moon. Back then, those words meant nothing to him. But now, slowly, they have begun to settle deep inside his heart. As Radan gazes at the moon reflecting on the ocean's surface, he quietly declares, "Everything is for the great moon." 3 months later, as the burning summer finally faded and the cool winds of autumn arrived, the time came for the grand noble gathering of the Asteria Kingdom. Every 4 years, all nobles were required to attend this massive social event. Sitting inside the carriage, looking as tired as always, Alan grumbled quietly that he hated being forced to attend such events. For someone like him who preferred peace and laziness, dealing with nobles was nothing but a headache. Soon several other noble carriages joined the road, traveling in the same direction. Evan informed his master that the carriages belonging to the Krild and Adorn families had finally caught up with them. Alan explained that nobles often traveled together like this to avoid dangers such as bandits or monsters. Even though it was a common custom, Alan still found it incredibly annoying. That night the group stopped at a small town and stayed in a roadside inn. While resting, Alan reflected on something he had realized during the journey. Dealing with nobles was far more exhausting than fighting bandits. Krild and Adorn. The moment they saw Alan traveling with only one escort knight, they immediately started mocking him. Krild laughed loudly and asked if Achan could not afford more guards. Adorn joined in, saying that the once famous Palacio family must be falling into poverty. The 2 men continued laughing right in his face. Normally Alan would ignore such nonsense, but the situation became irritating when they started spitting while laughing. Alan sighed and thought it would be far better if these 2 fools simply talked badly about him behind his back instead of doing it directly in front of him. In the past, the fearsome reputation of the Paleo family had been built by his brothers Leo and Tonio, who controlled the vast underworld of the eastern region and earned enormous wealth through those operations. But after his brothers disappeared, Alan had no intention of continuing that dangerous business. Other nobles began seeing him as weak. Rumors spread that Achan had only inherited his wealth through pure luck. Now the eastern underworld was filled with small criminals fighting each other for power. As a result, many nobles believed Achan had gone from being a mastermind of the kingdom to nothing more than a lucky and useless noble. That was exactly why Kreld and Adorn felt comfortable insulting him openly. Achan even noticed that both of them were much older than he was, which made their childish behavior even more ridiculous. While listening to their insults, Alan suddenly realized something. These two men might actually have a personal grudge against his family. After all, in the past, Kreld and Edorn had practically been errand boys for Leo and Tonio. His brothers had humiliated them countless times. Now that Leo and Tonio were gone, they were simply taking out their frustrations on Alan. Thinking about it made Alan pout slightly. It felt incredibly unfair. After all, he was not the one who bullied them. At that moment, Evan returned from the kitchen carrying some freshly roasted corn. Achan looked a little surprised to see that the two nobles were still arguing. Alan asked where he had been. Evan calmly replied that he had simply gone to grab some snacks. The roasted corn smelled amazing, and even Alan could not help admitting that it looked delicious. As they started eating the corn, Alan commented that staple crops like this were truly a blessing, especially on cold evenings like this. Meanwhile, Kreld and Edorn continued mocking each other loudly in the background like they were in some kind of ridiculous rap battle. Alan joked that their insults were starting to sound like diss tracks. Instead of getting angry, he simply ignored them and continued enjoying the corn. Far away in the frozen northern lands, a completely different scene was unfolding. The endless snowfields were covered in corpses. These were the bodies of barbarian warriors. Among them lay a heavily wounded man who had lost an arm and an eye. This man was Great Klekon, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. Even while dying, Klekon cursed the Knights of Caliburn, shouting that they knew nothing about true honor. For barbarians, dying in battle was the greatest glory. But the Caliburn Knights, led by Deus, had deceived them. They had promised a fair duel but instead attacked from behind. As Klekon lay dying in the snow, he worried about the fate of the other chiefs, especially Kurga of the snowfield. Around him the ground was covered with threads of magic. This was the signature magic of Deus. With tears of blood running down his face, Klekon apologized to Kurga for dying such a disgraceful death. Suddenly a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. The voice told him to speak the sacred name, to call upon the name of their god. Summoning the last of his strength, Klekon forced himself to stand and shouted the name of the barbarian god, Ulturus. The moment the name was spoken, a terrifying power descended. The god Ulturus awakened and promised to grant vengeance to his people. Meanwhile, back on the road, Alan's awkward journey toward the noble gathering continued. Even as other noble families joined their convoy, Kreld and Adorn kept throwing insults at him, but Achan remained completely calm. He even thought that ignoring their insults was a skill he had learned from playing games. Nearby, Evan had started fishing while his master rested. Both of them remained as relaxed as ever, acting as if the insults around them meant nothing at all. The convoy eventually decided to set up camp for the night. The two of them quietly enjoyed their meal, completely ignoring the two nobles who had been mocking them earlier. Of course, being ignored only made Kreld and Edorn even more irritated. In their eyes, Alan's calm attitude looked like arrogance. The two nobles stepped away to whisper to each other. One of them quietly asked about the escort troops from the other noble families. The mustached noble replied that he had already checked using a magical artifact. Every noble family had brought at least 5 escort knights. Everyone except Alan. To them, the idea that someone would travel with only a single knight was laughable. They began mocking him again, wondering how someone so careless could dare sit among the other nobles. In their minds, Alan was nothing more than a lucky fool who had inherited wealth without any real power. While they were whispering, the two nobles started imagining their future plans. They believed that once the Palladio family's influence disappeared, they could finally seize control of the eastern underworld themselves. For years they had lived under the shadow of the Pallatio family, constantly pushed around by Leo and Tonio, but now that those brothers were gone, they believed their chance had finally arrived. Laughing quietly, they dreamed about the wealth and power waiting for them once they took control of the underworld. Just as they were celebrating their imaginary victory, a sudden rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. At first they assumed it was just some small animal, but when they looked closer, the sight in front of them made both men scream in absolute terror. Their screams immediately alerted the escort knights guarding the camp. The knights rushed toward the noise while mages prepared spells to illuminate the forest. One young mage quickly cast a light spell into the sky. Beams of light spread through the darkness, revealing the terrifying truth hidden among the trees. A massive horde of goblins. At first, some knights sighed in relief. Goblins were usually weak monsters that appeared in forests all across the continent. Dealing with them normally wasn't difficult, but as the mages brightened their spells and more of the forest became visible, that relief quickly disappeared. These goblins were different. Their bodies were covered with strange purple crystals, and their movements were far more aggressive than normal goblins. One of the knights shouted that these creatures possessed mana, something ordinary goblins rarely had. Before the knights could fully organize themselves, the goblins attacked. The creatures leaped from the darkness with terrifying speed. Panic began spreading through the escort group as the goblins continued charging forward. Then suddenly, the ground shook. A massive wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the goblins' advance. Several monsters slammed into the wall and died instantly from the impact. Before the rest could react, a powerful gravity field appeared around them, trapping dozens of goblins in place. The escort knights stared in shock. One mage immediately recognized the spells. The wall was a third circle spell, Rock Wall, while the gravitational field was a second circle spell, Gravity Shield. But something was strange. The spells were far stronger than what those circles should normally produce. That's when they saw him. Standing calmly at the front of the battlefield was Alan. Without hesitation, he continued chanting. First came the phrase enhancement, strengthening the spell's structure, then compression, as his hands formed precise Babylonia hand signs. The massive gravity sphere began shrinking, pulling the trapped goblins closer together. The sphere floated upward into the sky as its pressure intensified. Then Alan calmly spoke another phrase, vacuum. The gravitational pressure increased dramatically. Finally, he performed one last hand sign and quietly spoke the final command. Return to origins. The sphere collapsed inward. A terrifying explosion of force crushed every goblin trapped inside it. Bodies rained from the sky as the spell finished. The escort knights stood frozen in disbelief, watching the aftermath of the overwhelming magic. Even Kryld and Edorn were completely speechless. But the battle wasn't over yet. A few surviving goblins still charged toward Alan. Looking back at the stunned knights, he calmly shouted for them to start fighting instead of staring. Snapping out of their shock, the knights joined the battle. The fight continued throughout the entire night. Alan kept using his magic to eliminate groups of goblins while Evan guarded him from surprise attacks with his sword. Together with the escort knights, they slowly wiped out the remaining monsters. By the time morning arrived, the forest floor was covered with goblin corpses. The exhausted nobles and knights finally stepped out from their hiding places. Many of them stared at Alan with disbelief. He had fought throughout the entire night without showing any fatigue. But behind that calm expression, Alan was actually panicking. Looking down at the bracelet on his wrist, he realized something troubling. The Mark of the Corrupted had completely drained its stored mana during the battle. Without it, his own tiny mana pool had run out long ago. For a moment, he had truly been fighting with almost no magic left. Evan approached him, asking if he had been injured. Alan quickly reassured him that he was fine, though the tension in his face said otherwise. The feeling of running out of mana during battle had terrified him. To Achan, that moment meant he had been completely defenseless. Trying to calm himself, he convinced himself that traveling with the noble convoy had been the right decision. If it had been just him and Evan facing that horde alone, things could have gone very badly. But as he examined one of the purple crystals left on the goblins' bodies, his expression suddenly changed. The crystals were amethyst, and that meant something very bad. Alan quietly explained that this was a sign of divine descent, a phenomenon that occurs when an outer god begins to descend into the world. Monsters affected by it become far more powerful, their bodies enhanced far beyond normal limits. The specific god connected to these creatures was the barbarian god, Ulterus. This realization left Alan deeply confused. According to the original story, such events were only supposed to happen after the 5 great sins awakened, and the world's balance collapsed. But that hadn't happened. The sins were still living normal lives, yet the signs of the outer gods were already appearing. Alan felt a growing headache coming on. Something in this world had clearly started going terribly wrong, and now he needed to find out what it was as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the 2 fools who had been planning to mess with our boy were now completely terrified after witnessing his power. The next day, Alan finally arrived at the Dockal House of Rotegre, a gigantic mansion that looked more like a royal palace than a noble estate. After everything they had been through during the journey, they had finally reached the long-awaited grand noble gathering. Evan, who was already used to his master's constant whining, simply pushed him forward and told him to stop being dramatic. The interior of Duke Roachgray's residence was absolutely breathtaking. The entire place glittered like a treasure vault, with decorations that looked as if they were forged from pure gold. Even Alan, who normally didn't care about luxury, couldn't help staring around in amazement. Evan leaned closer to inspect one of the glasses. He joked that Duke Roachgray was clearly showing off his ridiculous wealth. He even suggested that they could probably sneak a few glasses into their pockets. Alan ignored the suggestion, but had to admit the place was absurdly luxurious. Around them, nobles were chatting, laughing, and forming alliances like it was a battlefield of politics. Seeing everyone networking, Alan figured he should probably try mingling too. Just as he was mentally preparing himself, someone suddenly approached him from behind. The moment Alan turned around, his mood immediately soured. Standing there were the two idiots who had been harassing him during the journey. The two nobles now looked extremely nervous. They immediately lowered their heads and began trying to bribe him. Kryld offered the finest meat produced in his territory, claiming it would be a gift of respect. Meanwhile, Adorn opened a small chest filled with gold coins, asking if Alan would consider accepting financial support from his land. Alan could only stare at them in confusion, wondering why these two had suddenly changed their behavior. To Alan, their actions made absolutely no sense, but to Kryld and Adorn, his confused frown looked terrifying. His usual expressionless face already gave off the impression of a villain, and now they were convinced he was furious. At that moment we get a quick flashback to what happened after the goblin battle the previous night. When they witnessed Alan wiping out an entire horde with overwhelming magic, the two fools were completely stunned. They had never even realized that Alan was a mage. Watching him annihilate those goblins made them realize just how badly they had misjudged him. Naturally, they rushed to question one of the escort mages about what they had just witnessed. The mage happened to be a third circle mage hired by Baron Almond, someone who loved showing off his wealth. The two idiots nervously asked her if the strange black hole-like spell Alan used was just some ordinary second circle magic. The mage immediately crushed that assumption. She told them that spell was far beyond her level, and she was already a third circle mage. Hearing that nearly made their hearts stop. If a third circle mage couldn't understand the spell, that meant Alan's magic had to be far stronger. In their minds it had to be at least fourth circle, maybe even fifth circle magic. That was when the reality of their situation finally hit them. They had mocked a terrifying mage who had been hiding his true power all along. Thinking back on how Alan's brothers once treated them like servants only made things worse. The Palacio family already had a reputation for being ruthless. Now they were convinced that Alan was even more dangerous than his brothers. That was why he traveled with only one knight escort. In their minds, a mage of his level simply didn't need protection. Terrified by that thought, the two nobles decided their only option was to beg for forgiveness. Now standing before Alan, they bowed deeply and apologized repeatedly for their earlier insults. They begged him to forgive their arrogance and promised they would never disrespect him again. Meanwhile, Alan had absolutely no idea what was happening. From his perspective, it looked like these two idiots were still messing with him somehow. The entire situation was just confusing. Eventually, Alan decided the situation would only get more troublesome if he continued interacting with them. Evan jokingly suggested they should just eliminate the two nobles entirely, but Alan immediately rejected that idea, saying it would only create unnecessary chaos. Deep down, Alan believed he was a very merciful person. However, he still felt slightly annoyed that these two had mocked him earlier, so he decided to give them a small scare. With a cold expression, he shot them a terrifying glare. In reality, Alan knew he didn't have the power to do anything extreme, but the intimidation alone worked perfectly. The moment Kryld and Adorn saw that glare, they became absolutely convinced they were about to die. A little while later, Alan realized that Evan had already left to visit the Information Guild, which meant he was free to gather information on his own. Deciding to investigate some noble gossip, he grabbed some food and casually walked around the hall. Soon he noticed two nobles whispering to each other nearby. Curious, Alan quietly enhanced his hearing using magic and started eavesdropping on their conversation. The two nobles were talking about Duchess Altia and Count Zenonia. Apparently many nobles were shocked that those two powerful figures had formed an alliance. Hearing that, Alan relaxed slightly. Since it had nothing to do with him, he figured there was no reason to worry. In fact, he believed that alliance probably wouldn't last long, since the Altia and Zenonia families had always been rivals. Satisfied with that explanation, Alan went back to enjoying his egg tart, confidently declaring it tasted amazing. The two nobles lowered their voices and revealed a secret rumor spreading among the aristocrats. According to them, the real ruler of the underworld wasn't Duchess Altia or Count Zenonia. It was Count Alan Palatio. Alan nearly dropped his food in shock. The nobles continued talking, insisting that Alan was secretly controlling the entire underworld from the shadows. Hearing his own name mentioned like that made his brain completely stop working. He began wondering who on earth could have started such ridiculous rumors. After all, he had only met Loria once when she was younger, and the daughter of Zenonia only twice. So how could anyone possibly believe he was some hidden mastermind controlling the underworld? Trying to calm himself down, Alan muttered that it was probably just meaningless gossip spreading among bored nobles. Someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Our boy couldn't help wondering why so many people were approaching him today. The newcomer introduced himself confidently as Carmine Camelan, the third son of Duke Camelan from the Ashutalan kingdom. Alan responded with a small, exhausted bow. Inside, he was already scolding himself for forgetting that nobles from foreign kingdoms also attended this grand gathering. However, Carmine immediately changed the atmosphere. With a smug smile, he began teasing Alan, saying he had heard that the Count of Palladio had only inherited his title through pure luck. He added that he had been so curious about this lucky noble that he just had to see him in person. Naturally, Alan felt annoyed the moment he heard that. In his mind, he even muttered that nowadays even twisted donuts were capable of talking. But before Alan could even respond, two nobles suddenly stepped forward to defend him. They approached Carmine with sharp expressions and questioned whether he truly believed he could mock a noble of the Asteria kingdom so casually. The moment Carmine noticed who these nobles were, his confidence instantly collapsed. His face turned pale as he realized he had just made a terrible mistake. In panic, he quickly introduced himself properly as Carmine Camelon, claiming to be a charming and romantic gentleman visiting from the Ashutalon kingdom. His purpose in Asteria, according to him, was to marry the youngest daughter of Duke Rotegre. Carmine proudly believed that no woman in the world would ever regret marrying someone as handsome as him. Earlier that day, he had been walking around the party with his fiancée, but instead of behaving politely, he spent the entire time staring at other women passing by. He even had the nerve to comment on their weight and appearance right in front of his fiancée. At one point, he even mocked a noblewoman for having a large nose before turning back and telling his own fiancée she was beautiful just like her mother. Unsurprisingly, the girl dumped him on the spot. Carmine had been completely shocked and still couldn't understand what he had done wrong. The engagement with the daughter of Duke Rotegre was instantly cancelled. While venting his frustration in the hall, he had spotted Alan and assumed he was the perfect person to bully. After all, the rumors claimed Count Palacio was just a weak noble who inherited his title through luck. But now standing before him were three incredibly powerful figures. Watching everything unfold from the side, Alan simply thought this entire situation looked like bullying. What he didn't realize was that the nobles confronting Carmine were some of the most influential people in the Asteria kingdom. The first was Duke Rotegre, the host of the entire gathering. Next was Marquis Mardanio, the leader of the royalist faction. And the third was Count Palin, a key figure within the moderate faction. These three nobles were essentially pillars supporting the entire kingdom. Duke Rotegre was the first to speak, asking Carmine whether he believed nobles from another kingdom had the right to insult Asterian nobles. Feeling the pressure, Carmine desperately tried to explain that he hadn't meant any disrespect. But Count Palin immediately pointed out that Carmine had casually called Alan by name, something that clearly showed a lack of respect toward a noble. Before Carmine could recover, Marquis Mardanio stepped forward and added that the real problem was the disrespect shown toward Count Palatio himself. At this point, something felt extremely strange. These powerful nobles were acting far too polite and protective toward Alan. It almost looked as if they had already decided to support him before even arriving. To Achan, the situation felt strangely familiar. It reminded him of the military hierarchy he experienced in his previous life, where a low-ranking officer would sometimes get bullied by higher ranks. In the end, Carmine couldn't handle the pressure anymore. Completely overwhelmed, he ran away crying like a child. After that embarrassing scene, the three nobles turned their attention toward Alan. They asked politely if he was all right. Alan was completely confused. He had absolutely no idea why everyone was suddenly treating him so kindly today. Other nobles had witnessed Duke Rotegre, Marquis Mardanio, and Count Palin personally stepping in to defend him. Many nobles now believed the rumors that Count Alan Palatio was secretly the true ruler of the underworld. Some even whispered that if Duchess Altia and Count Zenonia ever stepped into politics, Alan would possess even greater influence than both of them combined. Hearing this made Alan freeze. He immediately realized the entire situation was a huge misunderstanding. The rumors spreading about him were getting completely out of control. For a moment, he even considered correcting everyone and explaining the truth. But before he could say anything, the three nobles suddenly began praising him. Marquis Mardanio mentioned that he had heard Alan recently started studying magic. Because of that, he wanted to present him with a valuable magical artifact capable of storing mana. Before Alan could even respond, Duke Rotegre and Count Palin eagerly added that they also had gifts they wished to offer him. Alan stood there speechless. In the end, he decided the smartest move was simply to stay quiet. And somehow, by saying absolutely nothing, our boy ended up receiving 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana potions completely for free. At dawn inside Duke Rotegre's annex, we finally meet the true mastermind behind the chaos that has been surrounding Alan. A breathtaking woman dressed entirely in black calmly asks Marquis Mardanio how everything went the previous night. Mardanio respectfully reports that Alan Palacio accepted the magical artifact he presented to him. Normally, nobles exchange small gifts simply out of courtesy, but presenting something as valuable as a magical artifact carries a completely different meaning. In noble society, that kind of gift is basically a declaration of political support. The mysterious woman then reveals her identity. She is Loria, better known as Duchess Altia. With a satisfied smile, she welcomes Marquis Mardanio into their side, and declares that from this moment forward, they will all serve the same master. Loria then asks how the other nobles reacted. Mardanio explains that several nobles accepted the proposal. Mardanio reflects on how Loria, who rarely appears in noble society, suddenly showed up and secretly contacted specific nobles beforehand. To him it feels like she is playing a perfectly calculated game of cards. He decides that even if he might be misunderstanding the situation, it is still an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. Loria then calmly announces that the selection phase is complete. With a cold expression, she declares that it is finally time to begin the next move. Meanwhile, the banquet continues for several more days. By the fourth day, the nobles are still enjoying the endless festivities. Alan, however, is completely baffled by the situation. For some strange reason, random nobles have been approaching him every single day with gifts. From Alan's perspective, the explanation is simple. Because rumors are spreading that he is somehow connected to Duchess Altia and Count Zenonia, many nobles are trying to curry favor with him. With a mischievous grin, Alan quietly thinks this is an incredible opportunity. If things get too troublesome, he might just leave the gathering with a pile of free treasures. Just as he is enjoying that thought, someone suddenly calls his name. Achan jumps in surprise, only to see Evan standing there. Evan soon delivers some serious news. According to recent reports, an outer god has appeared in the northern region, which means barbarian territory. Hearing that instantly makes Alan tense. Evan explains that the Caliburn Knights are currently in chaos because of this event. The amethyst crystals they found on the goblins earlier appear to be directly connected to the divine descent of this outer god. Alan already suspected this, so instead of reacting in shock, he immediately asks Evan about the other lead he had been investigating. Evan reports that the person they were searching for has been located in a village in northern Ashutalon Kingdom, specifically Pakran village. The moment Alan hears this, his entire attitude changes. He declares that they will head there immediately before continuing toward Caliburn. Evan is surprised by how serious his master suddenly became and asks if he truly plans to travel north. Achan simply tells him there is no time to waste. As Evan leaves to prepare for the journey, Alan quietly reflects on the situation. Outer gods are catastrophic beings, comparable to the destructive power of the 5 deadly sins. Once a divine descent begins, it becomes extremely difficult to determine whether the arriving god is benevolent or hostile. That is why Alan wants information as quickly as possible. From his experience playing the game, he has seen hundreds of divine descent scenarios. Normally, an outer god takes several months after descending before fully awakening. During that unstable period, the god cannot yet wield its complete power, and that is the only opportunity to defeat it. Realizing this, Alan quickly writes a letter containing urgent instructions. A week later, the letter reaches Deus, the leader of the Caliburn Knights. When Deus reads the message, he is shocked to receive direct orders from Alan. Without hesitation, he immediately informs his knights that their strategy has changed. Instead of attacking the outer god immediately, they will wait 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Alan finally arrives at Pakran village in the Ashutalon Kingdom. There he meets the person he asked Evan to locate. Standing before him is a young boy with an almost unreal appearance. This boy is introduced as Elevan, the protagonist of the turn-based roguelike RPG, Psychedelia. As Alan looks at him, he instantly recognizes the resemblance to the character illustration from the game. Elevan is so beautiful that Alan can't even tell if he is looking at a boy or a girl. Without wasting time, Alan asks the boy if he knows who he is. Elevan simply smiles brightly and says he doesn't, but he likes welcoming travelers who visit their village. Watching the boy's cheerful behavior, Alan realizes something important. Even though this world is different from the game, the main character of Psychedelia is still exactly the same, and seeing the hero he once played in the game standing right in front of him feels incredibly surreal. Alan suddenly pulls out a pouch filled with gold coins and hands it directly to Elevan, leaving the boy completely stunned. Before Elevan can even process what is happening, our idiot then calls out to Evan, who dramatically steps forward and presents several magic potions to the confused kid. That alone would have been shocking enough, but Alan signals Evan again, and suddenly more items start appearing one after another. With a satisfied grin, Alan declares that everything there is for him. Naturally, Elevan is completely bewildered. He quietly asks why a stranger would suddenly give him so many valuable things. Alan casually replies that it's simply an investment. In his view, Elevan is the main character of this world, so helping him grow stronger early is the smartest move possible. Alan gently pats Elevan on the shoulder and encourages him to believe in himself, saying that he will become incredibly powerful in the future. Deep down, Alan simply wants this kid to grow strong enough to deal with the outer god instead of him. In other words, he's investing now so his future survival chances improve. Satisfied with his plan, Alan prepares to leave looking cool and mysterious. But then something suddenly occurs to him. He never actually introduced himself, so he quickly turns back and tells Elevan to remember the name Count Palatio. Inside, he feels a little smug, thinking that when Elevan becomes famous someday, he will remember the generous sponsor who helped him at the beginning. As Alan climbs into his carriage, Eleven suddenly runs after him. The boy waves enthusiastically and promises that he will never forget what happened today. His cheerful personality even surprises Alan a little. He begins wondering if Eleven was always this bright in the original Psychedelia game. From what he remembers, Psychedelia was a dark fantasy world. Yet this kid seems unusually cheerful and lively. Just then Evan interrupts his thoughts and asks why he gave Elevon so many valuable items but didn't stay longer to talk with him. Alan simply replies that Elevon is a smart kid and will figure things out on his own. The truth is that Alan doesn't have the time to build a close relationship right now. To him, what he just did is more like setting up a failsafe. It's similar to leaving a character on autopilot in a game, letting them level up while you're offline. Evan then comments that Eleven actually seems quite skilled already. He mentions that the boy has dense mana surrounding him, similar to Utia and the other sins. Even though Eleven is dressed like a normal village boy, he is already carrying some impressive artifacts. Alan nods, saying he noticed the mana as well. In the original story, Eleven was supposed to be just an ordinary boy before his adventure began, but now he already has mana, which suggests the timeline has changed slightly. Still, he quickly shrugs it off. As long as his peaceful life stays intact, he doesn't care how the story changes. In fact, the stronger Eleven becomes, the better things are for him. Investing in the main protagonist of the world is probably the safest move possible. After all, Eleven is known for being one of the few genuinely kind characters in the brutal world of Psychedelia. Thinking about personalities suddenly reminds Alan of someone else, Deus. He begins wondering what kind of person Deus has become after all this time. Alan even questions whether Deus would want to meet him at all. After all, back when the kids lived in the orphanage, Alan was so scared of them that he never once went there himself. Evan remarked casually that Deus likely intended to meet him regardless. 10 days later, Alan and Evan finally reached the capital of Caliburn, the massive northern city of Kirtham. Ahead of them stood the enormous Kirtham Gate, marking the end of their long and exhausting journey. Evan looked completely drained after days of non-stop travel. He openly complained about how tired he was, especially after being forced to pass through that strange labyrinth earlier. Alan remained calm, but admitted that long journeys were naturally exhausting. As the carriage slowly approached the gate, Alan quietly held the locket in his hand and reflected on their preparations. Their travels had been spent gathering resources and allies for the coming war against the outer gods. His thoughts drifted toward Deus, wondering if the gifts he prepared would be enough. In truth, the carriage was packed with items meant to bribe him. Alan couldn't help feeling like a nervous father preparing gifts for his child. Soon they reached the inspection line. Achan stepped down from the carriage and handled the verification process. The inspection seemed routine and simple. Alan stayed inside the carriage and took a moment to relax. But the peace didn't last long. Achan soon returned looking tense and informed Alan that there was a small problem. Although Alan's identity had already been verified, the guards asked them to step aside. Alan calmly stepped out of the carriage to see what was happening. A knight approached them with a smug smile. The man immediately asked if he was Count Palacio. He then introduced himself as Varan, the fourth knight of Caliburn and a direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola. Varan looked at Alan with open provocation. Alan felt annoyed. He had never even heard the name Fiola before. Keeping his expression cold, he asked why Varan had arrived with several knights and what exactly he wanted. Viren casually explained that a friend from the Asteria Kingdom had contacted him. According to that friend, he had a debt to settle with Alan. Alan instantly rejected the claim. He insisted nothing like that had ever happened. But after thinking for a moment, one name immediately came to mind. Carmine. Alan asked directly if the friend Viren was referring to was Carmine. Viren smirked and confirmed it. A flashback revealed Carmine contacting Varan through a magical globe. Carmine was furious and claimed Achan had humiliated him badly. He begged Varan to take revenge on his behalf. Carmine even tempted him by mentioning abyssal bodies, something that could help Varan grow stronger. Back in the present, Viren said he was simply returning a favor. Without warning, the knights behind him drew their swords and surrounded Alan and Evan. Achan immediately drew his weapon. Alan grew irritated. Carmine had started the fight and run away, and now someone else was finishing it for him. Varan stepped forward and pointed his sword at Alan. Then he made a demand. If Achan handed over all the valuables inside the carriage, Varina might show mercy. Varan believed he had nothing to fear. Alan was just a minor noble from the Asteria Kingdom with no influence in Caliburn. Alan's patience snapped. He began activating his magic. At the same moment, Viren charged forward with a grin, confident his master Fiola would cover any consequences. But before the attack could land, a hand suddenly grabbed Viren by the neck from behind. His body lifted off the ground instantly. His sword fell to the ground as he struggled to breathe. The man holding him spoke coldly. It was Deus, the Master Knight of Caliburn. His eyes were filled with quiet fury. Deus tightened his grip and said one chilling sentence. "How dare you lay a hand on my benefactor?" Alan looked shocked. The surrounding knights froze in complete silence. Without hesitation, Daechon grabbed Viran by the neck, and then hurled him violently to the ground. Before the knight could even react, Daechon kicked him mercilessly, sending him rolling across the dirt. He then grabbed Viran by the hair, and forced his head down, his voice turning ice cold. Daechon warned the surrounding knights that if anyone dared move even a single step, the consequences would be unimaginable. The knights froze in place immediately. Viran struggled to stand, but Deus delivered another brutal kick straight to his chest. Blood sprayed as the blow launched him backward. Watching the scene unfold, Alan finally realized that this terrifying man was Deus in the present. Viran barely managed to regain his footing before Deus slammed a knee into his chest and pinned him against a tree. Then the beating continued. Daechon attacked from every direction without restraint, striking him again and again. Evan quietly commented that Daechon's attacks were incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, Alan watched silently, realizing that Daechon was furious because someone had dared harm his benefactor. The sight deeply moved him. Daechon had once worried that Deus might not welcome him. After all, Deus had grown incredibly powerful, and Alan had barely known him personally. Yet here he was, protecting him with absolute loyalty. Alan felt strangely emotional, like a proud father watching his son grow up. Inside his thoughts he muttered proudly that the boy had grown well. He had become an upright young man. Evan jokingly whispered, "Excuse me, father. You do realize your son is beating someone half to death?" Alan simply ignored the comment. In his mind he thought that Deus had stepped forward to defend his father's honor in a foreign land. He even wondered why his son had become so sweet and loyal. Meanwhile, Deus continued kicking Viran until the knight finally lost consciousness. Only then did the beating stop. Alan quietly admitted to himself that the punishment might have been a bit excessive. Then he remembered something important. Deus was one of the 5 great sins after all. Deus calmly walked toward Alan. He bowed respectfully and announced that he would personally serve as Alan's escort from now on. The surrounding knights stared in complete shock. The scene then shifted far to the north. In a frozen wasteland, a brutal battlefield was covered in corpses. The bodies of warriors lay scattered across the snow, while flames burned through the fallen remains. Standing among them was Delman, the third sword of Caliburn, and captain of the Crimson Flame Knight Order. Raising his sword proudly, Delman declared victory. He announced that Kulkan the Great, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, had been annihilated along with his clan. The Crimson Flame Knights erupted in celebration, cheering loudly after their hard-earned victory. But Delman's thoughts told a different story. He knew the truth. The barbarians and the Knights of Caliburn traditionally respected honorable duels, but Delman had betrayed that tradition. He had deceived Kulkan, ambushed him while he was alone, and used poison and infiltration forces to wipe out the entire clan. He only did it because he wanted to outshine Deus, who had recently become a Master Knight after defeating Kurga of the Snowfield honorably. Delman believed this victory would secure his reputation, but something felt wrong. During the battle, Kulkan's corpse had disappeared. Delman assumed the barbarians had hidden the body. Even if Kulkan had somehow survived, the poison should have killed him by now. Confident in that thought, Delman prepared to return to base. But when the Crimson Flame Knights reached their base, they froze in shock. The entire camp had been slaughtered. Bodies of knights were scattered everywhere. Standing alone among the corpses was a single barbarian warrior. It was Kulkan. Delman immediately drew his flaming sword as Kulkan slowly called his name. A terrifying aura surrounded the barbarian. Delman could feel something monstrous lurking within Kulkan's shadow. Then a demonic voice spoke. It asked coldly why Delman had defiled a sacred duel. Fear crept into Delman's heart as he realized something was terribly wrong. The presence before him felt like something far beyond a human warrior. Sweat ran down his face. He whispered in terror, asking who the creature really was. Kulkan suddenly charged forward. Delman unleashed a blazing strike, flames tearing across the frozen ground, but Kulkan easily dodged the attack. The ice melted as the fire spread across the battlefield. The demon's voice spoke again. It acknowledged Delman's strength but gave him one final chance. Fight an honorable duel. Instead, Delman cowardly ordered his knights to attack together. At that moment, dark demonic mana gathered in Kulkan's hands. He declared that a mortal without honor did not deserve an honorable death. The dark power exploded outward. The toxins spread into the bodies of the fallen knights. The corpses suddenly began screaming in agony. Their eyes turned blood red. One of the knights cried out desperately, begging someone to kill him and end the suffering. Kulkan moved without hesitation. He severed Delman's arm with his bare hand. Delman screamed in agony. Then Kulkan smashed the frozen ground with overwhelming power, causing a massive explosion. The remaining knights were blasted into the air, only to be crushed by flying debris kicked upward like bullets. Blood rained down across the battlefield. Finally, Kulkan drove his hand through Delman's chest. With his dying breath, he asked what kind of monster Kulkan had become. Kulkan pulled his hand free and spoke calmly. He declared that the warriors of this land had been denied honorable deaths. Then he announced the arrival of the god of all barbarians, Ultilrus. The father of duels had come to grant them honorable deaths, and those who wished to survive would have to prove themselves in a duel, far away. After the chaos at the gate, Deus respectfully lowered his head and told Alan that he would personally guide him. The surrounding knights froze in disbelief. In the kingdom of Caliburn, the ambitions of Deus Macalion, the swordless, were said to reach the heavens. This was the man who had once beaten up the second prince for harassing his sister and received no punishment for it. He was infamous for never bowing his head to anyone except the king himself. Yet now, that same man was bowing to a mere count from the Asteria kingdom. The knights could only stare in shock, wondering who Count Palatio truly was for even the swordless to show such respect. Deus then pointed Alan toward a luxurious carriage waiting nearby. Seeing this level of treatment made Alan feel slightly burdened. He knew this would attract far too much attention. Evan quietly whispered for him to just get in and said he would follow afterward. Soon the carriage arrived at Deus's residence. When Achan stepped out, he found himself standing before an enormous structure that looked less like a house and more like a fortress. He couldn't help but feel impressed. Clearly, Dachan had built quite a successful life for himself. Inside the mansion, the two of them walked in silence. The atmosphere felt strangely heavy. Alan began to feel suffocated by the quiet. Although he had been touched by how fiercely Deus defended him earlier, he now wondered if the young knight felt uncomfortable around him. Finally, Alan decided it was best to speak directly. He stopped and asked Dachan to wait. Turning around, he explained that the reason he came to Caliburn was because he had a request. Deus looked visibly surprised. "A request," he muttered. Seeing his strange reaction, Alan asked if it was strange for him to ask something. Meanwhile, inside his own head, he worried that Deus might think he was shameless. Deus quickly invited him to sit first, so they could continue the conversation comfortably. Once seated, Alan noticed something awkward. Despite being the host, Dachan had placed Alan in the highest seat. Although it felt strange, it also gave Alan the odd sense that Deus was treating him like a father. Alan finally spoke. He said he had two requests. First, he explained that he needed to head north soon, and asked whether Deus would be willing to accompany him. But before he could even finish explaining, Deus immediately agreed. Achan blinked in confusion at how quickly he accepted. Deus calmly revealed that he had already been preparing for an expedition to the north anyway. Hearing this made Alan feel unexpectedly lucky. Then Alan continued with a serious tone. The second request would be the difficult one. He asked whether it would be possible to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliburn's royal treasury. The scene shifted outside the residence. A subordinate knight saluted the vice-captain, reporting that he had just returned from an escort mission. The vice-captain casually praised his work, but inwardly thought there had never been anything to worry about. After all, their captain himself had personally escorted the guest. Nearby, a young girl overheard the conversation. A bright smile spread across her face as she guessed that her older brother must be hosting a very important guest. The vice-captain chuckled and confirmed her guess. He recalled a moment from several days earlier, when Dachan had suddenly ordered the northern expedition to be postponed for 2 weeks. When asked why, Dachan had simply smiled warmly and said that his benefactor would soon arrive. The vice-captain still found that expression shocking. He had never seen his captain smile like that before. He told the girl the identity of the guest. Count Palato of the Asteria kingdom had arrived. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Her name was Siley Macalion, Deus's younger sister. Back inside the mansion, Alan repeated his question about the Ring of the Mad One. He knew the request sounded outrageous. Borrowing an artifact from the royal treasury could easily put him in deep debt to the Caliburn royal family. But for Alan, that ring was a crucial part of his plan. Without hesitation, Deus agreed. But before the conversation could continue, the door suddenly opened. Achan entered the room, apologizing for arriving late. Alan felt the timing was perfect. He signaled Evan, asking if he had brought the items. Achan responded with a confident thumbs up. Moments later, a pile of gift boxes was carried into the room and neatly stacked before Dachan's. Deus looked completely confused. Alan quickly explained that they were simply a few small gifts he had prepared. Hoping to lighten the mood, Alan picked up one item and proudly introduced it as a fashionable shoestring tie, something very popular these days. In his mind, Alan thought this would surely improve the atmosphere. He had carefully chosen the gift and slid it toward Deus. But the reaction he received was not what he expected. Deus simply stared at the gifts with a blank expression and politely thanked him in a very flat tone. Alan hesitantly asked why Deus wasn't opening them. Deus calmly explained that it would be improper to unwrap gifts in front of the giver. He said he would open them later when he was alone. Alan felt a strange sense of disappointment. The plan to brighten the atmosphere had completely failed. Trying to recover the conversation, Alan said that if the request about the ring was too difficult, he would be willing to offer compensation. But Dachan immediately interrupted him. He declared that he would retrieve the ring of the Mad One at once. Achan blinked in confusion again. He asked if Daechan had really listened earlier about where the ring was kept. Daechan nodded. It was in the royal treasury of Caliburn. Normally retrieving it would take at least a week, but there was another way. After thinking for a moment, Daeus calmly explained that the most troublesome part would simply be dealing with the king. The statement left Achan and Evan completely stunned. Alan assumed it was a joke, but Daechan's face remained completely serious. That was when Alan realized he might not be joking at all. Quickly stopping him, Alan insisted there was no need to go that far. Daeus nodded obediently and said he would retrieve the ring as quickly as possible. Alan couldn't help feeling both grateful and slightly overwhelmed by how far Daechan was willing to go for him. Soon the two stepped outside the room. At that moment, Siley approached cheerfully and called out to her older brother. Evan suddenly stepped forward. The girl's face lit up instantly. She happily called Evan brother. The two began chatting playfully, as if they had known each other forever. As Alan watched Siley speaking warmly with Evan, he finally realized who she was. She was the girl he had once ordered Evan to save. Back in the game, her death had only been mentioned briefly. Siley looked almost exactly like her older brother, Daeus. Meanwhile, Daeus did not look pleased at all. A faint but unmistakable jealousy flickered across his face as he watched Siley happily talking with Evan. Daeus reached out and pulled his sister gently toward him. The man before her was not Brother Evan. He was Mr. Evan. Those words struck Evan like an invisible blow to the soul. Alan silently watched the scene unfold. He understood that Daeus carried a deep sense of loss when it came to family. In a way, what Daeus said wasn't entirely wrong. Achan soon realized something important. Daeus cherished his sister far more deeply than he had ever imagined. And suddenly, everything made sense. The reason Daeus treated him with such overwhelming respect, Alan had saved Siley's life. All this time, he had only been focused on preventing Daeus from falling into the path of the 5 great sins. A quiet sense of gratitude filled him, but another thought quickly followed. If Daeus valued him this much, would he be willing to help with anything Alan asked? Just then Siley approached him politely. She asked if the man before her was Count Palacio. Alan nodded. Immediately, Siley smiled brightly and thanked him. She explained that she had heard he was the one who ordered Evan to save her life. Before she could finish, Daeus interrupted again, reminding her firmly that it was Mr. Evan. Alan simply replied that he had only done what he believed was right. Inside his thoughts, however, the truth was different. He had saved her because if Siley had died, Daeus would have become a ruthless killing machine. She simply held her brother's hand and sincerely thanked Achan. Those simple words hit Achan harder than he expected. Even if his motives had originally been different, receiving genuine gratitude still felt warm and comforting. In the end, Alan decided to stay at Daeus's mansion for the time being. Before long, Daecher returned with the Ring of the Mad One. Alan was stunned. Not even a full day had passed since he made the request. Curious, he immediately asked how Daeus managed to retrieve the artifact so quickly. But before Daeus could answer, Evan rushed into the room with shocking news. He whispered that Daeus had caused a scene at the royal palace. Alan froze. Achan continued explaining that the second prince ended up receiving several hard slaps for his trouble. 3 days later, preparations were complete. Alan departed for the northern frontier together with the forces of the Solar Eclipse Knights. 2 weeks later, horrifying news arrived. The Outer God had completely annihilated the Crimson Flame Knight Order. The massacre left nothing but corpses and destruction behind. The report spread rapidly through the army. Fear began to spread among the soldiers stationed at the northern front. Later, inside the command tent, a heated meeting was underway. Some officers demanded an immediate retreat. They argued that the army had already suffered heavy casualties. Others rejected the idea completely. To them, retreating would be an act of humiliation before a mere barbarian threat. One knight spoke the uncomfortable truth. The First Sword was currently in seclusion. Without their strongest warrior, victory seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, Daeus Macallion suddenly clapped his hands once. The sharp sound instantly silenced the entire tent. No one dared to speak another word. Afterward, Fiola, the 4th Sword of Caliburn and captain of the Preservation Order, calmly suggested that everyone should cool their heads before making a final decision. Soon afterward, Fiola and Daeus stepped outside the tent. They discussed the situation quietly. The Outer God's undead army had already destroyed several bases. The 3rd Sword, Delman, had died at the eastern base. Meanwhile, the 2nd Sword, Kiriana, had been severely wounded defending the western base. As the two powerful knights looked toward the distant battlefield, their eyes began to glow. Only warriors who had reached their level could see the terrifying red mana spreading across the northern sky. The aura of the Outer God Ultulrus was clearly visible. The atmosphere felt ominous. Fiola admitted that the aura made him uneasy. In his opinion, retreat might truly be the safest option. But Daechan was distracted by something else. Smoke was rising nearby. Curious, he walked toward it. There he found Alan casually roasting sweet potatoes. Diaz stared at the scene in disbelief, wondering where Alan even managed to find sweet potatoes in the middle of a battlefield. Just then, an angry voice echoed nearby. A woman was loudly scolding several wounded knights. It was Fenya, the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower. She snapped at the soldiers, telling them that their treatment was already finished, and she had no intention of wasting more time on them. She had only come to investigate the barbarian ritual. Annoyed, Fenya turned to leave. Without even looking properly, she barked an order for Deshawn to move out of her way, but then she froze. Standing directly in front of her was Alan Palacio. His cold, unreadable gaze instantly made her panic. Fenya nervously asked why he was here. Meanwhile, Alan simply perked up when he saw her. Casually waving his hand, Alan told her to come closer. Later, Alan casually offered Fenus Crisina a skewer of fried sweet potato. Fenus trembled slightly while accepting it. In a shaky voice she explained that the medicine Alan had requested was currently out of stock. Preparing it would take time, and she was extremely busy at the moment. Alan looked mildly disappointed. He admitted that he had hoped Fenus would be able to help him. However, he quickly added that he understood her situation. When Fenus noticed the sharp stick Alan was holding, panic flashed across her face. She immediately corrected herself, insisting she had never intended to refuse his request. Alan then mentioned that his finances were a little tight at the moment, so the payment might be slightly delayed. Fenus responded instantly. 1 gold coin would be enough. Achan seemed pleasantly surprised by her generosity. With a relaxed smile, he commented that such kindness would be difficult to decline. Behind Fenus, her 2 subordinates stared in shock. They had never seen their Vice Tower Master smile so widely before. From their perspective, it looked as though she was being completely scammed. After all, the potion Alan requested normally cost hundreds of gold coins. The 2 mages silently wondered if their Vice Tower Master had lost her mind. Fenus bowed respectfully to Alan and hurried away, declaring she would prepare the potion immediately and bring it back piping hot. Her assistants could only watch in disbelief as she rushed off. Their eyes slowly turned toward Alan. Whoever this man was, he was clearly extraordinary. Later that day, everything changed. Fiola immediately asked if Dachan had felt that energy. Without hesitation, Dea stood and declared that the camp was under attack. Outside, chaos had already begun. The undead army was closing in. Blood sprayed everywhere as knights fought desperately against the advancing undead. But the situation quickly became worse. Every fallen soldier began to move again. Amid the chaos, Fenus began chanting a spell. Sharp ice shards erupted from the ground, freezing the surrounding undead solid. With a violent explosion of magic, the frozen corpses shattered into pieces. Moments later, Deus arrived beside her. With a single swing of his blade, he cut down multiple undead warriors. But then his movement suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his head toward the sky. Fenus felt it too. Activating her observation magic, she stared upward. The sky had turned a violent shade of blood red. Lightning tore across the clouds before a massive bolt crashed into the ground. The resulting explosion shook the entire battlefield. From the center of the destruction, a terrifying figure slowly emerged. The outer god Ultalrus had descended. His voice dripped with contempt as he looked down upon the battlefield. He called the humans savages and warned them not to defile souls that had already lost their honor. Before the knights could react, a shadow flashed forward. Fiola appeared instantly. His sword shot forward with incredible speed. The blade had struck Ultalrus, but it had failed to pierce his body. Cold sweat instantly poured down Fiola's face. Ultalrus casually swung his hand. Fiola's head separated cleanly from his neck. The god declared that those who abandoned the nobility of their souls would never receive an honorable death. Fiola's body collapsed to the ground. Then, only seconds later, it began to move again. The corpse had become undead. The knights stared in horror as the man they respected rose again as a monster. Amid the suffocating tension, someone stepped forward. With complete respect, he called out to the god. Alan Palatio had entered the battlefield. In a steady voice, Alan addressed Ultalrus as the great god of duels. He then declared that in accordance with the oath of Calgunias, he would offer himself to honor that sacred promise. Alan formally requested the duel of Babylonia. Ultalrus burst into laughter. Thunder roared across the crimson sky as he admitted that he had never expected a human to still remember the oath from his era. It was quite amusing. With a snap of his fingers, every undead creature under his control exploded instantly. Blood sprayed into the air and began to float upward, twisting and gathering together. Within seconds, a massive boundary formed. A gigantic blood-soaked Colosseum rose from the battlefield. Its towering crimson walls sealed the arena completely, preventing anyone from interfering. With a wide grin, Ultalrus welcomed Achan into the arena. The Blood Colosseum was a sacred domain where only their duel could exist. In accordance with the Grand Pact, the god accepted the duel of Babylonia. Inside the arena, Alan's body began to tremble. His heart pounded violently under the crushing pressure of the god's presence. Only now did Alan realize something terrifying. Ultorus was far closer to full manifestation than he had expected. The closer an outer god came to complete incarnation, the greater its power became. At this stage, Ultorus was already approaching the level of the 5 great sins. Without the potion of extraordinariness he had taken earlier, he would have collapsed instantly under the god's pressure. This was his final chance. Once Ultorus fully manifested, defeating him would become impossible. Alan steadied himself. Without another word, he called for the duel to begin. Inside the Blood Colosseum, Alan quickly recalled the rules of the Grand Duel of Babylonia. This duel followed strict turn-based rules. Rule 1. The challenger always have the first strike. Ultorus stomped the ground heavily as crimson energy surged around his body. Drawing his arm back, the barbarian god calmly declared that he would perform a melody of destruction for Achon. Outside the arena, panic spread among the knights. They could not understand why Alan remained completely motionless while such overwhelming power gathered before him. But Achon knew the second rule. Rule 2. The defender cannot move during the opponent's turn. As the defending party, Alan was completely bound by the duel's law. He had no choice but to endure the attack head-on. Ultorus raised his arm. Crimson energy spiraled violently, as the god praised Alan for honoring the sacred rules without flinching. Then the attack came. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Ultorus's hand and tore across the arena. The impact shook the entire battlefield. The ground collapsed inward, as a massive scar of destruction carved through the earth. Smoke and debris filled the arena. From within the swirling dust, a silhouette slowly emerged. Alan was still standing. His body was severely wounded. Blood ran down his face and soaked his clothes. Around his neck, the pendant of reincarnation slowly crumbled into ash. His eyes had turned pale white. He stood on the brink of unconsciousness. But he had survived. Earlier, Venus Crescenta had given him a powerful potion along with a healing potion capable of dulling even the worst pain. Now Alan understood why he needed it. Without those potions, he would have collapsed instantly. Instead, he calmly poured the healing potion over his head. The liquid flowed across his wounds, seeping into torn flesh and restoring enough strength for him to move again. Achon looked up at Ultorus. Then he calmly declared that the conditions to enter a state of madness had been fulfilled. On his left hand, the ring of the Mad One began to shine. Without hesitation, Alan activated the spell, Binding Summon. At last, it was his turn. Achon began explaining his strategy in his mind. The boss fight against Ultorus had always been turn-based in the original game. That was why he forced the outer god into the Duel of Babylonia. Within this duel, even a god had to obey the rules. Ultorus could not defend or interfere during Alan's attack turn. Back when this was only a game, Ultorus always accepted the first counterattack without resistance. Now it was time to recreate that moment. Alan began forming hand seals. One by one, he assembled his magic phrases. The first restriction broke. When magic is cast on snowy terrain, Alan can slightly alter the laws of the world. As the restriction lifted, 2 enormous eyes appeared above him. This was the entity that always appears whenever he uses the Babylonia hand sign. They silently watched him from beyond reality. Alan began the first spell, Diffraction. Lightning crawled across his fingertips. The second restriction broke. When magic is cast in a near-death state, Alan can bend the world's laws even further. He used the next phrase, Focus. The lightning condensed into a single vibrating point of energy. Then came the next phrase, Condense. The lightning shot forward like a beam, compressing into a razor-sharp spear. Then Alan invoked another phrase, Extinction. The attack transformed into something monstrous, a spear of light wrapped in absolute darkness. Then the third restriction broke. When magic is used against a god, Alan can twist the world's laws even further. He continued, Silent Front. The lightning spear expanded violently, tearing through the battlefield and leaving a trail of shattered earth behind it. Finally, the fourth restriction activated. When magic is used against Ultorus, the god of barbarians, Alan can twist the rules of the world one final time. Seeing the attack, Ultorus simply smiled. The god spread his arms wide, almost welcoming the destruction. Then the lightning struck. A cataclysmic explosion thundered across the Colosseum. Smoke spiraled into the crimson sky. He had used everything. Every drop of mana he possessed was gone. In his heart, he prayed. For this plan to work, Ultorus had to die in one strike. Because even if a god's body was destroyed, such a being would not truly die unless the attack erased everything at once. The smoke slowly cleared. Ultorus still stood. A massive hole had been blasted through his chest. Yet the god remained standing. He grinned. He admitted that Achon was indeed strong. Alan stared in disbelief. His final attack had failed. His mana was completely exhausted. Then Ultorus chuckled. He thought our boy was carrying on the will, and to think that, he even possessed the class already. Alan froze. He had no idea what the Ultorus meant. Ultorus slowly sat down on the ground with a satisfied grin. He admitted that the battle had been an admirable duel against a noble warrior. Then something unexpected happened. His body began to fade. Alan watched in confusion as the outer god stared at him with deep curiosity. Ultorus spoke calmly, saying he was interested to see how things would unfold between the black thing and the blue thing. Without hesitation, the god removed the belt fastened around his waist. He tossed the belt down toward Achon. He called it a gift along with its power. Before completely disappearing, Ultorus spoke once more. He addressed Alan as a noble warrior who remembered the ancient rituals and mysteries of a forgotten god. Then he gave him a strange warning. When the usurpers break free from their chains, Alan should call upon his true name, not the humiliating false name that people use. He then revealed his real title, the Wicked One. With that final message, Ultorus vanished completely. Alan remained standing silently beneath the now quiet sky. After the outer god disappeared, the army began cleaning the battlefield. The fallen soldiers were buried properly, so they could finally rest in peace. Soon afterward, preparations were made for the return to Caliburn. Not long later, Alan Pelagio's carriage was ready to depart from the northern frontier. Inside the carriage, Alan spoke privately with Venus Crisina. Just as he was about to ask something, Venus nervously raised her hand, declaring that she already knows Alan was only a second circle mage. Alan corrected her that he was third circle. Venus scratched her head in embarrassment and immediately corrected herself. Then Achon asked her something more serious. Did she know anything about the black ones or the blue ones? Her face went pale as she quickly denied knowing anything about black, blue, or anything related to them. Seeing her strange reaction, Alan simply said it was fine. But before the conversation could continue, Venus suddenly opened the carriage door and jumped out. She shouted a quick goodbye and ran away in a hurry. Achon stared at the empty doorway in confusion. He had not even given permission for her to leave. He sighed. Being thanked for trivial things like this made him feel strangely like some hidden villain operating behind the scenes. His thoughts drifted back to the duel. The outer god had vanished. Even though Alan's attack had clearly not been strong enough to destroy him completely, the god had still withdrawn. Too many questions remained unanswered, especially the meaning behind the god's final words. Alan's eyes slowly shifted toward the belt resting beside him. It was the belt of the Forgotten One. He recognized it immediately. In the game, it was a rare reward obtained only after defeating old Ultorus. The artifact had a dangerous effect. It doubled both the damage dealt and the damage received. Inside the belt, an inscription was carved. Achon had never seen this message before. Curious, he wondered if something new awaited him in Kahara. At that moment, Deus approached the carriage. He calmly informed Alan that the insolent mage had left in an improper manner. Then, in a completely serious tone, he asked if he should kill her. Alan was horrified. He immediately waved his hands and insisted that such a thing was absolutely unnecessary. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, Fenmus suddenly got goosebumps without knowing why. 2 weeks later, the group finally arrived at Kirtham, the capital of Caliburn. The northern expedition officially concluded. Deus Macallion reported the results of the mission to the king, and returned the Ring of the Mad One to the royal treasury. Alan prepared to leave Caliburn. He reflected on how many rewards he had received from the king. Inwardly, he laughed. He had originally spent nearly all of his money supporting Deus and the protagonist of this world, yet now he was earning far more in return. While he was thinking about these unexpected profits, Dachon suddenly spoke. He asked Alan an unexpected question. Could he become strong like him? Alan was stunned. The youngest man to ever become a Master Knight was asking him that. Inside his mind, Alan assumed that Deus must have been impressed by his magic. But he also knew something important. These children had extraordinary talent. For someone like Deus, who already excelled in swordsmanship, becoming stronger was only a matter of time. After thinking for a moment, Alan answered simply, as long as he kept working hard, he could absolutely become strong. Then he waved lightly and prepared to leave. But just before he stepped away, Deus asked one more question. Why did Alan always ask favors instead of simply giving orders? Alan's answer left him speechless. He said he would never issue commands to his own family. Those words stunned Deus. Soon afterward, Count Palatio's carriage began rolling away. Inside the carriage, he began quietly sobbing. He wondered if Dachon still believed that his sponsorship had hidden motives. He had wanted to prevent the descent of the 5 great sins. But he had still spent all that money out of genuine kindness. That night, inside Deus's residence, the young Master Knight sat alone in his room. Around him were the gifts Alan had given earlier. He stared at them silently. Deus murmured that he had followed Alan only to repay his kindness. Yet somehow, he had received far more kindness in return. Curiously, he tried to perform Babylonia hand sign, silent front. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. After several attempts, he coughed awkwardly in embarrassment, wishing to have a talent for magic like him. Looking at the gifts again, he smiled softly. The great moon truly considered him family. After many exhausting days of travel, Alan finally returned to his own estate. As he stepped down from the carriage, a quiet sense of relief washed over him. At last, he had come back to the home he had been missing for months. But the moment he opened the door to his study, his expression immediately darkened. 3 months of absence had turned the room into a mountain of paperwork waiting for him. The stacks of documents looked almost alive as they welcomed him back. Alan silently closed the door again and sighed deeply. For a brief moment he even pretended that the room did not belong to him. Yet responsibility refused to let him escape. In the end he returned to his desk and began working like a tireless horse, stamping and signing papers one after another. Deep down he wondered whether a peaceful noble life was even possible if things continued like this. After finally finishing everything, Alan rewarded himself with a 1-week vacation. He spent those days relaxing together with Evan, enjoying the quiet comfort of wealth and peace. Strangely enough, the vacation only made him more restless. Sitting alone in his chair, he absent-mindedly played with magic in his fingertips while thinking endlessly. His mind kept returning to the words spoken by Ultulrus. The mysterious black ones, the blue ones, and the forgotten rituals echoed inside his head again and again. He remembered how Ultulrus had called him a human, who remembered the hand signs and mysteries of a forgotten god. Alan admitted to himself that he had heard of those things before, but his knowledge was extremely limited. What confused him the most was the god's other title, the Wicked One. The name sounded similar to ancient Eastern deities, which made the mystery even deeper. Another troubling thought crossed his mind. Why had that outer god appeared there in the first place? If one of them could descend into this world, then it was possible that others might appear as well. Thinking about it made Alan's head ache. Still, he reminded himself that the 5 great sins were an even greater threat. Opening his notebook again, he checked the records he had written about psychedelia. One of the pages described the Belt of the Forgotten One, given by Ultulrus. The inscription pointed toward Kahara, the city of the ancient god. According to the game's lore, Kahara was hidden inside a secret dungeon located within the colony region. The dungeon had supposedly been discovered 3 years before the protagonist left his village. That meant the discovery might actually happen this very year. The problem was that the location had not been officially found yet. If Alan rushed there too early, he might disrupt the events of the story. While he was still thinking about this, Evan suddenly entered the room, rubbing his arms. Evan complained that the room felt unusually cold. He wondered if the temperature drop was caused by Alan's magic. Alan paused for a moment and quietly realized that his magical abilities might have improved during his recent research. Then Evan delivered important news. A hidden city had just been discovered in the colony region. Alan froze in shock. The scene then shifted to the regular meeting of Blue Moon. These semi-annual meetings were conducted through crystal balls and usually ended within 10 minutes. Sailrang opened the meeting by mentioning a rumor that the Great Moon had briefly appeared in Caliburn. Curious, she asked Deus what the Great Moon had been like. For once, Deus actually began speaking, and he didn't stop. For nearly 50 minutes, Deus enthusiastically explained everything that had happened. He described how, when everyone had been pushed to the brink of despair, the Great Moon stepped forward alone and challenged the outer god to a duel. In his mind, it felt as though the Great Moon had predicted everything from the start. The others slowly lost their energy, but Deus insisted that he had only reached the most important part of the story. According to him, no one could have predicted the final attack. No one except the Great Moon. The explanation continued for hours. Eventually, Radan and Renu looked completely drained while Sailrang began feeling dizzy. She even prayed in her mind for Utia to interrupt and end the endless speech. But that hope was pointless. Utia was actually enjoying the story. With a faint yonder-like smile, she commented that the Great Moon truly was an extraordinary being. Seeing Utia entertained only made Sailrang's headache worse. By the time Daichan finally finished speaking, 2 full hours had already passed. Realizing how long he had talked, he politely said his farewell and mentioned they would meet again in 6 months. Utia gently praised him, saying his story had been very exciting. The meeting had lasted 3 hours. It became the longest Blue Moon meeting in their history. The story then returned to the Palatial residence. Alan stepped into his room, only to find it nearly overflowing with gifts. Boxes of every size were stacked across the room. Evan opened one of them and immediately froze in shock. Inside was an artifact said to come from the deepest floor of a labyrinth, an item valuable enough to purchase an entire mansion on its own. Alan admitted that he had no idea which nobles had sent most of these gifts. The letters attached to them were just as extravagant. Many nobles praised him for saving the knights during the crisis in the north, an event that had shaken the entire land of Caliburn. But Alan had already learned an important lesson that every small businessman must understand. If someone offers something valuable, accept it without hesitation. Another week passed, yet the gifts still did not stop arriving. Evan returned again, carrying even more boxes, confused that the stream of presents had continued for an entire week. Hearing this, Alan muttered to himself that simply being connected to a single Master Knight had brought unbelievable benefits. As a father, he even felt proud to have a son like Deus, and because of that he decided in his heart to forgive Deus for never contacting him. Even after a full month, the gifts continued to arrive without end. Alan began thinking that he might need to return some of the most extravagant ones. Eventually, by the beginning of summer, the flow of gifts finally began to slow down. The scene then shifted to Teria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, where a grand political meeting was about to begin. From the back of the crowd, Alan hurried forward while wiping sweat from his face. He was irritated with himself because somehow he had managed to arrive late to his first official council meeting. Evan chuckled quietly while watching his master rush forward, since it was rare to see Alan move that quickly. But something odd soon became clear. As Alan walked forward, the nobles behind him began following him unconsciously, matching his pace step by step. When Alan peeked into the meeting room, he realized something surprising. He wasn't late at all. The seating arrangement inside the hall had already been prepared. The royalist faction occupied the left side, while the noble faction sat on the right. That meant the middle seats were reserved for the neutral faction. Without thinking too much about it, Alan simply chose a seat in the very back row. For him, the safest place was always the back. However, when he turned around, he suddenly noticed that the nobles were staring directly at him. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Alan stood up and moved to a seat in the middle row instead. But the strange stares continued. Finally, he gave up and moved to the front row. Alan quietly muttered to himself that they had probably been waiting because nobody wanted to sit in the front. In his opinion, it made no difference where someone sat during a meeting like this. As long as he kept his head down, everything would be fine. Once everyone was seated, the Asteria Noble Council meeting officially began. The host opened the assembly and immediately made a shocking announcement. A new political faction had been granted voting rights within the council. The faction was called Cal, and its leader was Count Alan Palladio. The moment Alan heard those words, his eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly turned around, wondering if he was the only person who had never heard about this development. At the back of the room, he saw two familiar figures smiling proudly at him. Loria and Kalia Zenonia. The two women were sitting side by side, as if everything had been planned from the beginning. A pounding headache instantly struck Alan's head. Had the alliance between Altia and Zenonia somehow created a completely new faction? And what exactly was this Cal faction supposed to be? The host spoke again. He called out Alan's name and politely asked whether Count Palatio, the president of the Kale faction, would like to say a few words. Alan froze. Without even realizing it, he had just become the leader of an entire political faction he never intended to create. Meanwhile, behind him, Loria and Kalia continued smiling proudly as they watched their newly crowned leader. The story briefly shifts back to the snowy northern battlefield, where the clash between Alan Palladio and Ultalrus. The frozen land is now silent, filled with countless graves of fallen soldiers. Among those graves stands a mysterious hooded figure observing the battlefield. His gaze eventually falls upon the enormous crater created by Alan's final attack during the duel. Looking at the destruction with clear interest, the hooded figure smirks slightly. In a calm voice, he mutters that the situation is becoming quite interesting. He wonders just how far Alan will go from here. Meanwhile, Alan, however, is completely overwhelmed by the situation. Inside his mind, panic fills his thoughts as he struggles to understand how he suddenly became the leader of a suspicious political faction overnight. Unable to process everything happening around him, Alan simply remains silent. Seeing that he has nothing to say, the host continues the meeting without pressing him further. However, before Alan can escape, he is guided directly toward a grand banquet celebrating the birth of the Cal faction. During the banquet, many nobles gather around him and begin flattering him endlessly. Meanwhile, Alan quietly wonders whether he is nothing more than a symbolic figurehead for a plan he does not understand. Suddenly, a familiar voice speaks to him from behind, asking whether he is enjoying the banquet. He sees Kalia Zenonia and Loria. Kalia confidently asks if the event meets his expectations, saying she personally believes the arrangement turned out close to perfect. Loria agrees and calmly adds that everything unfolded exactly as he intended. Alan immediately feels dizzy. As far as he remembered, he had only spoken with them briefly a few years ago. For a moment, he even wonders if he somehow has a split personality that secretly orchestrated everything without his knowledge. Then Loria suddenly blushes slightly and thanks him sincerely for saving her life in the past. Hearing that only confuses Alan even more. After some time spent talking with the two women, he slowly pieces together what actually happened behind the scenes. According to them, the Cal faction was created based on Alan's own instructions. At least that is what they believed. The two women had interpreted that letter in a completely different way. They believed Alan was secretly instructing them to form an alliance. Following that interpretation, they began accepting nobles into their faction. The rule was simple. Any noble who sent gifts to Alan Palatio would be recognized as a member. That explained why so many gifts had been flooding into Alan's estate for weeks. Listening to this explanation, Alan feels completely speechless. In his mind, he swears that he never gave any such order. As far as he remembered, the letter he sent was nothing more than a simple apology to Kalia. Alan now finally understands why some of the letters he received earlier never made any sense. The problem is that people who operate in the shadows tend to think in strange ways. Alan realizes that trying to explain the truth would only make things worse. If he openly told them the truth, both Kalia and Loria would probably try to kill him, and especially Zenonius, who is known for having an extremely terrible personality. Because of that, Alan decides that the best option is to stay quiet for now, and eventually retire once things calm down. When Loria asks about his future plans, Alan honestly has no idea what to say. He knows nothing about politics, so he simply thinks about what would sound the coolest. After a brief pause, he casually declares that he will begin by sweeping up the underworld. The moment those words leave his mouth, both women are completely shocked. Without giving them time to ask more questions, Alan quickly turns away and says that he has other matters to attend to. In truth, he just wants to escape before they continue asking things he cannot answer. Outside the building, Alan meets Evan and asks if he delivered the letter earlier. Evan confirms that the job is done and asks why Alan came back so early, wondering if the banquet has already ended. Sitting inside the carriage, Alan calmly tells him not to look back and to head toward the colony immediately. Back inside the building, Loria is surprised and comments that Achan disappeared right after saying what he needed to say. Kalia replies that she already took control of her region's underworld a long time ago. Hearing Alan's words earlier, both women now interpret it as a grand strategy. Smiling, they imagine a future where the entire underworld is united under Alan's command. Raising their wine glasses, they toast together while looking forward to what Alan Palacio will accomplish next. Meanwhile, high in the sky above Alan's moving carriage, a mysterious man floats silently while watching from afar. He mutters that he has finally found Count Palacio. Killing Alan would actually be easy, but the real problem would come afterward. Once the Master Knight Deus hears about it, he would definitely take action. The assassin remembers his leader's warning that they should never create overwhelming enemies, even if the reward is tempting. But the man smiles to himself, convinced that his leader will understand once he hears about this mission. The story then shifts to some time earlier. The same assassin secretly infiltrates the mansion of Duke Kamalan in the Ashutalon kingdom. Inside the mansion, he meets a familiar man named Carmine, the same charming noble who appeared during the Asteria noble gathering. Carmine calmly asks if he is the agent sent for this job. In this world, agents are members of an assassination organization belonging to the Federation Kingdom, and each of them possesses swordsmanship at an elite level. Carmine asks if the assassin recognizes him. The assassin replies that he knows Carmine is related to the Seeker. Suddenly, the assassin attacks with his arcane pen, instantly killing the hidden guards who were secretly protecting Carmine from the shadows. Watching this, Carmine claps with a satisfied smile and praises the assassin's strength. Carmine then gives him a mission. He orders the assassin to eliminate Count Palacio, and calmly states that the assassin will not refuse such a request. The assassin responds that as long as the payment is sufficient, there will never be failure, even if the target is royalty. However, he asks whether Carmine can truly afford the cost. Carmine answers by revealing a mysterious square object called an abyss entity. The assassin is immediately shocked. It is not merely an abyss orb, but an actual abyss entity. In this world, abyss entities are extremely rare items secretly distributed by Duke Kamalan through the black market. Unlike abyss orbs, which only enhance physical ability, abyss entities can grant special supernatural powers. The assassin begins imagining how powerful he would become once he used such an item. Smiling with excitement, the assassin accepts the job and disappears, promising that the mission will be completed quickly. Meanwhile, Carmine clenches his fist while smiling bitterly. He curses Alan Palacio, angrily questioning how Alan could dare to live peacefully after once looking down on him. Sometime later, the assassin reports everything to Duke Kamalan, the head of the noble faction in the Ashutalon kingdom, and the secret power behind the Underworld Federation. The Duke is also widely known by the name Seeker. Hearing the report, Duke Kamalan calmly wonders what his son plans to do after stealing an abyss entity. The assassin feels tempted by the reward, but also remembers his leader's warning never to oppose the Dakhel house. Duke Kamalan simply tells him that he heard nothing about this matter, and orders him to leave. The assassin realizes that the Duke has decided to turn a blind eye to the situation. Before leaving, the assassin asks whether he should deliver his leader's greetings to the Duke. Kamalan replies that it would be a good excuse for a sudden visit, and tells him to do as he wishes. After the assassin leaves, another man comes before Duke Kamalan. He reports that they cannot exert any influence inside the Asteria kingdom anymore. The reason is the growing influence of the Kale faction, which is led by Count Palladio. This man, Shotro, is the true underworld power of the Ashotalon kingdom. Duke Kamalan calmly states that taking action personally would be troublesome, but this situation has arrived at a perfect time. Returning to the present, the assassin hovers above Alan's moving carriage. He cannot stop imagining how powerful he will become once he obtains the Abyss entity as his reward. Preparing to strike, he activates his arcane pen and prepares to attack. However, in the next instant, his hand is suddenly cut off. Before he can even react, a blue bolt of lightning crashes into his body and throws him violently to the ground, causing a massive explosion. Lying on the ground struggling to breathe, the assassin looks up in shock. Standing nearby is a young boy. It is Elavan, the Alan's earlier investments. Elavan calmly tells the assassin to stop struggling, because he is only wasting his remaining strength. With a simple flick of his finger, he burns the assassin to ashes. Smiling quietly, Elavan turns around and leaves the area. Soon afterward, Elavan continues moving by jumping across rocks, while silently following Alan's carriage from a distance. With a small smile, he remarks that if the assassin had not targeted Count Palacio, he might have lived a little longer. But since he chose Alan as his target, his death was inevitable. 5 days had passed since Alan left Teria for the colony, and he was now crossing the southern desert, the final route before reaching his destination. The heat was unbearable. Evan wiped the sweat from his face dramatically and complained miserably, saying it was insanely hot and that he wished he had an ice crystal stone. Crossing a desert alone was basically suicide, so he joined a caravan. While observing the caravan, Evan leaned closer with sparkling eyes and asked if the Count wouldn't practice magic. Alan didn't even look at him and simply said no. Evan immediately looked disappointed and called it a waste. As Alan continued watching, he noticed someone had already noticed him. A red-haired woman turned sharply toward him. It was Leanne Agulitus. She asked coldly what he was looking at. Alan calmly replied that he had only glanced over. Leon mocked him, asking if he enjoyed spying on others. Alan replied plainly that he didn't have such a hobby. She tilted her head and added sharply that she thought someone who spread rumors might enjoy peeping too. Evan was shocked, wondering since when their Count had rumors surrounding him. Alan simply exhaled slowly, thinking how troublesome it was. In reality, Leanne was the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master, a rank 4 mage. Even without a title, her name alone carried terrifying weight. Her father was known as a complete madman who once charged alone against one of the 5 great sins and died doing so. Achan looked at her briefly and then turned away, muttering to himself that he couldn't even get a moment of peace. He chose to ignore her, not out of patience but caution. He decided it was better not to get involved with someone like her, and reminded himself he would never see her again after crossing the desert. That night, everything changed. Without warning, a bandit at the front swung a chain sickle and instantly killed a mercenary. It wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. The bandits slaughtered the caravan guards in moments. In an instant, she was captured. The eye patch man told everyone to cooperate quietly if they wanted to stay safe. Leanne's face turned pale. Even without fully understanding, she knew he was far beyond ordinary knights. Nearby, a surviving mercenary trembled in horror, recognizing the symbol of the Bloodsand bandits, and realizing they were finished. The eye patch man laughed, and said he had been told the Tower Master's daughter was there, and now he had found her. He leaned closer and mockingly asked if she wanted special treatment. Leanne trembled uncontrollably. Her breathing broke as past trauma resurfaced. Fear consumed her mind as she thought it was happening again. Then suddenly, everything changed. The air turned cold, her breath became visible. Confused, he muttered what was happening. Alan was walking forward, completely unbothered. Leanne Aguilera's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind raced. From the moment she met Alan, she had believed he was nothing more than a fraud, a weak man who stole credit from Deus and possessed pitiful mana. Yet reality stood before her. A frozen domain spread outward from Alan, transforming the burning desert into a tundra. She whispered that it made no sense, her voice trembling as she instinctively analyzed the phenomenon. It was compound magic, at least 3 spells combined, something impossible with his supposed mana. Suddenly the eye patch man vanished, and reappeared right in front of Achan in an instant. Alan didn't move at all. He calmly repeated the command to freeze. In that instant, the bandit stopped completely, his body locked mid-swing like an ice statue. Alan raised his hand slightly and quietly commanded it to shatter. A cracking sound echoed as the frozen body exploded into pieces, and the leader of the Bloodsand bandits was gone just like that. A faint white breath escaped Alan's lips as he lowered his hand and looked at the remaining bandits with no emotion. He coldly told them he would give them one chance, and ordered them to leave. The bandits trembled before panic took over. Without hesitation, they fled, not daring to look back. The atmosphere completely changed. The surviving mercenaries gathered around Alan. One eagerly offered him a special wine from Gur, while another presented premium ham, insisting he try it. After some time, the mercenaries bowed and left. Alan leaned back slightly, thinking everything had gone according to plan. Alan began analyzing the situation. Reducing the constraint penalties had been the right decision. The spell he used was something he had developed over half a year by combining spatial magic. It allowed him to transform any environment into frozen land. He reflected that this satisfied one of the key conditions, as the spell performed best on land of extreme cold, reducing penalties and increasing power. Then he touched the belt of the Forgotten at his waist, and thought about its effect. He shrugged slightly, and concluded that it didn't matter as long as he didn't get hit. At that moment someone approached. Alan looked up and saw Lian walking toward him. She stopped and bowed deeply, and sincerely apologized for her earlier behavior. Both Achan and Evan froze. Looking slightly nervous, she asked if it would be alright to discuss magic with him. Alan stared at her in silence, confused by her sudden change after constantly provoking him. But Achan spoke generously, and accepted her apology. Evan's expression immediately changed to admiration, while Leon looked surprised by his response, and thanked him sincerely. From the next day onward, everything changed. Leanne began approaching Alan frequently, asking detailed questions about magic. After more than a week of travel, they finally arrived at the desert city colony. Leanne politely thanked him for everything he had taught her, and asked if he would attend the upcoming conference. Alan replied that he wasn't affiliated with any tower, and hadn't received an invitation. Lilian smiled and suggested he join the Red Magic Tower, adding that she truly enjoyed their conversations. Alan thanked her for her kindness. As she left, she waved and said she would see him there. Alan watched her go and quietly thought that he actually needed something from the conference tower, so this worked out well. At that moment Evan returned and informed him that everything regarding the carriage and luggage had been taken care of. Alan simply nodded. Evan was about to ask about their next destination, when a massive explosion suddenly shook the area, several men lying on the ground, barely alive. Before they could fully understand the situation, something moved. It was too fast to follow. Another explosion erupted. It was Sao Rang. In an instant she wiped out the remaining enemies completely, and vanished again. Evan immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Alan, telling him to stay back. Without hesitation she wrapped her arm around Achan. He froze in shock as she greeted him warmly, calling him Godfather. Achan blinked in disbelief and called out her name. Seol Rang happily raised her hand and said he should have told her he was coming, adding that the place was full of nasty thugs. Evan stared at her in complete shock, unable to believe that this cheerful girl was the same terrifying figure from moments ago. Sol Rang puffed her chest proudly and assured him not to worry, saying she had already taken care of everything. Then she grabbed Achan's hand excitedly and said she had been waiting for his arrival ever since receiving his letter. The surrounding fighters were stunned. One whispered if that was the Golden Flash, while another wondered who Alan was for her to treat him like that. Meanwhile, Alan himself was just as confused as everyone else as he was dragged along like luggage by a blood-covered Sel Rang. They arrived at a massive building. Alan stared at it briefly and thought it was big, while Evan added his own observation, saying it was huge. They entered and headed straight to the top floor. The scar-faced beast folk bowed and welcomed her back. She casually asked if anything had happened, and Ralga reported that everything was quiet. He then mentioned that the guests she had spoken about must be them, and added that she had been waiting eagerly, even sitting at the entrance every day. Alan glanced at her as she laughed shyly. Alan and Evan followed her inside, and simply concluded that she seemed good at taking care of her guild members. Seol Rang immediately lit up and proudly declared that they were all her family, adding that she didn't care about anyone else. Then she suddenly paused mid-sentence, turned serious, and clarified that Achan was different. She began muttering to herself, trying to rank people in her life, placing family first, then Utia, and awkwardly figuring out where Alan belonged. After thinking hard, she admitted that no matter how important he wasn't blood-related. Surprisingly, Achan wasn't offended at all. Instead, he thought that ranking was higher than expected. Considering their limited interaction, he saw it as a win. Then, like a strategist, Alan came up with a simple plan. He glanced at Evan and gave him a signal. Evan immediately understood and placed a pile of gifts on the table, sighing in relief as if he had completed a dangerous mission. Sol Rang's reaction was instant. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. At one point, she enthusiastically agreed to something he said, and when he questioned if she had actually listened, Seol Rang immediately dismissed the concern, saying it didn't matter, and reminding him that even if they weren't family, he was still her master, which in her mind solved everything. Seol Rang then mentioned that thanks to him she had managed to gather the scattered members of the Golden Mane tribe. She proudly showed him the glove she was wearing, and Alan immediately recognized it as proof of their essence. A strange thought crossed his mind, and he proudly concluded that he was actually a good father who had raised his children well. Then without any warning, Seol Rang suddenly picked Achan up and threw him over her shoulder like he weighed nothing, casually saying that her master must be tired after traveling so far and that she would take him to rest. As she carried him, she casually asked how the desert was, but didn't even wait for a proper answer before saying it must have been boring with nothing but sand. Evan tried to explain more seriously that the desert was actually dangerous, which caught Seol Rang's attention. She tilted her head in confusion, clearly unable to see how endless sand could be a threat, so Evan simply explained that they had been attacked. The moment he said that, Hyulrang's cheerful expression froze for a split second. Alan calmly confirmed it, explaining that they had been ambushed by the Bloodsand bandits in broad daylight, while Alan made it clear he never wanted to deal with them again. In her mind, it became something entirely different. If her master didn't want to see them again, then they simply shouldn't exist. Everything seemed normal on the surface, but that night, things were far from normal. The hidden base of the Bloodsand bandits, which had stood for years, was completely erased. Golden lightning flashed through the darkness as Sulrong moved like a storm. In an instant, she reappeared holding 2 severed heads. Without any interest, she threw them aside like trash. With overwhelming power, she erased what remained without a second thought, leaving behind nothing but silence. The next day, when Alan woke up, Sulrang casually announced that she had taken care of it. She proudly confirmed that she had wiped out the Bloodsand bandits. Problem solved. In her mind, the logic was flawless. Alan fell silent. The Bloodsand bandits were not weak. There were hundreds of them, many capable of using magic in combat. They weren't a group someone could casually erase, yet she had done exactly that, leaving nothing behind. Alan already knew she was strong. The title of Baba Yaga was not given lightly, but this was something else entirely. Elsewhere, hundreds of fighters charged forward at once. Standing alone against them was Kalman, one of the Baba Yagas. Kalman casually threw a punch into the air. The shockwave from that single strike sent hundreds of fighters flying in every direction. Silence fell across the Colosseum for several long seconds before the crowd erupted into madness. No one cared about the broken bodies scattered across the ground. To them, it was simply entertainment. Kalman stood in the center, smiling faintly, as if nothing had happened. Later, Kalman sat calmly in the room, stating that they truly believed they could defeat him. From behind, Rauga agreed. As Kalman turned, he saw Rauga, who smiled and remarked how absurd it was for anyone to think they could defeat a Baba Yaga with just a few hundred people. Rauga then informed him that the Bloodsand bandits had been annihilated by Sulrang. However, Kalman already knew this and simply smiled. Rauga questioned whether the bandits' leader had been Kalman's younger brother. Kalman dismissed it, revealing that it had only been a rumor, one he had spread himself. He had kept the man around solely to maintain control over the underworld. The conversation then shifted to their next target. Rauga nervously asked if his expectations had been wrong. Kalman denied it, explaining that he had only held back because executing such a plan in a legitimate match between Baba Yagas would have been impossible. His expression suddenly darkened as he mentioned the one who had been interfering within the colony. He stated that the timing was now perfect. He added that avenging his brother would serve as the ideal excuse. Kalman understood that if Rauga had come to him personally, then he was ready. He then handed Rauga a box. Inside were 4 abyssal entities, a small gift from their benefactor, the Seeker. Kalman explained that Rauga could gain immense power by using them. With a cold smile, Kalman declared that after crushing that person and devouring the colony's underworld, they could even aim for the throne. Both of them were now ready to set their plan into motion. Their target was simple: Sulrang. 2 days later, Alan, now fully rested, left the guild alongside Sulrang in a carriage, heading toward the ancient city Kahara. After some time they arrived. Alan stepped out. After walking for a while, Evan pointed ahead and said he could see a faint light, suggesting that must be the place. Alan followed his gaze and stepped forward, only to be greeted by a massive fortress. Then suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, one that no one else could hear. It called out to him, telling him he had finally arrived. Evan tried to follow, but Alan stopped him at the entrance and went inside alone, not out of bravery, but because the voice had specifically instructed him to come alone to the central tower of Kahara, and finally came face to face with something that could barely be called a figure. Its form was impossible to define. It looked human, beast-like, and monstrous all at once, as if reality itself refused to describe it properly. Instead, he explained that he came because of the words left behind by Wicked One. The entity seemed slightly intrigued and acknowledged that anyone who knew that name might be worth testing. It spoke of a test, calling it an opportunity, but immediately clarified that it had nothing to teach him, which only made things more confusing. Alan then brought up something he had heard before from the god of monster strength, asking about the meaning of divinity. The entity answered in a vague yet heavy tone, saying that divinity was the standard by which the world judged existence. Then it casually added something far more alarming. An outer god would soon descend, and Alan should deal with it. It spoke of it like a minor task. It continued, stating that once Alan handled that, he would meet the conditions to speak with it again. Then, as if suddenly interested, it decided to share something useful. According to it, magic was not random power but a structured system governed by laws assigned by the caster. It broke magic into 3 parts: incantation, logic, and manifestation. First comes the incantation, then the logic, and through that logic, power manifests. That is magic. Alan was genuinely shocked, especially at the mention of logic, something he had never heard before. The entity pointed that out immediately, almost mockingly. then moved closer and said it would teach him one piece of true magic. Outside, Solrong waited patiently for her benefactor's return. She wondered if something had gone wrong. We see a shadow tore through the desert. A sinister grin formed within the storm. It was Kalman. Before Solrong could react, dark shadowy tendrils burst outward, striking down the members of her kin who were guarding the area. They collapsed instantly, completely caught off guard. He grabbed one of her kin members by the head, lifting him effortlessly with a cruel smirk. Solrang's expression twisted with rage. She shouted at him, asking how he dared to fight outside the Colosseum like a shameless coward. Kalman simply laughed, completely unfazed. He mocked her, pointing out that she had just wiped out the Bloodsand bandits herself. He then charged toward her remaining kin, claiming he was here to take revenge for his adorable little brother. Solrang responded instantly. Golden energy erupted from her body in a blinding shockwave. The sheer force pushed her backward through the sand, but she held her ground, shielding her people. But Kalman was breaking into a wider grin. He muttered that he had expected this. Solrang clenched her teeth, not understanding why he was smiling. A blade pierced deep into her side. Her body froze. Slowly she turned her head. It was Rauga. Her second-in-command stood behind her with a mocking smile. He remarked that their boss was far too predictable. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. Solrang could not believe it. Memories rushed through her mind. Days spent with her kin. The fragile happiness she had tried to rebuild after losing everything. The Golden Mane tribe. Her people. Her family. After the Black Dragon destroyed everything, all she had wanted was to find them again and belong once more. And now, she weakly asked why. Rauga scoffed and told her to stop pretending they were some kind of happy family. At the same time, Kalman moved in from behind. He ordered Rauga to finish her. An explosion erupted as sand scattered in all directions, but Solrang barely managed to dodge the attack. Kalman clicked his tongue and mocked her, saying she was still running away like a rat. Kalman stepped forward again, his grin widening as he declared that he had grown much stronger thanks to the abyssal entity, claiming his power had increased several times over. He lunged forward. Solrang met him head-on. Their clash sent shockwaves across the desert. At the same time, Rauga attacked from the side, trying to end her, but she dodged again. Rauga frowned, clearly irritated. He mocked her, asking how long she could keep this up. The three of them continued clashing, exchanging brutal blows. Even while injured and poisoned, Solrang fought relentlessly, her movements sharp and precise. Kalman attacked from one side while Rauga closed in from the other. She slipped between them. In the next moment, her foot slammed into Kalman's side, sending him crashing into a nearby rock formation. Rauga's expression twisted with confusion. Even in this condition, she was still holding her ground. Kalman coughed as he pushed himself back up, anger flashing across his face. Then suddenly, his gaze shifted. He noticed someone emerging from the cave in the distance. It was Alan. Kalman immediately recognized him as Solrang's benefactor. Without hesitation, he launched forward at full speed. If he could capture Alan as a hostage, then Solrang would be completely finished. On the side, Rauga noticed that Solrang had suddenly stopped moving. A slow smile spread across his face as he muttered that it looked like the poison had finally kicked in. He calmly informed her that he had coated his blade with poison, and now that he had stabbed her, she would not be able to move for about an hour. Then, with a mocking tone, he asked if she truly believed their tribe had gathered just to play family with her. They had all gathered for one reason: the authority granted by the essence of the Golden Man tribe. He told her that she merely held ownership over it, nothing more. His voice turned bitter as he admitted that watching her walk around with overwhelming strength, simply because she had gotten lucky, had driven him mad. Solrang weakly tried to remind him of the time they had spent together, insisting that it had all been real. Rauga scoffed and asked if she was still daydreaming. At that moment, the other members of her tribe stepped forward. Their expressions were filled with hostility. Rauga declared that he would show her just how much everyone hated her. Solrang's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that all of them had betrayed her. Rauga raised his sword, ready to finish her and claim the essence of the Golden Man tribe. But before his blade could fall, the ground shattered. A sudden overwhelming attack struck the battlefield. Rauga's eyes snapped toward the source. Kalman had been pierced through the stomach by Alan's attack. Before anyone could react further, Evan moved. Rauga immediately leapt back, narrowly dodging the incoming strike, his teeth clenching in frustration as he tried to understand what had just happened. Alan stepped forward with authority, his senses sharp as he detected traces of black magic lingering in the air. He wondered if they were using an abyssal entity. From what he remembered in the Psychedelia game, the abyssal entity was something that appeared mid-story, surrounded by mystery and endless speculation. Without wasting time, Alan poured a healing potion onto her. He calmly told her that she would be able to move again soon, and reassured her that the ones who betrayed her were nothing more than traitors. He added that from what he had seen, her guild had always been a happy place. Solrang looked at him with trembling eyes. Then her expression hardened. She stood up, ready to fight. Achan told her to hold them off for a moment until his spell was complete. Without hesitation, Solarng charged forward. Evan joined her, and together they began cutting down the traitors one by one. Meanwhile, Alan began chanting. He whispered, "Frost," and cold mana gathered around him as ice crystals began forming, surrounding his body. As he focused, memories surfaced. The words of a shadowy figure from the tower echoed in his mind. That phases were the key. Words could alter the laws of the world, but phases were what connected them. Yet, after losing that legacy, he had learned to use abbreviated forms instead. Alan muttered, "Renown of a snowy mountain," and the ice crystals reshaped into a magical crossbow. Then he continued, "Pen of the blind," and the weapon transformed again into countless icy spears. Pouring all his mana into the bracelet, he unleashed the attack. The frozen spears shot forward with overwhelming force. Ralga, who had been preparing to strike Solarng, suddenly found himself surrounded. The icy barrage slammed into him and the remaining traitors, freezing them in place. Yet even then Ralga growled that it did not matter. He only needed to kill Solarng. With brute force he shattered the ice and lunged toward her again, thinking that once he controlled the essence, everything would belong to him. But suddenly Alan stepped in front of her. The dagger pierced into his body. Ralga froze in shock. Blood spilled from Alan's mouth as he coughed. Solarng's eyes trembled with rage. Without hesitation she slammed her foot into Ralga with full force. Silence followed. The traitors were gone. Breathing heavily, Solarng turned to Alan and asked if he was okay. Achan sat on the ground, trying to steady himself. He wondered why his body felt so weak. The wound itself was not severe. It was only a shallow stab. Then he realized he had exhausted all his mana. The spell had been far more powerful than he expected. Kalman's earlier words echoed. "Father thinks you are an eyesore." Alan frowned, not understanding who this father or Shutro was. But for now, it did not matter. The battle was over. At the same time, something else had happened. Because his opponent had absorbed an abyssal entity, the third restriction had been triggered. When magic was used against something akin to a god, the laws of the world twisted, and Alan had grown stronger. As Solarng looked at him, her expression darkened. Tears welled up in her eyes as she asked why he had not dodged. Alan replied casually that he thought she could block it, though in truth, he knew he would not have been able to dodge it anyway. Then she asked quietly why he had saved her. Alan paused. In his mind, he thought that after raising someone like a daughter for so long, it had simply become instinct. But what he said aloud was simple. He did not need a reason to save family. Solarng immediately replied that her family was her kin. Then, her face turned red. Looking at him shyly, she said that she wanted to become family with him. Achan blinked in confusion, unable to understand what she meant. To him it felt like a long-awaited recognition, like being called father after years of silence. But then she placed her hand on his shoulder. She stated that she was a golden man, and he was a human. Then without hesitation she said, they should get married. Both Achan and Evan froze in shock. Neither of them could process what she had just said. 5 days later, news of Kalman's atrocities spread throughout the colony. The entire region was shaken, and most people expressed disgust toward the cowardly actions associated with Baba Yaga. In contrast, Solarng gained overwhelming support, enough to establish herself as the first true Baba Yaga. Yet despite everything that had happened, one thing had not changed. Solarng continued insisting on marriage. Achan looked completely exhausted. In his previous life, when he played the game, he could simply skip repetitive dialogue, but now there was no such option. He had to endure it every single time. At first he had found it amusing. He had thought her behavior resembled a child, declaring that she would marry her father when she grew up. But now, it had clearly gone far beyond that. With a tired expression, Alan reminded her that she had already said it 19 times. He told her that he already considered her family. Solarng responded seriously, that becoming family required marriage. She added, with absolute sincerity, that she would make him happy after they got married. Alan let out a long sigh. For him, happiness was far simpler. A sweet potato and a quiet, laid-back noble life were more than enough. Soon after, the time came for Alan to leave the colony. Solarng firmly told him that he had better give her an answer next time. Alan thought to himself that she would eventually give up if he simply ignored it long enough. As his carriage began to move, Solarng stood there waving at him. But her thoughts were different. Her guilt had not disappeared. Instead, it had transformed into determination. After Ralga's betrayal, her entire tribe had been shaken. Many of her kinsmen were still filled with anger and fear. Solarng understood something clearly now. Simply gathering her tribe together did not mean happiness. True family was something else entirely. It was built on trust. It was a place where people believed in one another. With that realization, she resolved to become more careful. She decided that she needed to build something stronger, a force capable of protecting her benefactor. With firm determination, She declared to herself that only by doing so could they become a true family, one that would remain together even beyond death. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Evan informed Alan about the latest report from the Information Guild. He stated that aside from Ralga's men, no suspicious individuals had been found. Hearing this, Alan felt relieved. He thought that after raising Sail Rong so well, he could not allow anything to happen to her. However, his thoughts soon drifted elsewhere. He remembered the words of the shadowy figure, the mention of the outer god. He only knew fragments about divinity, but he was certain that something did not align. The more he thought about it, the more questions piled up. Then he recalled the guidance he had received. Beneath the tower, there was a stone slab, a record, a message. The phrases engraved upon it resurfaced in his mind. One who values honor, one who seeks death that was forgotten, one who delves into the mysteries of magic, one of many hands, one who swallows avarice and envy. Alan understood that, just like in the game, these descriptions were metaphorical references to gods. He was certain that many hands and avarice referred to the 5 great sins, but the rest, he could not connect them. Something was wrong. In the original game, outer gods referred to beings from beyond the world, entities tied to fate or other dimensions. Meanwhile, gods referred to the 5 great sins that had existed since the beginning of time. But here, the stone slab described the 5 great sins as outer gods. The contradiction unsettled him. His thoughts spiraled, unable to find a clear answer. Evan reported new information about the other individuals. He stated that Deus had defeated the first sword Reinhardt. Alan's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought that for Deus to reach that level in just half a year, his talent was undeniable. He remembered when Deus asked him if he could become strong too. It seemed that answer had already been proven. Evan then continued. He reported that Rinna had risen to become a member of the Three Council, the body responsible for shaping the political direction of Lartania. Alan acknowledged it silently. That level of influence in such a short time was no small feat. Then came the next name, Radon. Evan informed him that Radon had united the 5 archipelagos and declared himself the Pirate King. His bounty had already reached the millions, rivaling that of the first Pirate King. Alan could not help but think how absurd that was. Not long ago, Radon had merely been a Somali pirate. Now he ruled the seas. Before Evan could continue with the report about Utia, the scene shifted to the biannual meeting of Blue Moon. Without hesitation, Sail Rong bluntly declared that she was going to marry the Great Moon. Every member was visibly shocked, unable to process what they had just heard. Their gazes slowly shifted toward Utia, whose face had already darkened. A terrifying thought crossed everyone's mind, that Seol Rang had just declared war against their leader. But then, unexpectedly, Utia's expression softened. She forced a smile and calmly reasoned that Sail Rang had always had a tendency to exaggerate. She admitted that the Great Moon was indeed an exceptional man, so it was only natural for someone to grow fond of him. Sail Rang, however, responded with complete seriousness. She stated that was precisely why she intended to marry him and that she would become a good wife. Those words struck Utia harder than anything else. The atmosphere became suffocating. Everyone present could clearly feel the pressure building beneath it. Utia then explained that such a thing was not possible because they were shadows. Sail Rang tilted her head slightly and asked if shadows were not allowed to marry. Utia's calm mask shattered, revealing sharp anger beneath. She reminded Sail Rang that they were shadows, beings that could never stand beside someone like him. Sail Rang fell silent. The words had clearly reached her. She still continued, stating that what mattered most was what the Great Moon himself wanted. Utia then asked directly if she truly believed he would choose her. Hearing that, Sail Rang recalled her earlier interaction. She remembered when she had asked Alan about her appearance. He had said she did not look bad. The moment those words were spoken aloud, Utia froze. Deus, sitting nearby, reacted with confusion and asked what exactly had happened. Sail Rang then explained everything in detail, recounting Alan's visit and the events that followed. Deus listened carefully. He remembered the Alan he had seen half a year ago, the calm figure who walked through what felt like hell itself without hesitation. The overwhelming presence. Sail Rang then asked him if he had experienced something similar. He confessed that he had misjudged Alan's strength and had even doubted him when he sensed the enemy's magic power. Yet despite that, Alan had reassured him instead. The conversation continued, with Deus openly expressing admiration for Alan. Meanwhile, Sail Rang reacted dramatically to every single word, clearly fascinated. Nearly 2 hours slipped by as they continued discussing him. Eventually, Deus suddenly paused and questioned whether they had been talking about the Great Moon for far too long. Uta, however, showed no interest in that realization. She bluntly turned to Sail Rang and declared that she could not marry him. Sail Rang immediately argued back, insisting that she could. The two began bickering like children, repeatedly arguing back and forth without reaching any conclusion. Watching this unfold, both Radan and Rinny looked completely exhausted. Rin, maintaining her composure, quietly began writing down the official notes for the Blue Moon biannual meeting. First, no one was allowed to question Daechan about the Great Moon. Second, regarding Utia, if the topic involved the Great Moon, she would display a noticeably childish demeanor. On the other hand, Radin decided he wanted nothing to do with any of it. The scene shifted to the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, inside a quiet inn where two men sat facing each other. Marquis Filboid, leader of the aristocratic faction, calmly stated that the Cal faction's presence had become unsettling for both sides, so forming an alliance was only natural. Duke Rimgrave of the Royalist faction agreed and explained that he already had a plan. He said they would involve the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and use a reformation letter, one that could be issued by Rosario and spread across the nation to accuse targets of heresy. He added that such a letter required the support of at least 2 cardinals and carried immense authority once approved. Filboid understood immediately and admitted it was a strong plan, then asked what they wanted in return. Rimgrave replied that they wanted half of the bribe. After a brief pause, both sides agreed, and Rimgrave added that the discussions with the cardinals were already finished, meaning everything would proceed quickly. The scene then shifted to a church where a cardinal sat calmly, smiling as someone approached. He remarked that they were quite busy and noted that this was their second meeting. The girl addressed him as Cardinal Sergius. His expression changed slightly as he spoke, stating that lending her name to a reformation letter targeting Count Alan Palacio would not be difficult, and that he could easily create a pretext for heresy. The girl standing before him was Utia. She smiled faintly and asked if he truly wished to place her name on a letter meant to bury the Alan Palacio. Sergius continued confidently, suggesting they use the suspicious death of Cardinal Viantra as justification, while inwardly he thought about keeping the bribe for himself, and imagined wealth and harem awaiting him. Before he could finish that thought, his body was suddenly slammed to the ground. Utia's expression turned cold, as she asked if he truly wanted her to kill the man she worshipped. The atmosphere inside the church darkened instantly, an overwhelming pressure filling the space as everyone present froze, unable to move or hear anything clearly. Utia calmly told him to scream as much as he wanted because no one would come. Shadows began to rise from behind her, spreading across the room like living darkness. Time passed as Sergius was tortured, his body and mind breaking under the pressure. Eventually, he begged her weakly to kill him, but Utia did not stop. She told him there was something he must do first. She said that since he had tried to harm the one she worshipped, he must be punished properly. With a calm but merciless tone, she ordered him to recognize his sins so that he could be forgotten. The scene shifted to Alan's mansion, and it had been 1 month since returning from the colony. Achan informed him that all preparations were complete, meaning it was time to leave for the magic conference. Alan let out a quiet sigh, thinking that since he was now the leader, he had no choice but to attend, even though he still needed to investigate the abyssal entities and the outer god. He raised the letter in his hand, and Evan asked if he was still holding on to the one he had received 2 weeks ago. For Achan, it was a certificate confirming his position as the leader of the Cal faction, along with a legal wage far beyond what he had expected. Before depositing it, he wondered why anyone would willingly take on a position filled with so much trouble. After depositing it, however, his thoughts changed completely. He realized that money truly embodied the phrase that with great power comes great responsibility. At the same time, he admitted to himself that he still had no idea how the Cal faction was structured to generate such absurd wealth, but considering his estate's condition, it was undeniably good news. Seeing the amount, he nearly felt emotional, quietly acknowledging what he called the true magical nature of capitalism. The scene then shifted to the Vrittion Marquisate conference. Alan and Evan entered the venue where numerous influential figures had gathered, including warriors, mercenaries, and priests. As he stepped in, Kalia and Loria approached to greet him. Loria, with a cheerful expression, asked how he had been, but Alan simply responded briefly. Soon after, he was seen eating while Kalia and Loria stood in front of him. He felt slightly uncomfortable due to the misunderstanding surrounding him. Becoming the leader of the Cal faction while being associated with 2 major underworld figures had created an odd image around him. Internally, he wished they would finish their greetings and leave so he could eat in peace. At that moment, Evan approached and quietly informed him of new developments. He reported that the leader of the Royalist faction had received a reformation letter and had been taken to the Holy Kingdom. Hearing this, Alan felt relieved that he would not have to deal with him at the conference, and casually shifted his thoughts back to deciding his next meal. Then Kalia noticed someone approaching from the side, and questioned his purpose. The man was trembling as he stepped forward, and to everyone's shock, it was Marquis Filboid, the leader of the aristocratic faction. His body shook as he spoke, admitting that he had lost. He bowed deeply and begged Alan to spare him. The entire conference fell silent. Every attendee was stunned. Even Loria and Utia could not understand what was happening. The man standing before them was one of the most powerful figures in the political world, yet he had lowered his head without hesitation. Unlike the underworld, where power alone ruled, the political world functioned on cause and justification. Bowing like this was no simple act. It was equivalent to handing over one's authority. Realizing that while she knew Alan Palacio was extraordinary, This situation was on an entirely different level. Yet when she looked at him, she noticed something unsettling. Alan remained completely calm, as if he had expected this outcome from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in another scene, the chubby Sailrang is diligently learning to cook, determined to become a capable and caring wife. A few days earlier, Marquise Filboid had received a strange magical sphere along with a sealed letter. The contents immediately reminded him of the infamous Reformation letters that had recently shaken the political world. When he activated the sphere, a brief vision lasting only a few seconds appeared before his eyes. Within that vision, Duke Rimgrave could be seen screaming desperately, urging him to read the letter and travel to the Holy Kingdom to witness the sacred moon for himself. Before Filboid could fully process what he had seen, the sphere shattered into pieces. With trembling hands, he opened the accompanying letter and discovered what could only be described as a threat. The message made it clear that he would be the next target. A cold chill ran down his spine as he struggled to understand how the situation had spiraled so far out of control. Originally, the Reformation letter had merely been a political weapon designed to destroy reputations and careers. Anyone unconnected to heresy could survive the scandal with their life intact, but Duke Rimgrave had possessed no ties to heretics and had still met a horrifying fate. At that moment, Filboid became convinced that Alan Palatio had somehow orchestrated the entire situation. The thought left him shaken. He could not comprehend how Alan had managed to turn their own scheme against them so completely. But one fact mattered more than anything else. If Rimgrave had fallen, then his own turn would soon arrive. Driven by fear, Filboid collapsed before Alan during the conference and lowered his head all the way to the floor. He pleaded for the chance to spend the remainder of his life peacefully and promised to abandon politics entirely if only he could be spared from receiving a Reformation letter. Alan stood there utterly bewildered. He had no idea what Filboid was talking about, and instinctively glanced toward the women nearby, suspecting that one of them had done something behind the scenes. Meanwhile, those observing the scene interpreted it very differently. In their eyes, the true face of one of Asteria's hidden rulers was finally being revealed. The sight only reinforced the growing belief that Alan's appointment as deputy leader of the Cal faction had never been a matter of convenience, but rather recognition of overwhelming influence and power. 3 days after the conference began, Alan departed for the magical conclave in the eastern region. While walking through the streets alongside Evan, he learned that Marquise Filboid had also received a mysterious letter and had already traveled to the Holy Kingdom. Alan reacted with mild surprise, realizing that Filboid had ultimately been dragged into the situation after all. Evan looked completely confused, having assumed that Alan himself had arranged everything. Alan immediately denied the idea, explaining that he had never sent any such letter and had merely wanted to escape the awkward confrontation as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, deep within Lartania, the famous city of labyrinths, a powerful expedition was underway. The city was renowned for endless exploration and was dominated by 5 great guilds that controlled much of its influence. One of those organizations, Blood Iron, had entered the labyrinth under the leadership of the veteran explorer Alderic. As the group descended, newer members discussed exaggerated rumors about guildmasters slaughtering thousands of monsters alone. Alderic dismissed the stories and reminded them that such feats were unrealistic, though his confidence revealed that he considered the current mission relatively simple. The guild had accepted a lucrative request to capture a creature from the 20th floor alive. Since floors divisible by 5 were generally considered safer than the others, Alderic saw little risk in accepting the task. Even if it turned out to be a trap, someone who had explored beyond the 50th floor had little reason to fear danger on the 20th. The generous advance payment only made the decision easier, especially since failure would not require repayment. Upon reaching the designated area, one of the guild members spotted an unusual goblin and immediately pointed it out. The creature looked different from ordinary monsters, wearing strange clothing unlike anything typically found within the labyrinth. Several members joked about the reward they would receive for capturing what appeared to be nothing more than a pathetic goblin. To them, it looked like easy money. The goblin, however, seemed thoroughly annoyed by the noise. Turning toward the approaching adventurers, it regarded them with complete disdain before casually raising a hand. One after another, they fell before they could even understand what had happened. Realizing the threat, Alderic immediately drew his axe and launched himself forward with tremendous speed, but he suffered the same fate as the rest. This was no ordinary goblin. The creature was the king of hungry ghosts. Filled with arrogance and contempt for humanity, it calmly began its journey toward the surface, leaving destruction behind as it moved. Meanwhile, Alan finally arrived at the central tower. Even Evan found himself forced to crane his neck upward just to see the top of the enormous structure. Before long, Leon approached alongside several Red Tower mages and warmly welcomed them inside. During their walk through the tower, she explained that the main events of the convention would not begin until the following day, leaving Alan free to explore as he pleased. Alan immediately expressed interest in the library, prompting Lion to offer guidance. Since outsiders were not permitted within certain sections of the tower, Evan was forced to remain elsewhere while Alan continued deeper into the complex. Along the way, Lion explained that the opening day would feature presentations on a new Green Tower theory, along with a friendly magical duel between participants. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud argument echoing through the hallway. Lion sighed heavily, already recognizing the source of the disturbance. She explained that the deputy head of the Blue Tower had once again picked a fight with someone. According to Lion, Fenia possessed extraordinary talent, but was also infamous for her overwhelming arrogance and inability to get along with others. At that very moment, Fenia emerged into the hallway and immediately noticed Lion. Assuming she was facing another routine encounter, Fenia began speaking with her usual confidence. However, everything changed the instant she saw Alan. Her entire demeanor shifted in a heartbeat as she hurried forward and greeted him with surprising enthusiasm. Alan calmly noted that 6 months had passed since their last meeting and casually asked how she had been doing. Fenia responded with obvious nervousness, behaving far more politely than anyone present thought possible. When Alan reassured her that she did not need to act so formally around him, she became even more flustered, uncertain of how she was supposed to behave. The sight left the surrounding Green Tower mages staring in complete disbelief. To them, it felt as though reality itself had broken. The same Fenia who constantly insulted everyone around her had suddenly become obedient and respectful. Alan, however, failed to understand why everyone looked so shocked. Believing that mages should maintain good relationships whenever possible, he casually encouraged cooperation between both sides. Fenia immediately interpreted his words as a direct request. Without hesitation, she rushed over to the Green Tower mages, bowed deeply, and asked for forgiveness while proposing friendship moving forward. Once she had completed her self-appointed mission, she bid farewell to Alan and escaped through a window using a rapid movement spell. Watching her disappear, Alan could only wonder why every encounter seemed to leave her acting stranger than before. As Alan and Lion continued toward the library, she admitted that seeing Fenia behave that way was nothing short of miraculous. Alan asked whether Crazy Fenia was genuinely her common nickname, only to learn that her reputation was even worse than he had imagined. Shortly afterward, they reached an elevator where several Purple Tower mages emerged. One of them immediately approached Lion with a confident smile before noticing Alan standing nearby. After receiving an introduction, the young mage introduced himself as Baruch, a member of the Purple Tower and the son of its leader. Although polite on the surface, his behavior carried a certain arrogance that immediately caught Alan's attention. After Baruch departed, Lion warned Alan not to trust him. While undeniably talented enough to reach the fourth circle at a young age, Baruch had earned a reputation for stealing research, sabotaging rivals, and deliberately humiliating others. Alan quietly acknowledged the warning. Despite the young man's unpleasant character, reaching the fourth circle at such an age still placed him among the most gifted mages of his generation. Eventually, Lion pointed out that the library occupied the 38th floor and promised that they would meet again during the official presentations. After thanking her for the guidance, Alan entered the elevator and ascended alone. When the doors opened, an enormous sea of books stretched before him. Countless volumes filled the library, while some floated through the air under the influence of magic. The sight was breathtaking, but Achan remained focused on his objectives. He needed to adjust every clock hand to 12 and locate a black book that lacked both title and author. Hidden within that seemingly ordinary book was a secret compartment. Reaching inside the concealed compartment, he successfully retrieved the Ring of Radiance. The following day, Alan received unexpected news. Baruch had officially challenged him to a friendly duel. He could not understand why people constantly dragged him into unnecessary conflicts. As he thought about it, one possible reason came to mind. Lian had previously mentioned that Baruch frequently pursued her and regularly brought up marriage whenever he had the chance. Before long, the young mage himself approached with a confident smile and greeted Alan respectfully. He claimed that he simply wished to receive guidance from the famous mage who had contributed to defeating an outer god. Behind that polite facade, however, Baruch's thoughts were entirely different. He knew that merely being the Tower Master's son would never be enough to secure the influence he desired. In his eyes, Alan had become the perfect opportunity. Rumors about Alan had spread across the magical community at an astonishing pace. Stories connected him to the defeat of an outer god, survival against Baba Yaga, and even claims that Fenia herself treated him with unusual respect. Baruch dismissed all of those stories as nonsense. He believed the magical world was filled with fools who judged strength through rumors rather than facts. Looking at Alan, he saw only a third-rank mage hiding behind exaggerated tales and borrowed prestige. To him, Alan was nothing more than a stepping stone waiting to be used. With that confidence, Baruch began provoking him. He repeatedly emphasized that the match would be a harmless, friendly duel while subtly questioning whether Alan was afraid to accept. Hearing the constant taunts, Alan's patience quickly wore thin. A familiar saying surfaced in his mind, one that suggested returning trouble to anyone who caused it without reason. Deciding he had heard enough, he accepted the challenge. Soon both men stood opposite one another as the host stepped forward and announced the rules. Lethal magic was strictly forbidden. and both participants were instructed to prepare themselves. Gripping his staff tightly, he launched an immediate attack toward Alan, intending to overwhelm him before anyone could notice the flaws in his own abilities. Then something unexpected happened. A chilling cold spread across the battlefield. Baruch suddenly hesitated and glanced downward. To his shock, frost was rapidly covering the ground beneath him. The freezing air continued spreading outward while ice climbed up his legs. Only then did he realize that the phenomenon was caused by Alan's mana. The technique responsible was none other than Glory of the Snowy Mountains. Elsewhere within the convention halls, another rumor was spreading just as rapidly. A young mage excitedly informed an elder that Fenia had personally apologized to numerous mages for her previous behavior. The older mage reacted with complete disbelief and immediately demanded confirmation. The younger mage insisted the story was true and explained that Fenia's attitude had changed the moment she encountered Count Alan Palacio. The revelation only fueled the growing curiosity surrounding Alan. More and more mages began discussing his reputation, questioning whether the stories about him were real. Many concluded that his mana capacity appeared too small to match the legends surrounding his name. Convinced that the rumors were exaggerated, they gathered near the arena to witness the duel for themselves. The host once again reminded everyone that lethal spells were prohibited. Several veteran mages quietly reflected that magical talent depended not only on knowledge, but also on mana capacity. Those born with limited reserves often struggled regardless of effort. Because of that belief, many expected Achan's shortcomings to be exposed before long. Their assumptions shattered moments later. The instant Alan began casting, experienced mages immediately recognized something extraordinary. He was flawlessly performing a triple combined spell structure, a level of precision that many 5th-rank mages struggled to achieve consistently. Shock spread throughout the audience as they watched the impossible display unfold before their eyes. Alan calmly rotated his mana crystals and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Baruch quickly found himself on the defensive, desperately trying to endure the constant assault while searching for an opportunity to retaliate. The crowd grew even more alarmed when they recognized one of the spells being used. It was a deadly Violet Tower technique that had earned a fearsome reputation among mages. Such a spell had no business appearing during what was supposed to be a harmless duel. Yet Alan continued casting without hesitation, striking Baruch repeatedly while maintaining complete control over the battlefield. The outcome became inevitable. Ice rapidly spread across Baruch's body until he was completely frozen in place. Unable to move or resist, he stood immobilized before the entire audience. A few moments later, the host officially declared Count Alan Palacio the winner. Following the announcement, mages immediately surrounded Alan from every direction. Some wanted to discuss his spell structures, while others wished to understand how he had constructed such a complex magical array. Several researchers politely asked questions while apologizing in advance, in case the techniques were considered proprietary knowledge. One particularly knowledgeable mage mentioned recognizing traces of ancient hand catalyst methods described in forgotten texts. Hearing that observation, Alan felt mildly surprised. Their understanding was outdated, yet it was impressive that someone had identified techniques believed lost to history. Alan casually mentioned that he was only a 3rd-rank mage. Nobody believed him. The surrounding mages laughed and assumed he was simply being modest. When Achan repeated the statement with complete sincerity, Alan decided he had stayed long enough. He casually announced that he had other matters to attend to and prepared to leave. Internally, however, his thoughts were far simpler. It was time to run. In a flash, he disappeared. After creating enough distance, he finally found a quiet and secluded location where nobody could disturb him. More importantly, the experiment he had recently conducted had produced meaningful results. His thoughts turned toward the Black Eye and its enhanced memorization ability. The artifact allowed him to store a spell and later reproduce it with significantly greater power. As he reviewed the battle, several realizations began falling into place. Glory of the Snowy Mountains had always been one of his most demanding spells, normally consuming 3 of his 5 daily magical slots. Under ordinary circumstances, using it came at a tremendous cost. However, the combination of the Ring of Radiance and the Black Eye changed everything. Together, the artifacts amplified his magic to an absurd degree. The enhancement was so effective that the previous limitations practically vanished, allowing him to use all 5 spell slots without concern. The discovery forced him to reconsider his understanding of the technique itself. Glory of the Snowy Mountains was far more than a simple freezing spell. Its true effect involved freezing the surrounding atmosphere at the exact moment of manifestation, fundamentally altering the environment itself. Memories of the mysterious shadowy figure resurfaced once more. That figure had once claimed that phrases were the keys to the laws governing magic. If those phrases truly represented the world's underlying principles, then understanding them could allow a mage to influence reality itself. Until now, he had treated such phrases as little more than enhanced incantations that increased efficiency and power. The deeper he looked into the subject, the more fascinating it became. He decided to set those thoughts aside for the moment. because before retreating what he have prepared for, he needs to get rest. As night settled over the tower, Alan returned to the 38th floor. The library was silent as always, yet the stillness felt unnatural, as though something unseen was watching from the shadows. Suddenly a voice echoed through the vast chamber. The mysterious speaker remarked that he had arrived exactly on time and appeared to have solved the previous riddle. Alan calmly scanned the room for the source but found nobody. Rather than showing fear, he silently resolved to solve whatever challenge awaited him next. The unseen being seemed intrigued by his reaction. Most people would have panicked after hearing a voice emerge from nowhere. Yet Alan remained completely composed. Moments later, a brilliant blue glow appeared above him. The radiance intensified until it flooded the entire library, and within that light, a small figure gradually became visible. The instant he saw her, Alan's expression stiffened. A realization struck him like lightning. Standing before him was the legendary Archmage Heinkel. Throughout history, she had been known by countless names. Some called her the Slayer, others referred to her as the Eternal Terror. Among mages, however, she was most famously known as the Cup of the Primordial. Achan immediately understood the danger of the situation. One wrong answer could end his life on the spot. Memories from the game surfaced in his mind. Players had nicknamed Heinkel the Retry Witch because obtaining her rewards required selecting the correct dialogue options. A single mistake during the first encounter resulted in instant death. Later meetings offered slightly more leniency, but even then failure often led to powerful curses instead of a quick end. Despite her terrifying reputation, players had often joked about her appearance. Her childlike stature contrasted so heavily with her overwhelming strength that many gave her ridiculous nicknames. Yet standing before her in reality was an entirely different experience. The pressure pouring from her body was suffocating. Preparing for the worst, he quietly circulated mana behind his back and readied his defenses. Then something completely unexpected happened. The moment Heinkel looked at him, her expression changed dramatically. Terror flooded her face. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as though she had witnessed something far more frightening than herself. Alan was caught completely off guard. He had expected riddles, tests, or threats, but certainly not fear. Confused, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. The mighty figure feared throughout the world looked like a frightened child. Without warning, Heinkel rushed forward. She hurriedly handed him the box he had come to retrieve, and practically shoved it into his hands. Her actions carried a strange sense of urgency, as if she desperately wanted him gone. Before Alan could ask a single question, she begged to be spared, and immediately fled from sight. Alan stood there completely bewildered. He had spent considerable time preparing for this encounter, expecting a life-threatening challenge. Instead, he had received the item almost effortlessly. When Heinkel looked at him, her gaze had not been focused on him at all. It seemed directed at something standing behind him. Although the mystery bothered him, he ultimately decided not to dwell on it. After the friendly duels concluded, the conference resumed its normal schedule. Presentations and discussions continued throughout the following days, and Alan attended as many magical seminars as possible. He quickly realized that learning directly from experienced experts was far more efficient than conducting endless experiments alone. While Alan specialized in mana manipulation, Lion's expertise lay in constructing and arranging magical formulas. Their discussions became increasingly productive as they exchanged theories and techniques. Even so, Lion continued questioning whether Alan was truly a third-rank mage. By the 15th time she raised the topic, Alan could only sigh internally. Each time she apologized awkwardly afterward, but the conversation still proved valuable. Through those exchanges, Alan began reconsidering his own limits. He started wondering whether it might be possible to gradually attempt fourth-rank magic despite his current shortcomings. The idea seemed ambitious, but not entirely impossible. On the fourth day of the conference, everything changed. News had emerged from Lartania, the city of labyrinths. According to the Information Guild, an outer god had appeared within the labyrinth. Stranger still, a bizarre mutation had begun spreading throughout its depths roughly a week earlier. The moment Alan heard the report, he made his decision. He immediately instructed Evan to prepare a letter and make travel arrangements. They would be leaving at once. Not long afterward, Alan departed the tower and prepared for the journey. Before he left, Fenia nervously came to see him off and questioned whether it was truly safe for a third-rank mage to head towards such a dangerous situation. Alan calmly assured her that everything would be fine. After receiving a respectful farewell, Fenia watched his carriage disappear into the distance. During the trip, Alan found himself reflecting on her strange behavior. She had gone out of her way to personally see him off, yet she had not seemed particularly sad about his departure. The more he thought about Fenia, the less he understood her. Several days later, Alan and Evan finally arrived in Lartania. The city immediately left them speechless. Towering buildings stretched across the horizon, while wealth seemed to flow through every street and district. Even Evan struggled to hide his amazement. Seeing the city firsthand allowed Alan to grasp a universal truth that transcended worlds. Money was absolute power. He had always heard that experts in magical artifacts held tremendous influence, but only now did he truly understand why. Lartania practically overflowed with wealth, prestige, and authority. A guard immediately stopped them and asked whether they had a reservation. Evan quietly noted that even entering the building required an appointment. Alan politely requested that the guard announce the arrival of Count Alan Palladio, despite the unplanned visit. The guard nearly exploded internally. By his count, this was already the 325th person that day, claiming to be an important acquaintance of the owner, and coldly explained that even arranging a meeting without a reservation required a fee of 3,000 gold coins. The number nearly stunned Alan. That amount alone was enough to purchase an entire house. Curious, he asked when the next available opening would be. The answer only made things worse. The earliest appointment was approximately 10 months away. Before either Alan or Evan could respond, a new figure arrived, Labard Claystone, the son of Lartania's ruler. He ridiculed their appearance and questioned why they were lingering around the entrance. Even the guards appeared exhausted by his behavior. Labard continued acting superior, repeatedly insulting them while boasting about his family's influence. Then Rhine appeared. The arrogant noble immediately noticed something unusual. Rhine almost never greeted him personally. Before he could question it, however, her fist slammed into his stomach. The sudden blow left him speechless as she ordered him to leave immediately. Afterward, she greeted Alan warmly and revealed that she had been waiting for his arrival. The guards watched the scene with admiration. Regardless of whether someone was a prince or a commoner, Rhine always treated people fairly. Labard, meanwhile, burned with humiliation. Furious, he reminded her of his connections to the Council of Three and warned that she would regret insulting him in favor of outsiders. Rhine ignored every threat. Without hesitation, she invited Alan and Evan inside. Alan briefly wondered whether accepting the invitation might cause trouble. He had heard that the Lord of Lartania greatly favored his son. Rhine simply assured him there was nothing to worry about. In fact, she calmly remarked that he would probably never encounter Labard again. Once inside, the atmosphere became far more peaceful. The three finally had an opportunity to catch up properly. Sitting together once again, Alan found the situation strangely nostalgic as they shared a meal and discussed recent events. During the conversation, his curiosity eventually got the better of him. He asked why Rhine always referred to him as patron. Most of the others used titles such as benefactor or godfather. Her choice always sounded unusually formal. Rhine calmly explained that patron was simply the title she believed suited him best. The answer filled Alan with quiet satisfaction. Rhine had always been one of the most mature and dependable children he had guided. Looking at her now, it was obvious she had achieved remarkable success. Eventually, however, Alan shifted the discussion toward the real reason for his visit. He explained that influence had become increasingly important. If he wanted to continue moving forward, he would need allies. Because of that, he wished to join the strike force being assembled to deal with the Outer God. Rhine confirmed that an intervention team had recently been formed. Alan hesitated for a moment, mentioning the earlier incident with Labard. He worried that accepting his request might create unnecessary difficulties for her. Rhine immediately dismissed the concern and questioned whether he was truly worried about the ruler's son. Alan clarified that his concern was directed toward her, not Labard. Hearing that, Rhine confidently assured him that she could handle the situation without any issues. Relieved by her answer, Alan thanked her sincerely. Once the discussion concluded, Rhine personally escorted both Alan and Evan to their rooms so they could rest after the long journey. After she left, Evan commented on how much she had matured. Alan agreed wholeheartedly. In his eyes, Rhine possessed exactly the aura one would expect from a student who consistently ranked at the very top of every class. Later, Alan felt a sense of relief knowing that Rhine had agreed to help him. Even so, the uneasiness caused by the recent military incident in the north still lingered in the back of his mind. He decided that a short rest would help him organize his thoughts before reviewing everything carefully. Unfortunately, when noon arrived, he was still asleep until Evan woke him up. No matter how much he rested, the exhaustion clinging to his body refused to disappear. The two eventually headed to the dining hall, where Rhine was already waiting. While they ate, she casually revealed that the request Alan had made the previous day had already been taken care of. The strike force would be gathering that very day, and they would be heading there shortly. Alan was genuinely surprised by how quickly everything had been arranged. Then, with the same calm tone, Rhine added that there was no longer any reason to worry about Labard Claystone because she had already dealt with him permanently. At first, Alan processed the statement naturally, and even praised her efficiency without thinking. Then the meaning finally registered in his mind. His expression froze in shock. Labard might have been one of the biggest problems in Lartania, but he was still the Lord's son. Every side story connected to the city seemed to trace back to him, whether it involved the massacre on the 30th floor, the Abyss body monster, or the Chimera experiments. Even so, eliminating someone who practically held royal authority within the city was an entirely different matter. Trying to stay calm, Alan seriously questioned the reason behind such a drastic action. Rhine continued eating while casually explaining that Labard had made her patron uncomfortable. Leaving him alive would only have prolonged that inconvenience. She further assured him that there was no need to worry about the Council of Three either. Rather than calming him, that explanation only deepened Alan's concern. Rhine had always been one of the individuals destined to become a vessel for a mortal sin. Even with that knowledge, her response felt excessive. What confused him even more was how a magic item specialist had managed to remove Labard and his mercenaries so effortlessly. Sensing his silence, Rhine asked whether there was still a problem. Her expression almost suggested disappointment, as though she would have gladly gone even further if necessary. Realizing the direction of her thoughts, Alan quickly clarified that his concern was solely for her safety. The moment those words left his mouth, Rhine visibly relaxed. She calmly reassured him that everything had been handled flawlessly. Watching her discuss murder with such casual confidence made Alan realize once again how different their perspectives on life truly were. Even so, he sincerely thanked her and gently advised her not to be upset. Rhine immediately denied being upset at all. Alan insisted that her behavior had clearly been different, while Rhine stubbornly continued denying it. Deep down, Alan suspected she was simply embarrassed and trying to hide it. Regardless, he calmly reminded her not to place herself in dangerous situations. Losing everything she had built over the years would be a tragedy. Rhine quietly acknowledged his warning. A moment later, she revealed that she fully understood what was expected of her as his patron's representative. To demonstrate her progress, she invited him to inspect the trackery. Soon afterward, she proudly presented the artifact and explained that the number of black marks continued to increase steadily without any complications. The moment Achan heard that, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He recalled the strange rumors claiming that black marks enhanced the effectiveness of magical artifacts. Until now, he had believed the trackery was nothing more than an ordinary appraisal tool with no remarkable history behind it. Suddenly, its true value became clear. The artifact could identify weak mana artifacts and dramatically improve the efficiency of appraisals. The realization shocked him. At last, he understood why Rhine had achieved such overwhelming success and why she had always treated him with such gratitude. Despite his surprise, Alan forced himself to remain calm. He casually remarked that she was making excellent use of the artifact. Rhine then explained that after surpassing 400 marks, the process had begun slowing down. Even so, she confidently believed they would collect every single mark within only a few years. Alan listened carefully while secretly wondering what exactly she was talking about. Much of it still made little sense to him. After completing her detailed report, Rhine guided Alan toward the meeting chamber. Before long, he found himself standing before the strike force assembled to confront the Outer God. The atmosphere immediately turned hostile. Mian, leader of the Antiquity Tracker Guild and fourth among the 5 great guilds, pointed directly at Alan and demanded that everyone stop. She openly questioned whether they were seriously planning to bring someone like him along. To her, his reputation consisted of nothing more than exaggerated stories and baseless rumors. At the same time, Maverick, leader of the Nomad Lands Guild and ranked 3rd among the 5 great guilds, bluntly declared that there was no reason to listen to Alan and refused any form of cooperation. Nearby, Himon, leader of the Acadia Guild and 2nd among the 5 great guilds, stared at Alan with obvious contempt. Argonia, leader of the Kalimadra Guild and the strongest among all 5 guild leaders, displayed a similar reaction. Without warning, Mian drew her dagger and lunged toward Alan, ordering him to stop meddling in affairs beyond his ability and return home where he belonged. Although Alan remained calm on the surface, he understood the situation perfectly. Mercenaries respected strength above everything else. Resistance had been expected from the beginning. However, even he had not anticipated such open hostility. At that moment, he concluded that there was only one way to change their opinion. He would have to prove himself through power alone. The air throughout the meeting chamber fractured beneath overwhelming pressure. A violent storm of frost erupted from his body, flooding the room with a raging blizzard of snow and jagged ice. Behind his cold expression were 2 clear objectives. He understood better than anyone that ordinary soldiers would become meaningless sacrifices against an outer god. He also needed Lartania's strongest mercenaries for the reckless plan he intended to carry out. Achan had expected that displaying overwhelming magical superiority would force the guild leaders into cooperation. Instead, the veterans interpreted his actions as a declaration of war. Alan maintained an expression of complete composure, silently conveying that the mercenaries themselves had escalated the conflict first. Yet beneath that icy mask, panic slowly crept into his thoughts. Alan briefly feared that his entire performance had become a disastrous mistake. Refusing to let his anxiety show, Alan calmly took a seat. He had already demonstrated what he was capable of. The unfolding situation perfectly matched a specific scenario he remembered from the game. Everything now depended on a single person, Argonia. If the demon-horned leader of the Kalimadra Guild acknowledged his strength, bloodshed could still be avoided. Argonia finally stepped in. Her sharp green eyes locked onto Alan before she ordered everyone to stop immediately. Maverick's charge came to an abrupt halt under her command. Furious and confused, he demanded to know why she was preventing them from dealing with the arrogant noble. Argonia calmly pointed out that the mercenaries themselves had insulted and provoked the Count first. Alan maintained the image of an indifferent aristocrat. Internally, however, he was drowning in relief. The reckless gamble he had taken had worked exactly as intended. With control of the situation restored, he smoothly redirected the conversation toward the upcoming expedition into the labyrinth. Argonia confirmed that the descent would begin in 2 days. Sensing that hostility still lingered throughout the chamber, Argonia suggested postponing the remainder of the strategy meeting until the following day. Recognizing the perfect opportunity to escape, Alan accepted immediately and departed with practiced elegance. The moment the massive doors closed behind him, his entire facade crumbled. Sweat poured down his face as he leaned against the hallway wall, clutching his pounding chest and silently swearing never to attempt such a suicidal bluff again. Back inside the frozen chamber, Maverick angrily questioned why Argonia had allowed the Count to leave unchallenged. Before his frustration could escalate further, a frightened mage grabbed his arm and desperately explained that he had completely misunderstood the situation. According to the trembling spellcaster, Argonia had just saved his life. The magic Alan had restrained during the confrontation possessed enough power to erase him instantly. As those words settled over the room, Argonia's thoughts drifted centuries into the past. Deep within a cavern illuminated by crimson light, her true mother, an enormous red dragon, had once given her a single warning. If a black eye ever appeared in the sky, it was to be ignored completely. Even surviving an encounter with such a being required forgetting it entirely. The ancient dragon had emphasized that whatever existed behind those eyes stood beyond all known existence. Back in the present, cold sweat trickled down Argonia's face. That warning had been the only genuine instruction her mother had ever given her. As she stared toward the doors Alan had passed through, horrifying images surfaced within her mind. A blood-red eye and a fathomless blue eye seemed to loom behind him like cosmic entities observing the world itself. Frozen by ancient terror, only one thought echoed through her mind. Who exactly was Alan Palacio? The following day, Alan entered the strategy meeting fully prepared for endless arguments with the mercenaries. Instead, he found himself completely stunned. Every guild leader accepted his battle plan without resistance. Even Mion remained unusually quiet, while Argonia offered no objections whatsoever. Internally, Alan celebrated his success while disguising his knowledge of the outer gods as information taken from ancient records. With preparations complete, the heavily armed strike force descended into the labyrinth beneath Lartania. Combat erupted almost immediately. Mutated raven-like creatures swarmed the expedition, while the guild leaders unleashed devastating combinations of steel and magic. Alan privately admitted that attempting this journey alone would have been outright suicide. After one particularly brutal battle, the group continued through the dark corridors in tense silence. Eventually, Mei-chan approached Alan once again. Her expression remained hostile as she demanded to know whether his earlier behavior had been motivated by prejudice against beastfolk. Realizing she was still bothered by their first meeting, Alan quickly clarified that his cold attitude had nothing to do with discrimination. The explanation transformed Mei-chan's demeanor instantly. Her hostility vanished beneath a playful grin as she openly admitted that his display of overwhelming strength had captured her interest. Alan was completely caught off guard. While trying to process her shameless boldness, he remembered that her tribe practically worshipped strength above all else. Understanding the reason behind her sudden attraction, he calmly rejected her advances. Mion accepted the refusal without the slightest disappointment. She casually remarked that his magic had made her heart race before skipping ahead and hinting that she might change his mind later. Ryan emerged from the shadows with eyes filled with murderous intent. She offered to eliminate the disrespectful beastfolk woman on his behalf. Alan immediately refused while nervously breaking into a sweat. Time passed, and the expedition entered its second day within the labyrinth. The strike force desperately searched for shortcuts leading deeper underground. Yet every opening revealed nothing but dead ends, leaving everyone increasingly frustrated after hours of exhausting effort. Alan could not help cursing the difference between reality and the game he remembered. In the game, moving between floors required nothing more than pressing a button. In reality, every descent demanded endless exploration through a seemingly infinite maze. Eventually, Argonia discovered a hidden portal concealed among the ruins. Passing through the swirling blue gateway, the expedition arrived on the 5th floor. Unlike the dark and ruined levels above, this area resembled a peaceful sanctuary bathed in sunlight. Vast green fields stretched toward the horizon. Alan recognized it immediately as a safe zone from the original game, and finally allowed himself to relax. Argonia revealed that the outer god had recently been sighted near the 12th floor. That meant they had very little time left before confronting the true nightmare hidden below. As preparations resumed, Alan's accumulated exhaustion finally caught up with him. He collapsed onto a nearby stone slab and struggled to catch his breath after the brutal descent. Maverick watched with open contempt. The fact that their strategist was already exhausted after only a few floors did little to improve his opinion of the Count. Then, without warning, disaster struck. A massive crescent of green energy tore through the sanctuary. Several mercenaries were sliced apart instantly before anyone could react. The survivors froze in horror. Atop a ruined pillar stood a dark-haired figure radiating overwhelming superiority. Looking down on the expedition as though they were insignificant insects, the stranger raised a glowing hand and unleashed another devastating wave of energy intended to finish them all. Alan reacted immediately. A colossal glacier erupted from the earth and intercepted the attack head-on. The violent collision shook the entire sanctuary, but Achan's frozen barrier held firm. Maverick stared at the enormous wall of ice in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the very man he had mocked moments ago had just saved everyone's lives. The dark-haired figure laughed with twisted amusement. The stranger seemed genuinely impressed that a human had managed to block his attack. The moment Alan saw the man's face clearly, recognition struck him like lightning. It was Kailas. Once, Kailas had been nothing more than a frail demon obsessed with gathering knowledge. But through endless effort and obsession, he had climbed to the peak of demonkind. Now he stood on the threshold of divinity itself. Landing casually atop Alan's glacier, Kailas remarked that it was amusing to see a human who actually knew his name. Outwardly, Alan's expression never changed, but inwardly everything was falling apart. The Information Guild had assured everyone that Kailas would not arrive at the safe zone for at least 3 more days. His sudden appearance shattered every calculation Alan had prepared. Amused by the humans' determination, Kailas generously offered the strike force one final opportunity to flee before he erased them. Alan immediately rejected the offer and ordered the surviving mercenaries to prepare for combat. The veterans snapped back to reality as Argonia raised her weapon and organized the remaining fighters into formation. Alan quickly assessed their situation. Unlike many previous catastrophes, they still possessed several advantages. More importantly, the labyrinth had not completely synchronized with Kailas's presence yet, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. The Demon King merely smiled wider. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he swung his arm lazily through the air. The earth split apart as explosions swallowed the battlefield whole. Veteran mercenaries were thrown through the air like toys while massive chunks of stone erupted around them. Argonia and Maverick activated their sword arts simultaneously and launched themselves toward Kailas. The Demon King mocked the Sword of Dissipation technique, finding their efforts amusing rather than threatening. Watching closely, Alan immediately realized his earlier assumption had been correct. The technique truly worked against an outer god's incomplete manifestation. Relief flickered through his mind as he silently thanked himself for preparing beforehand. At the same time, Maverick, Argonia, Himen, and Mion unleashed a coordinated assault. Kailas avoided every strike effortlessly, weaving through the attacks as though he were taking a leisurely walk. The attacks missed entirely, and instead slammed into the goblins scattered around the battlefield, knocking them unconscious one after another. Seeing this, Alan understood that they were rapidly running out of time. If they wanted even the slightest chance of success, they needed to seize control of the battle immediately. Without hesitation, Alan began casting. Snowflake formation activated first. Then Glory of the Snowy Mountains followed. Finally, Blind Man's Fatality came into existence. A gigantic snowflake formed before him, radiating immense magical power. Beside him, Rhine opened her grimoire and released her own mana. Countless chains burst forth from the pages and shot toward Kailas, attempting to bind him in place. At the same time, Alan hurled the enormous snowflake construct directly at the Demon King. The overwhelming scale of both attacks left Mayon, Maverick, and Argonia stunned. For a brief moment, Alan believed the combined assault might finally leave a wound on their enemy. Then Kailas casually lifted a finger. Everything vanished. The chains shattered instantly. The gigantic snowflake collapsed into fragments before reaching its target. Kailas smiled and remarked that the attacks had missed. Even in his incomplete state, he admitted that the battle was proving entertaining. Then he released his own mana. The atmosphere changed immediately. Kailas activated a principle he called the Path of the Nameless. A terrifying wave of power erupted outward and swept across the battlefield. Argonia and Maverick were instantly cut in half before they could react. Dust and smoke engulfed everything. When visibility finally returned, the sanctuary had been reduced to ruins. The shattered remains of the battlefield stretched endlessly in every direction. Himen stared at the devastation in disbelief. Before he could even process what had happened, Kailas flicked a finger again. A split second later, Himen's body was severed in two. Laughing openly, Kailas questioned whether anyone could dodge attacks descending from above. Himen's lifeless body crashed to the ground. The sight sent Mion into a panic. She screamed his name and rushed forward desperately. But Kailas struck her with a single blow and launched her across the battlefield. A cruel smile spread across the Demon King's face. He admitted that he had expected great things from them, and wondered how much longer they could continue entertaining him. Watching the slaughter unfold, Alan realized he was witnessing a level of magic unlike anything he had encountered before. Kalis could freely combine gestures, principles, and incantations while maintaining absolute control. The difference between them was overwhelming. It was not merely a gap in power, it was a gap in knowledge, preparation, experience, and understanding. Everything had collapsed. Alan understood that this was the worst possible outcome. Even so, surrender never crossed his mind. If victory existed anywhere, it would only be found by pushing his magic beyond every known limit. Determination hardened within him as he began casting again. Glory of the Snowy Mountains activated once more. Crystallization followed immediately after. Then rotation entered the sequence. As his fingers crossed together, an enormous ring-shaped mana surface appeared before him. Watching the structure stabilize, Alan realized the spell was functioning exactly as intended. At this stage, only speed mattered, and he could not accomplish it alone. Alan called for Rhine's assistance. Without hesitation, she synchronized her mana with his own. Yet even while casting, Alan understood a terrifying truth. The Demon King was not taking any of this seriously. Kalis watched their desperate struggle with the same amusement a cat might show toward a trapped mouse. Even then, he refused to stop. Again and again, he cast more spells. Again and again, Kalis erased them effortlessly. Alan's breathing grew ragged. His body trembled under the strain. He had already consumed 5 mana potions, and the symptoms of mana toxicity had begun spreading through his body. Every movement felt heavier than the last. Then suddenly, Kalis appeared directly in front of him. At that moment, Alan realized the opportunity Rhine needed had finally arrived. The two immediately combined their power once more, and launched another attack at point-blank range. As the spell formed, Alan focused on the final restriction hidden within his magic. The conditions lined up one after another in his mind. Magic had been used against the great god of duels, Ultus. Magic had been used upon snowy terrain. Magic had been cast at death's doorstep. Magic had been used against a godlike existence. Alan understood that adding one final condition could allow him to twist the world's laws even further. Yet deep down, he knew it still would not be enough. Desperately, he searched for an answer. There had to be something. A single clue capable of ending everything in one strike. Then Kailas's earlier words echoed inside his mind. The Demon King had repeatedly claimed that Alan understood nothing. At the same time, the words of the shadowy figure resurfaced. That mysterious being had explained that this world possessed both incantations and principles. Everything Alan had experienced until now was connected by those unseen laws. Suddenly he became convinced that the answer was hidden somewhere within those connections. If he could discover it, he might finally reach the next stage. Sweat poured down his face. His hands dug into his hair as he forced himself to think beyond his limits. Then a breakthrough arrived. Alan activated an entirely new cast. Confusion and enlightenment are one and the same. Open the eyes, and a key shall be granted. The moment the phrase took shape, mana erupted from his body. A gigantic spear-like construct materialized in front of him, radiating an entirely different level of power than before. The Demon King narrowed his eyes and tried to understand exactly what Achan had just created. Seeing Kalis momentarily distracted, Rhine seized the opportunity and attacked him with chain spears. The demon's expression darkened slightly as he attacked back toward her with terrifying precision. Before it could reach Rhine, Alan stepped forward without hesitation. The impact tore through his arm, severing his hand instantly. Achanizing pain shot through his body, yet at that very moment a realization struck him. The instant he had formed the Wisdom Fist Mudra, his spell had transformed into something entirely different. It had become a key. When that key turned within the crystal, it unlocked a completely new form of magic. The answer was the Ice Crystal Halberd. An overwhelming surge of power erupted from the spell. Ice spread across the battlefield at an absurd rate, swallowing everything in sight. Kalis suddenly found himself trapped within an enormous prison of frozen crystal. The entire sanctuary transformed into a colossal glacier as endless layers of ice consumed the landscape. Alan explained that magic followed the pathways of the land itself and obeyed the laws established within that domain. The laws of fate, which moved according to the Creator's will, were merely transformed versions of natural laws where ordinary logic ceased to function. Among those countless laws existed the Ice Crystal Halberd, a manifestation capable of freezing everything standing before it. The power activated fully, surrounding Kalis within an enormous cage of crystalline ice. As he observed the phenomenon, Kalis immediately recognized what he was witnessing. This was a manifestation of essence. At the same time, he understood that Alan had only touched the very edge of such advanced magic. Even so, the young mage had already achieved his goal. Soon afterward, cracks spread across Kailas's body. His form slowly began breaking apart as fragments dissolved into the wind. Even while fading away, laughter continued escaping his lips. He admitted that they had played their hand well and successfully defeated him. According to Kalis, the vessel he had occupied was simply too weak to withstand his true power. He claimed that if he had fully descended in his real form, a simple manifestation like this could have been brushed aside with a casual gesture. Before he could continue, Alan calmly pointed out that assumptions and excuses could never alter reality. Hearing that response, Kalis smiled with genuine amusement. He remarked that such an answer was worthy of a true mage and openly accepted his defeat. Moments later, his body dissolved completely and vanished into the wind. The battle was over. The instant the tension disappeared, Alan's exhausted body finally reached its limit. Afterward, Alan found himself drifting through a strange dream. In that peaceful vision, Utia stood before him with a gentle smile. She assured him that the world had finally found peace and promised that she would always remain by his side. For a brief moment, everything felt calm and comforting. Then the dream shattered. A sharp pain erupted inside his head. Slowly consciousness returned as his familiar headaches resurfaced. Alan struggled to open his eyes and make sense of his surroundings. At first, he could not even remember where he was. Eventually, he realized he was resting inside the strike force's camp. The moment he attempted to move, he discovered how badly his body had been damaged. Every muscle felt numb and heavy. Even so, he considered the outcome far better than it could have been. Given enough time, he believed he would eventually recover. At the same time, he remembered the horrifying dangers of mana toxicity. Consuming excessive mana potions could permanently destroy a mage's core, cause mana sclerosis, or even result in death. Not long afterward, Rhine entered the room carrying medicine. She informed him that he had been unconscious for an entire day before asking about his condition. Alan admitted that the mana toxicity had left him severely weakened, though he believed recovery was still possible. Even while resting, his thoughts immediately shifted toward the expedition. He asked about the condition of the others. According to the reports, Manhwa was recovering surprisingly fast. Argonia, however, remained trapped between life and death. Alan found it difficult to believe she had survived such devastating injuries at all. Then again, it served as another reminder of how terrifying the vitality of half-dragons truly was. As the conversation continued, Rhine suddenly asked a question that caught him completely off guard. She wanted to know why he had saved her. The question hit Alan so unexpectedly that he nearly choked before asking where such a thought had come from. Rhine quietly confessed that she considered herself useless. In her eyes, Alan had risked defeat and death solely to protect her. Even if the tracker eye remained valuable, she could not understand why her life would ever justify such a sacrifice. Hearing that, Alan immediately clarified something important. He explained that he had never taken any of the children under his care, simply because they were useful. Rhine's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Seeing her reaction, Alan internally panicked as he realized she had truly believed that all this time. At that moment, he could not help wondering why everyone seemed convinced he rescued people only to use them. He even questioned whether he somehow looked like a villain. Pushing those thoughts aside, Alan sincerely explained that he considered every one of them family. Because of that, protecting them felt completely natural. They had risked themselves countless times for him as well, making their bond far deeper than simple necessity or mutual benefit. Their relationship had never been about exploitation. To Alan, they were family. Wanting to lighten the mood, he jokingly added that if Rhine truly felt indebted, she could simply wish him a happy birthday when the day finally arrived. Even while speaking seriously, he quietly admitted to himself that there was no harm in asking for something small. Just like Sol rang before her, she had misunderstood what Alan meant whenever he spoke about family. They were never tools created solely to fight abyssal entities. They were never pawns meant to be sacrificed. After composing herself, she quietly acknowledged his feelings and accepted his sincerity. Alan simply nodded and told her that was good enough. Even so, deep down, he still hoped she truly understood how genuine those words had been. 5 days later, Alan had recovered enough to finally leave his room. He noticed something strange. Night simply did not exist there. The entire labyrinth seemed detached from the normal flow of time itself. He checked on Argonia's recovery and learned that she could move a little now. 3 more days passed before the expedition finally escaped the labyrinth. The moment they returned, Evan exploded with anger after seeing the condition Alan and Argonia were still in. He could not believe they had intentionally prevented him from joining them, only to come back covered in injuries. From his perspective, Alan had insisted that the guild leaders were more than enough support, yet the results clearly suggested otherwise. Meanwhile, Alan and Rhine sat quietly in their seats like children being scolded by a strict parent, while Evan continued his lecture. Deep down, Alan admitted that the real reason he never wanted Evan involved was because his presence tended to derail everything. In the original game, Evan had absolutely nothing to do with Lartania or the Labyrinth expedition, and Alan had wanted to preserve that. As time passed, news of the strike force's victory spread throughout the continent. At the same time, Alan and his companions prepared to leave Lartania behind. Before departing, he met with Rhine one last time. During their farewell, she asked for his birthday. Alan revealed that it fell on the 20th of September. Rhine quietly promised herself that she would never forget it. As the wheels began rolling, Evan teased him by claiming that the next birthday would probably be something special. Alan casually replied that he had already received more than enough gifts throughout his life. Evan disagreed, pointing out that gifts from one's own children always felt different. Even so, Alan lowered his expectations and assumed he might receive something simple, perhaps a bottle of wine or a small magical artifact. Meanwhile, Rhine found herself reflecting deeply on everything Alan had told her. For the first time in her life, she realized that she possessed something that could genuinely be called family. The Great Moon had always felt like a being far removed from ordinary people. Absolute faith and devotion toward him had seemed completely natural. Standing beside him in victory had once felt inevitable. After receiving Alan's recognition, however, the word family began carrying an entirely different meaning. Something that had once felt empty and distant suddenly became real. Even the title patron, which she had originally chosen out of pure respect, gradually transformed into a symbol of genuine emotional attachment. At that moment, Rhine sincerely wished to remain by Alan's side more than anyone else. She even resolved to answer immediately whenever her patron called for her. The thought alone caused her face to redden. A smile appeared before she could stop it. As she considered Achan's upcoming birthday, she wondered what kind of gift could possibly satisfy someone who already considered her family. After considerable thought, she eventually concluded that gifting him the Lord of Lartania's castle would be a reasonable starting point. As the months passed, summer slowly faded away and winter settled over the Palladio estate. After enjoying a much-needed period of rest, Alan gradually recovered from the effects of mana toxicity. Alongside managing his daily responsibilities, he continued exchanging letters with Utia. One day, Evan approached while carrying a crystal sphere. He explained that a package had arrived from the Altia Duchy and revealed that it appeared to be a communication crystal. Alan activated the artifact and established contact with Altia. The two exchanged greetings naturally enough, although Alan still found it strange that he had somehow become the leader of an entire political faction. Even now, watching a duchess respectfully bow to a mere count felt completely unnatural. During their discussion, Altia reported that the Cal faction was progressing smoothly. She then revealed that she had already completed the task Alan had mentioned earlier. According to her report, as of the previous day, the Cal faction had successfully taken control of Asteria's entire underworld. Altia calmly congratulated him on the achievement. Achan, however, was utterly stunned. He immediately realized he had never actually ordered such a thing. Then he remembered casually mentioning that bringing order to the underworld might be necessary someday. He recalled that Asteria's criminal networks were nearly impossible to control due to the sheer number of organizations operating throughout the kingdom. Still, he had only spoken casually. He had never expected Altia to actually accomplish it. At that moment, Alan genuinely could not understand how she had managed such a feat. Despite his shock, he praised her efforts. Altia explained that the task became significantly easier because Achan had already eliminated the leaders of both the royalist and aristocratic factions. Hearing that nearly made him scream internally. From his perspective, he had done absolutely nothing, and Altia deserved every bit of the credit. Soon afterward, Altia asked what direction the faction should pursue next. She even suggested that perhaps their next target should be the king himself. Alan rejected the idea immediately. He stated that maintaining the current balance was the best course of action for now. After receiving her answer, Altia formally concluded her report and disconnected the crystal communication. Left alone, Alan stared blankly into space. Somehow, without lifting a finger, he had transformed from the leader of a suspicious faction into the ruler of Asteria's underworld. That absurd realization finally explained the invitation resting on his desk. His gaze slowly shifted toward the elegant letter. According to the invitation, the royal palace would host a New Year's banquet 1 month later, the first such event in 5 years. By direct order of Her Majesty, Count Alan Palatio's attendance was mandatory. After reading the letter, Alan could only scream internally. All he wanted was a peaceful, noble life. Meanwhile, deep within the 5th floor of the labyrinth, as the dust settled, a glowing magic circle emerged from the rubble. The mysterious figure smirked with interest, realizing that whoever had created it possessed far greater skill than expected. Back at the estate, Alan continued studying the invitation while trying to determine the king's true intentions. He suspected the summons was connected to the Cal faction and its recent expansion throughout the underworld. His thoughts eventually shifted toward King Sion Kratona, the 8th monarch of Asteria. As the chosen heir of the royal bloodline, she possessed the Eye of History. This hereditary ability, known as succession, functioned almost like transferring game data from one generation to another, allowing power and knowledge to pass down perfectly through the royal family. It symbolized the overwhelming strength of Asteria's rulers. During the events of the original game, when the 5 great sins descended upon the kingdom, Sion Kratania temporarily joined the players' party. She proved herself to be an extraordinarily powerful ally. Despite that strength, however, she showed remarkably little interest in governing her own nation. Because of this detached personality, players had given her a nickname, the Sleeping Dragon. As Alan reflected on her reputation, he remembered how many people admired her calm demeanor and extraordinary beauty. The more he considered the situation, the more he believed this invitation might actually benefit him. If he could use the opportunity to weaken the Kal-Au faction's apparent influence while maintaining a balance with the Queen, she would have no reason to view him as a threat. At the same time, it would give him the perfect excuse to retreat into a more passive role within the faction. Since King Sejong preferred a hands-off style of rule, Alan believed everything would proceed smoothly. In the end, he reassured himself of one important fact: nothing he had done was intended as a challenge to the authority of the crown. As night fell, the scene shifted to a bald man inspecting a corpse. The moment he examined the body, he realized the target had already been killed. The sight immediately reminded him of his superior's furious outburst earlier. His boss had been enraged by the complete failure to make progress on the contract involving Count Alan Palladio. He had loudly questioned the organization's competence, accused them of disappointing their clients, and demanded to speak with someone higher up. Back in the present, the bald man kicked the corpse. The body immediately dissolved into the air. From that reaction, he realized a preservation spell had been placed on it to prevent decomposition. He quickly concluded that someone was deliberately displaying the victims as a warning. The entire scene had been arranged as a threat. At the same time, he became irritated after realizing his organization's perfect success rate had finally been tarnished. The growing rumors surrounding Count Palacio's influence also began making much more sense. Believing there was still a way to uncover the truth, he decided to interrogate the person who knew the Count best. Soon afterward, he arrived in Caliburn and silently positioned himself behind Deus, preparing to strike. However, Deus sensed his presence immediately and ordered the intruder to step forward. The bald man was genuinely surprised that his perfectly concealed presence had been discovered. Even so, he praised Deus's perception before demanding information regarding Alan Palacio. He believed that regardless of whether Deus considered himself a beneficiary or ally, anyone would betray the Count when their own life was placed in danger. Before he could continue his threats, his gaze suddenly shifted upward. His expression froze. Hanging above him were two blood-covered corpses, the ghost killer and the cursed spirit. The sight horrified him. At that moment, Deus calmly realized that the bald man was connected to them as well. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and slit the intruder's throat. The man collapsed instantly. Deus coldly questioned how someone so insignificant had dared to speak carelessly in front of him. The scene then shifted once again. The members of Blue Moon were gathered together. Sel Rang once again insisted that she intended to marry Alan. Utia immediately opposed the idea. Sol Rang immediately complained to Ryan about Utia's attitude, but Ryan calmly explained that Utia never intended any harm. She pointed out that Utia had served the Great Moon longer than any of them. Rather than calming the situation, the statement only made Utia even more confident. Meanwhile, Radon silently observed the argument. He became increasingly confused after noticing that even Ryan had begun participating in the debate. Soon afterward, Ryan revealed that she wanted to send her reports personally. Utia quickly reminded her that she had always handled correspondence for the entire group. However, Ryan explained that she specifically wanted to deliver information regarding the trackery herself. Utia insisted there had never been any problems with her reports, but Ryan remained firm. She wanted to personally send updates regarding the artifact, along with some of her own personal reports. As she said this, Ryan suddenly blushed. Then she began smiling to herself. The reaction shocked everyone present. Realizing the atmosphere had become strange, she quickly cleared her throat and claimed she had simply remembered something amusing. At that moment, Deus finally joined the meeting. He apologized for arriving late, but the others assured him that he was still on time. Naturally, they became curious about the reason for his delay. Before the meeting could properly begin, Deus revealed an important piece of information. An organization known as the Agency had begun targeting the Great Moon. The revelation immediately shocked everyone. Deus explained that the organization originally consisted of 15 members. However, after his recent actions, only 12 remained. He casually mentioned that he had personally eliminated 3 of them and had already located several more. The moment Seal Rong heard this, her expression darkened. She immediately declared that every remaining member should be killed. Ryan's expression also turned frightening, as she calmly discussed tearing the organization apart completely. Unlike the others, Radon attempted to remain rational. He argued that they should gather information first. According to him, they needed intelligence, preparation, and a proper strategy, just as they always used during missions. Unfortunately, his reasonable suggestion immediately earned suspicious stares. Some of the others even began questioning whether he had become a traitor. They argued that hesitation could allow enemies to harm the Great Moon. Radan became increasingly frustrated. He repeatedly explained that he simply wanted to understand the situation fully before acting recklessly. However, as everyone continued staring at him in silence, he eventually gave up. In the end, he reluctantly agreed that immediate action was necessary. Finally, Utia declared that the meeting would resume only after the matter involving the agency had been resolved. With that decision made, the members ended their discussion and immediately began making preparations. After the meeting concluded, Radan remained deep in thought. Being treated like a traitor had irritated him greatly. Even so, he reminded himself that the great moon had granted him power and the opportunity for revenge. Because of that, his loyalty would never waver. At the same time, he could not ignore a certain realization. The devotion displayed by the others had already crossed the line into outright fanaticism. The scene shifted to Teria, the capital of Asteria. Inside the royal palace, Alan arrived at the grand banquet hall. Several counts followed behind him, while openly observing his every movement. Evan quietly reflected on Alan's current position. Since becoming the leader of the Cal faction and gaining immense popularity, the peaceful days of quietly enjoying evenings alone had completely vanished. Even so, Evan still was not entirely convinced that this new situation was actually an improvement. Meanwhile, Alan himself was growing increasingly nervous. As more and more people stared at him, panic began creeping into his thoughts. He suddenly felt as though everyone believed he had arrived to challenge the king herself. Trying desperately to calm down, Alan quickly revised his plan. He concluded that demonstrating complete submission and respect toward King would make everything proceed much more smoothly. After moving deeper into the banquet hall, Alan carefully examined his surroundings. The sheer magnificence of the royal palace immediately caught his attention. At the same time, he noticed the royalist and aristocratic factions openly maneuvering against one another beneath the surface of the celebration. Most of the nobles paid little attention to the Cal faction, convinced that the Eighth King would soon crush it completely. Even under that pressure, Alan desperately tried to remain calm. He convinced himself that if Sion Cretania decided to reprimand him, he would simply accept it. Eventually, Alan and the other counts approached the throne and offered their formal greetings. Standing before them was Sion Cretania, the Eighth King of Asteria. After allowing everyone to rise, her gaze settled directly on Alan as she asked whether he was the current Count Palladio. Alan acknowledged it respectfully, while internally preparing for the destruction of the Cal faction. Instead, Sion calmly announced that she had decided to elevate Count Palladio to the rank of Marquis. The declaration left Alan completely stunned. Sion explained that he had cleaned up the criminal underworld festering within Asteria, and that this promotion would serve as his reward. Countless thoughts raced through Alan's mind. From his perspective, the Eighth King was openly supporting the Cal faction. She had never shown much interest in governing before, yet now she was personally rewarding him. No matter how he looked at it, nothing he had done justified such a promotion. At the same time, Alan wondered whether this was simply Seedol displaying her overwhelming confidence. It almost felt as though she was silently reminding everyone present that she could crush any faction whenever she desired. Seedol then instructed him to raise his head. She slowly stepped closer before gently lifting his chin with a finger. A faint smile appeared on her face as she remarked that a smile suited him much better. With that, she declared the matter settled, and instructed him to enjoy the banquet before walking away. The moment she departed, nobles immediately crowded around Alan with congratulations. Kalaya was shocked that even the Eighth King had smiled at him. Altia admitted that Alan continued to exceed expectations. While everyone celebrated, however, another figure watched from afar with growing resentment. The scene shifted to the slums of the Ashtalon kingdom. Marquis Filboid walked through the streets while struggling to suppress his fury. He recalled how he had desperately begged for mercy, only to spend an entire month suffering inside solitary confinement within the Holy Kingdom. Although he had avoided the fate suffered by Duke Rimgrave, he had still lost all political influence. He had eagerly anticipated the downfall of the Cal faction. Instead, he was now forced to watch Alan receive personal recognition from the Eighth King herself. Marquis Filboid eventually arrived at a hidden hideout. He was allowed inside and escorted deeper into the building. One of the members informed him that the boss was waiting in the back. As he entered the final room, the leader's identity was revealed. The boss was none other than Seol Rong. Marquis Filboid froze in shock. He had heard countless rumors about a bloodthirsty hybrid who desecrated corpses for amusement, but he never imagined it would be her. Seol Rang stood calmly among the carnage with her foot resting atop a severed head. Seol Rang casually asked who had entered. Struggling to remain composed, Marquis Filboid introduced himself as a member of the agency. He explained that he wished to commission Alan Palladio's assassination and was willing to pay any price required. Seol Rang laughed softly before pointing toward the true owner of the establishment. Without warning, she kicked the severed head beneath her foot directly toward him. The horrifying sight shattered the Marquis's composure. He screamed in terror and attempted to flee. Only then did he realize that the head belonged to the actual boss of the hideout. Seol Rang casually remarked that the room had become somewhat untidy. Moments later, she activated her thunder magic and incinerated every corpse inside the chamber. The terrified Marquis desperately begged for his life, but Seol Rang coldly declared that nobody was allowed to touch her future husband. The next moment, his head joined the others. Meanwhile, far away from the massacre, Kalaya and Altia continued trying to converse with Alan. Somehow, he had survived the entire banquet week by focusing almost exclusively on sampling every dessert available. To him, the experience had been surprisingly enjoyable. Once the festivities concluded, he finally began the journey back toward his territory. As the carriage rolled along the road, Alan's thoughts repeatedly returned to Cien Cretinia. No matter how much he analyzed the encounter, he still could not understand her intentions. Beside him, Evan accidentally addressed him as Count before quickly correcting himself and calling him Marquis. Alan immediately told him that the official ceremony had not yet happened, and that he could continue using whichever title felt comfortable. Evan awkwardly agreed, and promptly returned to calling him Count. Not long afterward, Evan pointed toward a forest Alan had been searching for. Located near the border between the plains and the desert, it was a place Alan recognized immediately. Since the desert connected to the colony, he decided they would investigate the forest first. However, his thoughts quickly became complicated again. After defeating Kairos, he still needed to revisit the Kahala ruins. He also needed to travel to Roxas in order to activate the item Archmage Heinkel had left behind. On top of that, he had somehow become a Marquis after supposedly cleaning up the underworld. Alan realized he would need to prepare carefully, especially if the Bone Eater within the Empire became involved. His thoughts then shifted toward Psychedelia and Calypsophobia, two games that took place on the same continent. Although both had been created by the same development team and occurred during the same period, their stories rarely overlapped. Alan had abandoned Calypsophobia very early, meaning his knowledge of its events was limited. Even so, he quietly hoped the changes occurring in this world would not create a butterfly effect that disrupted that storyline as well. In the end, he reassured himself that the protagonist of the Western Empire would probably handle any major crisis. Eventually, the carriage came to a stop. Evan stepped outside and informed him that the rest of the journey would have to be completed on foot. Alan took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. It was finally time to lure out the nearest member of the agency. As Alan approached Alchemaya's hideout, memories from the game resurfaced. According to what he remembered, entering the cave required nothing more than reciting a specific incantation while stepping inside. Even so, seeing a genuine boss zone with his own eyes sent chills down his spine. Back in the game, players constantly mocked the agency's leader and referred to him as the Spine Slicer. Inside, Alan confidently began reciting the ritual words needed to summon Alchemai, the leader of the agency. He followed the sequence exactly as he remembered from the game, intending to request a favor once contact was established. Before he could finish, however, Evan pointed out that something was obviously wrong. Several hours earlier, Utia had personally appeared before Alchemai, the legendary leader of the agency and the strongest assassin on the continent. Alchemai initially assumed she had come to kill him. He angrily declared that he had already obeyed the pilgrim's will and withdrawn from worldly affairs long ago. The mere thought of someone doubting him filled him with rage. For nearly 3 centuries he had hunted and beheaded powerful warriors, and he could not tolerate being looked down upon. Before his anger could erupt any further, blood suddenly burst from his head. Agonizing pain spread through his mind as though his own thoughts were tearing themselves apart. Screams echoed through the chamber. At the same time, Utia released her long hair, which expanded like countless living threads. The strands wrapped around Alchemai and restrained him completely before piercing directly into his head. While torturing him, she spoke about endless fear, guilt, and despair, repeating forever, until nothing remained except emptiness. In her eyes, merely thinking about harming Alan was already an unforgivable sin. Utia continued crushing him mercilessly while Alchemai screamed in agony. Watching his suffering, she coldly remarked that even such a painful death was still too merciful. She added that he should feel grateful toward Sailrong. Moments later, Utia read a letter sent by Sailrong and realized she needed to leave immediately. Soon afterward, the agency, an organization that had once controlled the shadows of the underworld, vanished forever without leaving a trace behind. Back in the present, Evan questioned whether the cave was truly the place Alan had been searching for. Nothing seemed to be working. Alan confirmed that the location was correct, yet even he could not understand what had happened. Evan quickly pointed toward the mountains of gold and suggested taking everything with them. He hoped Achan would not suddenly claim that touching the treasure was forbidden. Hearing that, Alan quietly realized that if Alchemai were still alive, nobody would have been allowed to take even a single coin. That fact alone confirmed that something terrible had happened to the Assassin Lord. A grin slowly spread across Alan's face. He agreed that they should take everything, especially the valuable potions and jewelry. Evan could hardly believe his ears. Before long, both men were hauling away ridiculous amounts of treasure. Their carriage became so overloaded with gold that some of it began spilling out during the journey. After completing the journey, Alan returned once again to Sailrang's kingdom in the colony desert. The moment Sailrang saw him, she became unusually affectionate and refused to leave his side. As they traveled toward her palace, she suddenly announced that she needed a favor from him. Without any hesitation, she produced an official marriage certificate and calmly requested his signature. Meanwhile, in the Ashkelon kingdom, events were unfolding within the Kamlan Duchy. Duke Seeker received a report stating that the agency had completely disappeared. Although he considered the loss unfortunate, he accepted that their partnership had come to an end. His attention soon shifted toward Asteria. Reports confirmed that every organization worthy of receiving an abyssal body had vanished. With those groups gone, Their influence inside Asteria had effectively collapsed. The assistant apologized for the disastrous situation and admitted that the Cal faction had expanded far beyond their predictions. Duke Seeker showed no concern whatsoever. Instead, he casually released black mana and killed Man on the spot. The assistant died instantly, and Seeker immediately summoned Ingela to take over the remaining tasks. To him, the loss of a subordinate was insignificant compared to the larger experiment. The discussion then turned toward Lord Carmine. Locked inside an isolation chamber, Carmine continued absorbing the Abyss Jade. Rather than producing the expected results, the process had only filled him with anxiety and instability. The abyssal body had completely destroyed his emotional control, turning him into a violent and unpredictable existence. Even so, Seeker was not surprised. Carmine had only been a replacement after another test subject was lost. According to Seeker, every experimental subject required enough natural talent to survive the absorption of an abyssal body. Unfortunately, the specimen from the colony desert had already been lost, while the recent experiments had all failed. Out of every candidate, only Coleman could truly be considered a success. The story then shifted several weeks into the past. During that time, the Pilgrim had showered Coleman with valuable gifts and resources in exchange for assassinating Alan. Despite receiving every possible advantage, Coleman still failed to complete the mission. Returning to the present, Duke Seeker admitted that he had genuinely believed Coleman could handle the task alone. Looking back, he concluded that his only mistake had been underestimating Alan's true capabilities. Seeker then ordered Ingela to closely monitor the underworld of the colony desert. Although he claimed not to hold grudges, the situation had become increasingly irritating. He wanted the problem resolved as quickly as possible. His next instruction was even more calculated. Corrupt nobles would be sent to offer their condolences to Count Palacio. By damaging Alan's reputation and creating suspicion among the aristocracy, cracks would naturally begin forming throughout Asteria's noble society. Since Asterian nobles constantly relied on outside support, Seeker intended to use the situation to expand his influence even further. He made it absolutely clear that the operation had to succeed regardless of the cost. In his mind, every action he took served a greater purpose, and he firmly believed that everything being done was ultimately for the good of everyone. The story then shifted to Sailrong, as she proudly handed Alan a marriage certificate and asked for his signature. Our boy knows that calling her family had given her the wrong impression entirely. Deep down, he admitted that raising children was far more difficult than he had expected. However, he also knew he could not simply crush her feelings. Instead, he gently suggested that she think about it again after becoming older and more mature. He believed that in another 2 or 3 years, she would understand her emotions much better. Sailrang happily agreed to wait. Hearing such an easy answer left Alan relieved. He gently patted her head while imagining that one day she would meet someone she genuinely loved and choose that person instead. After that conversation, the group finally arrived at the Forgotten Ruins. Alan instructed Evan and Sailrang to remain outside while he entered alone. Walking deeper into the ancient ruins, he felt a familiar sense of anticipation. It was once again time to meet another mysterious existence. Upon reaching the central tower, he found himself standing face to face with the Dragon Woman, who welcomed him with visible amusement. The Dragon Woman admitted that she had been completely certain he would fail. Alan calmly responded that he had come very close to doing exactly that. Hearing his answer, she burst into laughter and remarked that such a result was only natural. After all, a mere human had been forced to stand against a god. Curious about his survival, she immediately demanded an explanation. Alan explained that he had somehow managed to use essence manifestation, though he was not entirely certain how it had happened. The moment those words left his mouth, the Dragon Woman froze in shock. She questioned whether he even understood what spirit projection was. Alan honestly admitted that he had never heard of it before. Instead of believing him, the Dragon Woman laughed even harder and accused him of lying. According to her, arrogance was a common disease among mages. She boldly declared that if Alan could truly prove such an impossible claim, she would gladly acknowledge him as her master. Her confidence immediately irritated him. Even so, he wondered whether he still possessed enough mana to demonstrate it. After a brief moment of thought, he decided there was only one way to settle the argument. Alan immediately activated his magic. Snowflake formation appeared first, then Glory of the Snowy Mountains followed. Blind Man's Fatality activated next. Finally, Ice Crystal Halberd manifested before her eyes. The overwhelming display of magical power instantly wiped the smile from the Dragon Woman's face. For several seconds, she could only stare in disbelief. Alan then calmly reminded her of the promise she had made moments earlier. Rather than accepting defeat gracefully, the Dragon Woman became furious. She accused him of deceiving her from the very beginning and insisted that he must have known about spirit projection all along. According to her, the entire situation was unfair and should not count. Despite her complaints, the evidence stood right before her eyes. Eventually, she was forced to acknowledge her defeat and reluctantly accept Achan as her master, though she continued pouting the entire time. Even after conceding, the Dragon Woman still could not believe his ignorance regarding spirit projection. She repeatedly demanded to know how he had achieved something that should have been impossible. Alan explained that he simply followed the principles she had taught him previously. He organized the incantations, memorized the names, and continued experimenting until the spells worked. To him, that process seemed completely straightforward. The dragon woman then began explaining the true nature of magic. According to her, magic was not merely a collection of principles and formulas. At its highest level, it involved accessing and manifesting laws originally engraved by the first mage who created them. Once someone fully understood the incantations, sentences, ritual gestures, and underlying principles, they could reshape and manifest the essence itself. Hearing this explanation, Alan realized that he had unknowingly been moving in that direction all along. However, the dragon woman quickly clarified something important. Before someone could manifest essence through sentences, spirit projection was normally required. She explained that spirit projection represented the memory of the very first moment a magical law had been engraved into reality. Those memories formed the foundation of every spell in existence. Through them, later generations inherited the knowledge necessary to understand magical laws. Listening carefully, Alan came to an interesting realization. Sentences actually served two separate functions. The dragon woman nodded and explained that without spirit projection, or an inherited legacy, understanding magical laws should have been completely impossible. The tiny clues she had provided during their previous meeting were nowhere near enough. From her perspective, Alan's success simply made no sense. Alan then pointed out that he had always cast spells the same way. He recited the incantations and performed the ritual gestures until understanding slowly followed afterward. At that moment, he realized that their entire approaches to magic were fundamentally different. The dragon woman believed understanding had to come first. Alan, meanwhile, achieved understanding only after repeatedly using the magic itself. That realization led him to another conclusion. Perhaps becoming a true mage through self-study alone was nearly impossible. Wanting confirmation, he asked another question. The dragon woman stared at him in complete disbelief. She genuinely could not understand how someone had managed to reach such conclusions entirely on his own. Yet A-chan simply shrugged and explained that this was how he had always learned. Before the conversation could continue, an alarm suddenly echoed throughout the ruins. The dragon woman immediately realized that her remaining time had run out. She informed Alan that they would not be able to continue their discussion for quite some time. Before disappearing, she advised him to obtain Sparrow's staff. According to her, the staff contained valuable incantations and sentences that would help him advance further. Alan wondered whether Sparrow's staff was some kind of sentient artifact. The dragon woman revealed that its original owner had implanted his own personality into the weapon. Hearing that explanation, Alan pointed out that sentences were normally secret techniques. It seemed unlikely that anyone would willingly hand them over. The dragon woman replied that the staff's owner had never found a suitable heir. By now he was probably still searching desperately for one. Finally, she told Alan that she would be waiting for him. If everything he claimed was truly genuine, then he would eventually become capable of wielding the magic of a true mage. She even suggested that one day he might possess enough power to push back the mysterious beings threatening the world. After leaving the forgotten ruins, Alan returned to the carriage and resumed his journey. His mind remained occupied by everything he had learned. Meanwhile, Silrong repeatedly demanded head pats throughout the trip, forcing him to indulge her again and again. While enduring that constant attention, Alan focused his thoughts on Sparrow's staff and the path ahead. He eventually remembered where the staff was located. It rested inside the royal treasury connected to the Colosseum. To obtain it, he would need to register as a fighter and earn enough victories in the tournament. Only then would he receive the right to select an artifact from the treasury. In previous playthroughs, he had completed this quest many times, but he had always ignored Sparrow's staff because it appeared completely worthless. Now, however, he knew that obtaining it was absolutely necessary. As the carriage continued forward, the driver suddenly announced that the road ahead was completely blocked. Alan decided to step outside and stretch his legs. Everywhere he looked, people whispered and speculated about what was happening. Even Alan found himself becoming curious about the source of such excitement. Before he could investigate further, Solrang suddenly grabbed his hand and dragged him toward another section of the street. At that exact moment, a familiar voice called out to him by the title of Godfather. The person standing there was none other than Utia. She smiled warmly while holding onto his hand. Her striking red eyes immediately captured his attention. For a brief moment, Alan simply stared in shock. He had not expected to meet her here, yet there was no mistake. The woman standing before him was undoubtedly Utia herself.